As the sun set over a quaint village nestled between mountains, a large bird of prey soared through the darkening sky. A villager called out, urging everyone to return home quickly as the day grew dark. The villager noted that the village hadn't been peaceful recently. Villagers hurried home, lighting incense and securing their doors. One villager mentioned hearing that the old black snake had devoured 2 cultivators, and another expressed concern about the chickens and ducks. A father and son discussed bringing their chickens home, fearing the loss if the birds were eaten by the snake. As villagers continued their trek home, noting the unusual chill in the air. Unseen, a malevolent presence watched them from the shadows of a nearby building. The entity realized that the villagers were talking about it. The entity, a large black snake, hissed, revealing its single, malevolent eye. It stated that it didn't remember being old. Old Black Snake, the mountain god, chuckled, "Nor do I think I'm scary." Its massive form shifting and writhing as it spoke. "Anyway," it continued, "those 2 people from a few days back." The snake's head loomed closer, its gaze piercing. The image showed a close-up of its menacing features. "Were indeed devoured by me." The narration shifted to a terrified man, crying for help. He cried out in terror, "Lord Mountain God, I don't want to be eaten. I begged the mountain god to help me. Please help me, mountain god." The man fell to the ground with a thud, his pleas unanswered. The scene shifted to old Black Snake's recollection. "Back then, I couldn't understand what they were saying, but that guy looked really miserable. So, I decided to end his suffering." A man in yellow robes frantically searched the floor, shouting, "No! My human-shaped pill." The man's face was etched with despair as he lamented, miserable and pitiful. An old man in regal attire appeared, explaining, "That person was a human-shaped pill that I spent 10 years refining. You beast! Give it back to me." The old black snake, having consumed the 2 individuals, recounted, "That's why I let 2 miserable people reunite." With a satisfied gulp. Unexpectedly, after consuming them. The snake continued, "I didn't expect that after I devoured them, I would suddenly have a headache. Not only did I develop a human-like body, I also awakened intelligence." Images of Einstein and 2 ancient scholars flashed across the panel, symbolizing the snake's newfound intelligence. The snake reflected, "From then onwards, I learned a lot of dangerous and scary things that I didn't know previously." The narration shows a cultivator in the chi refinement stage, his movements blurred with speed as he cultivates his strength. Progressing through the foundation establishment stage. And finally reaching the core formation stage, a powerful aura surrounding him as he wields a spear. The scene shifts to a dark, stormy sky, the cultivator now seemingly at the nascent soul stage, a testament to his power. But even this stage is not without peril, as the cultivator reflects on his past escapes as mere luck. A small, trembling creature, the old black snake, observes the cultivator's power, noting the danger posed by humans and cultivators, and resolves to survive by any means necessary, even if it means resorting to stealing poultry. The old black snake, now growing larger, reflects on its hunger and the increasing difficulty of stealing food. Old Black Snake, annoyed by the human's habit of calling him Old Snake, despite not being that old, decided to adopt a new moniker, Snaky. The Chin clan's village was revealed to be the target of Snaky's next meal. Snaky, having located a pig pen within the village, expressed his excitement at the prospect of a feast. He found the pigs to be quite plump, more than enough to satisfy his hunger. Observing that the humans who raised the pigs had already gone to bed, Snaky decided to proceed with his plan without hesitation. Snaky swiftly snatched a pig, its surprised oink echoing through the night as it was carried away. The pig squealed in terror as it was flung through the air by the powerful snake. But Snaky quickly silenced the pig, warning it to stop screaming to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Old Black Snake, having successfully stolen a pig from the Chun clan village, began his meal. Devouring the pig with gusto. "Burp! I'm full," he declared, a contented expression on his face. Though he immediately added, "I think I ate too much." He then settled down for a nap, noting that there were still hours before the humans would begin their day. Allowing himself to digest before continuing his journey. 3 smaller pigs watched him from a distance. 2 hours later, a furious voice shattered the quiet. "How dare a brat like you steal my woman?" The voice belonged to a man who had discovered the snake's actions. His brother warned him that Chin Fan seemed to have stopped breathing. But the enraged man was unconcerned, declaring that regardless of Chin Fan's state, he would make the snake pay for stealing his woman. Old Black Snake, startled by the approaching humans, panicked. "Shit! I accidentally fell asleep, someone is coming," he hissed, quickly making his escape. Villagers tossed a struggling piglet into a pigsty. Old Black Snake, hidden nearby, thought to himself, "I can only hide for now. I hope they won't notice me." Meanwhile, a man lay dead on the road. His brother, noticing the body, stated, "Big bro, he stopped breathing." Another man scoffed, "Humph. This trash. It's good that he's dead, we can feed him to the pigs." They dragged the corpse towards the pigsty. One of them wondered aloud, "Did I imagine it? Why have the pigs decreased in numbers?" Peeking from his hiding place, Old Black Snake saw the dead man and exclaimed, "A dead human?" He thought to himself, "They say a dead human is bad luck. I'd better get out of here quickly." He quickly escaped, clinging to a tree branch. Coughing, he looked back, muttering, "Alive." He came back to life? Was he pretending to be dead? Finally, he laughed maniacally, "Ha! This immortal has finally possessed someone and reincarnated." He continued laughing, "Chen Fan? Ha ha ha! What a coincidence! The owner of this body shared the same name as this immortal." Chen Fan, his cultivation base destroyed, lay dying. A disembodied voice, seemingly speaking to someone unseen, vowed revenge on his behalf. "Since this immortal has inherited your body, I will get revenge for you." The voice continued, its words filled with righteous fury, "I won't let those who humiliated you run away." The Old Black Snake, now inhabiting Chen Fan's body, assessed his injuries. He noted, "You sure are heavily injured. If you hadn't been possessed by me, you would have died." But this was not a problem for him. He felt a presence, unseen by Chin Fan's eyes. The Old Black Snake muttered to himself, "You can't see me, you can't see me. This won't do. I have to run quickly." Suddenly, a hiss echoed through the air as the Old Black Snake's true form briefly manifested. A nearby villager noticed, exclaiming, "There's a spiritual beast on top of the roof, huh?" Chen Fan, still weakened but regaining awareness, reacted with alarm, "Shit. Was I possessed? Did he just say he is an immortal? A high-level cultivator doesn't tell me he is also a snake catcher." Overwhelmed by fear, he wondered, "What should I do? If he's really a snake catcher, I will definitely die tonight." The Old Black Snake, observing from a distance, dismissed the threat, "Tisk, it's just a low-level spiritual beast. It's not even worth it." Chen Fan, meanwhile, decided to focus on self-preservation. "I just have to circulate my energy to heal and release my spiritual energy to scare it away." A dark, ancient artifact, adorned with a snarling beast, pulsed with an inner light. The light intensified, coalescing into the majestic form of a golden dragon, its eyes blazing with power. Chen Fan, in a meditative pose, smirked, I didn't expect that the supreme treasure of the demon clan, Divine Demon Cauldron, would also react to my divine sense." The Old Black Snake, now inhabiting Chen Fan's body, felt a surge of panic. "I'm done for. The snake catcher has started to close in, he's going to kill me." He recalled his recent actions, he must have noticed that I devoured 2 pigs. So he's trying to kill me, I can't die yet. The Old Black Snake wrestled with his predicament. "No. I can't die just like this. Should I return the pigs? But I almost finished digesting them." A powerful energy surged around him as he made a decision. "What should I do? All souls as pieces in my accord." The energy intensified, transforming Chen Fan's appearance. His eyes gleamed with malevolent intent, a cruel smile spreading across his face. In this lifetime, this Chen Fan's vow is true. Chen Fan, his body now a vessel for the old black snake, roared in triumph, "You forced me to do this." The immense power of the old black snake surged through him, shattering the surrounding environment, leaving behind a trail of destruction as the snake's body convulsed violently. A surprised exclamation escaped the snake. "Huh?" The old black snake, having successfully taken control, muttered to itself, "I did it. No, I can't relax just yet." It slithered away, assessing its surroundings. "This place isn't safe, I shouldn't stay here too long." From within Chen Fan's body, the old black snake's consciousness emerged, sneering at its previous host. "How dare a lowly first-level spiritual beast like you ambush me?" It continued, "I gave you a chance, but instead of running away, you tried to devour me? You've invited your own doom." Gathering strength, the old black snake unleashed a devastating attack. Boom! Boom! With a hiss, the old black snake, now possessing Chen Fan's body, violently erupted from its host's stomach, sending shockwaves through the surrounding forest as it writhed and pulsed with dark energy. "What the? Is he not dead yet? How can he still cast spells inside my stomach?" a voice cried out in surprise. Chen Fan, struggling against the possession, cried out in pain, "Ouch! It hurts." But even in agony, a glimmer of determination sparked within him as he focused his will. "No, I mustn't panic. I still have," he thought, desperately searching for a solution. His eyes widening as he located the demon core within his own body. Demon core. "I found it." He reached for it, a desperate attempt to reclaim control. "What?" the old black snake hissed, sensing the threat. "No! That's my lifeline," the snake shrieked as Chen Fan's hand closed around the core. With a triumphant laugh, "Ha ha ha! Die!" the old black snake attempted to crush the core, but Chen Fan's grip tightened. The old black snake, its body still inhabiting Chen Fan's, thrashed violently. A powerful gust of wind swept through the area, its movements causing tremors in the earth as it writhed in agony. "It hurts. Is this the end?" it thought, its voice laced with despair. The immense strain of attempting to destroy the demon core was taking its toll. "I can't move anymore. My body is so frustrating," it groaned internally. "I worked so hard to condense my demon core," the snake lamented, its strength waning, "and even awakened my intelligence. Had I known this would happen," it continued its internal monologue, filled with regret. "Even if I was beaten to death, I wouldn't have come here to steal from those filthy pigs," it hissed, its final thought fueled by bitter resentment before its power finally faded. Chen Fan, regaining control of his body, scoffed. "Oof! How weak! It's good, though. I can eat some snake meat to nourish myself." Suddenly, a bright light erupted from Chen Fan's body, shattering the remnants of the old black snake's power. "HM?" Chen Fan muttered, surprised. Chen Fan struggled, his brow furrowed in concentration as he attempted to retrieve the divine demonic cauldron. "Why can't I retrieve it? How is this possible?" he wondered, his frustration mounting. The cauldron, however, pulsed with an intense light, seemingly resisting his efforts. "Arg! It's too shiny. What's happening?" he exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sudden brilliance. A blinding flash erupted, obscuring Chen Fan's vision. A menacing presence filled the air. From the heart of the light, a colossal, golden dragon emerged, its eyes burning with an otherworldly power. "No way! Did the divine demonic cauldron absorb this beast's demon core fragments?" Chen Fan gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. His divine demonic cauldron, it seemed, was actively aiding this monstrous entity. "My divine demonic cauldron. Why is it helping this beast?" he questioned, a growing sense of dread washing over him. "Don't tell me this beast is not an ordinary spiritual snake," he thought, his heart pounding in his chest. A metallic ding echoed as a small, dark object hurtled towards the dragon's maw. The dragon roared, a sound that shook the very earth. The object, revealed to be the old black snake, was consumed by the dragon's immense power. A swirling vortex of light and energy engulfed the creature. With a final, earth-shattering rumble, the old black snake was utterly annihilated, its essence dispersed. Chen Fan watched, his expression a mixture of shock and relief. The old black snake launched a final, desperate attack, its multiple heads thrashing wildly, unleashing a torrent of dark energy aimed at the divine demonic cauldron. But the attack proved futile. The cauldron absorbed the energy, leaving the snake weakened and vulnerable. With a final, pained cry of "I am an immortal, no!" Aha, the old black snake's essence began to dissipate, its immense form collapsing into dust as its life force was drained. Chirping birds filled the air as the remaining energy faded, leaving behind only a quiet, peaceful scene. A stark contrast to the chaos that had just transpired. Nearby, 3 small pigs trembled, sensing the residual energy. One of the pigs whimpered, "It hurts." A large, dark purple snake slithered through a forest clearing, its scales gleaming ominously. Several small pigs, seemingly oblivious to the danger, began nibbling on the snake's tail. Their bites, though seemingly insignificant, caused the snake to recoil in pain. The snake hissed, "Don't bite my tail." The pigs, startled but undeterred, scampered away as the snake roared, "Damn pig! I'm going to devour all of you later." The snake, its tail injured, writhed in agony. It hissed, "TSK. My tail is injured, those damned pigs. It hurts." A close-up on the old black snake's menacing face, its red eyes glowing intensely. The narration box above states, "The demon core is the foundation for cultivation for every demonic beast." The injured snake lies on the ground, its body weakened. Its internal monologue reveals its despair. "How am I going to cultivate without my demon core?" The snake's thoughts continue, filled with disbelief. "I'm completely done for. I..." A dark, swirling vortex appears, revealing a statue of a divine demonic dragon. The narration box explains, the divine demonic dragon mentioned by that human. The snake, confused and surprised, questions, "Why is it sitting there in place of my demon core?" The snake realizes the truth, its internal monologue expressing shock. "Don't tell me, it replaced my demon core and saved my life?" A close-up on a glowing blue energy within the snake's body. The snake's thoughts continue, "Besides, how come I can see the insides of my own body?" The snake observes a pig, its internal organs visible. The snake's internal monologue states, "It's not just my body I can see, the insides of those pigs too." Could it be the divine sense of cultivators? Old black snake's eyes widened, his mind overwhelmed as he exclaimed, "Wait a second. There's more." A surge of information flooded his senses, he felt bombarded with knowledge. A vision of a young man, surrounded by celestial bodies, filled his mind. The snake recognized the vision as a cultivation technique. "It's the cultivation technique of that young man," he realized. His head itched intensely, his brain felt like it was expanding. "This can't be wrong. My head feels itchy, my brain is growing," he thought. Despite the uncertainty, old black snake reasoned that the new knowledge must have a practical application. "Although I don't know what use it has, it must be able to heal injury," he declared, coiling himself into a tight circle. He attempted to channel the energy he had absorbed, mimicking the young man's technique. "Let me try to imitate that person's technique to channel energy," he muttered, focusing his intent. He succeeded, discovering he could also naturally channel his own dark energy. "I guess I can also channel my dark energy more naturally," he mused. A surge of healing energy emanated from old black snake, mending his damaged scales. The words "heal" appeared above his body as the wounds rapidly closed. Old black snake, marveling at his own recovery, exclaimed, "Amazing! It can really heal me." He had just taken a few deep breaths and felt his body rejuvenate. His injuries vanished, and a strange warmth spread through him. He noted, "My demon core, it's completely different. It seems to have been refined, able to store far more spiritual energy." The snake pondered, "Don't tell me, this cauldron has refined my new demon core? How weird." Old black snake reflected on his encounter with Chen Fan, concluding, "A random young man is already that strong. I shouldn't mess with humans in the future." But before leaving, a different thought crossed his mind. Since I've started, I might as well see it through. If I'm going to cultivate, of course, I should fill my stomach first. After consuming the human-shaped pill, Old Black Snake's snake-like brain frequently experienced new sensations. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, having grown stronger after consuming the pill, unexpectedly grasped the fundamentals of human cultivation systems. The narrative opens with an explanation of the different cultivation realms: the spiritual awareness realm, the foundation establishment realm, the demon core realm, and the nascent soul realm. These realms represent stages of spiritual growth and power. Further illustrating the nascent soul realm, a powerful, ethereal white fox-like creature is depicted, showcasing the immense power associated with this advanced stage of cultivation. Chen Fan's current cultivation level is revealed to be at the first level of the spiritual awareness realm, equivalent to the peak of the chi refinement realm for humans. Old Black Snake, in a dream, witnesses powerful demonic beasts capable of splitting heaven and earth, fueling his ambition. He envisions himself achieving a similar level of power, understanding this as the path to survival and dominance. Inspired by this vision, Old Black Snake begins his cultivation journey, his soul fragmented as he strives for power. He discovers a technique that not only heals but also improves his physique and meridians, purging impurities. This process, however, also causes him to shed a layer of skin, symbolizing a significant transformation. A week had passed since Old Black Snake's cultivation. He reflected on the changes, remarking that he felt profoundly different. His horn had grown longer and more imposing. However, he was also significantly smaller than before, now only 6 feet long instead of his previous 33 feet. He questioned this unexpected change, wondering why his size decreased despite shedding his skin. A small bird chirped nearby. As Old Black Snake continued to ponder his altered state. Despite his reduced size, his speed and strength had increased considerably. And his flexibility improved, allowing him to easily capture smaller prey. He surmised that this was due to his newly formed demon core. But he felt that the energy within him was still insufficient. He needed more energy to break through to the next level. And concluded that absorbing the spiritual energy of the earth alone was not enough. He needed a substantial amount of food to replenish his energy reserves. A large boar happily munched on watermelons in a field. Old Black Snake, observing from the grass, noted that although the boar was a dangerous beast, its intelligence was inferior to his own. According to his cultivation system, he was at the peak of the first level of the spiritual awareness stage, giving him the confidence to approach the boar for a meal. He stealthily moved closer, planning to use a stone to kill it quickly and quietly. But the boar suddenly noticed him. The boar charged, and Old Black Snake, startled, wondered if the watermelon was ripe. He was quickly overwhelmed by the boar's attack, fleeing in terror as the boar roared and pursued him. Cornered, Old Black Snake despaired, realizing he was facing a dead end. Cornered and terrified, the Old Black Snake resolved to use his full power against the boar that had cornered him. He launched a volley of stones, aiming to injure the boar first. The stones struck true, impacting the boar with considerable force, causing it to stagger. The boar, weakened and bleeding, collapsed to the ground, seemingly dead. The Old Black Snake, surprised by his own strength, cautiously approached. He questioned his own power, wondering if he had truly killed the boar. Suspecting the boar might be playing dead, the Old Black Snake decided to finish it off, throwing more stones to ensure its demise. Satisfied that the boar was finally dead, the Old Black Snake breathed a sigh of relief, reflecting on the danger he had narrowly escaped. However, he remained vigilant, deciding to make sure the boar stayed dead to avoid any further surprises. Old Black Snake, relieved after killing a boar in self-defense, decided to eat the boar's meat. He thought he could rest assured after eating. But upon taking a bite, he found the meat unusually tough and with a strange taste of wilderness, causing him to spit it out in disgust. "What is that hard stuff?" A bright blue orb emerged from the boar's remains. Old Black Snake realized with a start that this was no ordinary boar, it was a demonic boar, and the orb was its core. He knew that demonic cores were explosive if swallowed raw, and that to safely absorb its power, he needed to process it into pills. However, he didn't know how to make pills. He recalled that in the wild, demonic beasts consumed both the corpse and the core together without incident. This led him to ponder. If beasts exploded after eating raw cores, wouldn't it mean the demonic core would have long since gone extinct? He then realized that his knowledge was focused on humans, and that the physiques of humans and demonic beasts were different. He concluded that he should be able to eat it without worry. Old Black Snake swallowed the demonic core, finding it difficult to swallow. But then a warm sensation spread through its body. "Shine," it exclaimed, feeling its stomach grow hot. The demonic core's power surged within its body, activating a hidden cauldron. A feeling of breakthrough washed over it as the power intensified. Coming! It's coming! The feeling is coming through. A brilliant light enveloped Old Black Snake. As it broke through to the second awareness realm. "I succeeded. I reached the second awareness realm," it declared, noticing its tail scales turning gold. With newfound power, Old Black Snake unleashed a powerful attack, shattering a nearby boulder. Old Black Snake marveled at his newly acquired strength, exclaiming, "Nice! It's amazing!" His scales, now as strong as steel, shimmered in the moonlight. A subtle change rippled through his body as he sensed something amiss. What's happening?" he wondered, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. A large figure emerged from the shadows, a young man wielding a large axe, looming over the now smaller snake. The snake, startled, hissed, "Hoo, human. What's more, it's a young man." Under a twilight sky, numerous watermelons lay scattered across a field. A young man, wielding a staff, approached them swiftly, his movements suggesting a practiced martial art. He was close to a large, dark snake, which reacted with alarm, hissing, "Human." The snake, internally apprehensive, wondered what the young man intended, noting his attack stance. Suspecting him to be another cultivator, the young man, unfazed, declared, "Have a taste of my pitchfork, puny demonic beast." He lunged forward, his pitchfork aimed at the snake's head. The snake, realizing the danger, hissed in terror. The Old Black Snake, its massive body thrashing, narrowly avoided a brutal attack. A young man, wielding a crude wooden spear, had just hurled it with surprising force, the spear shattering against the snake's scales. Terror seized the Old Black Snake. Humans are so scary, it thought, its fear palpable. The young man, panting slightly, muttered to himself, "I need to get out of here before his companions show up." He let out a triumphant ha as he escaped. Later, the young man, having reached a safe distance, reflected, "But he got scared of me and ran away." A voice called out from behind him, "What are you talking about?" The Old Black Snake, having recovered somewhat, slithered through the undergrowth, muttering, "Phew, he didn't chase after me. It was just a false alarm." It paused, a strange feeling washing over it. "It's weird." The Old Black Snake, still recovering from his encounter with the young man, offered a silent prayer for peace. He reflected that, having found this secluded place, it might be his land of fortune. A quiet moment broken only by the creaking of the ancient temple roof. Inside, a statue of a mountain god loomed, its presence imposing. The snake overheard a whispered comment about overcoming inner demons, a sentiment that resonated with him. Suddenly, an abundance of food appeared before the snake. Where did all this tribute come from, he wondered. He considered the implications, reasoning that if he ate before praying, his prayer would be more sincere. He began to eat, praying to the mountain god for help in overcoming his inner demons and becoming stronger. He pleaded for the strength to survive. His prayer was interrupted. A young woman appeared, and the snake, startled, tried to flee, exclaiming, "Help!" The young man's servant appeared, observing the scene and commenting on the woman's foolishness for entering such a dangerous place. The young man himself then appeared, eager for a bit of fun. The Old Black Snake, finding escape impossible without being discovered, prayed for strength. Her prayer was interrupted by the arrival of a confident, playful young man, who seemed intent on causing trouble. The young man warned the old black snake to stay away, threatening dire consequences if she didn't heed his warning. The old black snake, defiant, declared that even if she couldn't kill him, she would kill herself to prevent him from getting anything. Another man, appearing concerned, called out to the young man, addressing him as young Master Chiu. The scene shifted to reveal young Master Chiu lying dead on the ground, a shocking turn of events. A man, recognizing young Master Chiu, expressed disbelief and recalled him as the one who threw Pan into the pigsty. He mused on the young master's death, wondering if he was killed by heat. Someone commented that young Master Chiu was intelligent but not very wise. Chen Fan, heartbroken and enraged, accused the Chiu gang of breaking off her engagement and killing her lover. She vowed to pursue them even in death. The old black snake, while eating a fruit, mused that killing wasn't necessary unless it was for food. He prayed for the mountain god to remove those who were causing trouble. The old black snake's prayer seemed to be answered as a commotion erupted nearby. A man discovered Chen Fan and rushed to help, exclaiming that the mountain god had manifested. Chen Fan, terrified, prayed for the mountain god's help. Chen Fan, weakened and on the verge of collapse, whispered, I'm done for. His desperate cry, Kaya. Demon, alerted the man who had found him. The man, initially alarmed, reacted with confusion, questioning, Huh? Demon? Where? The man, now terrified, pointed towards Chen Fan as he cried out in fear, and oh. Meanwhile, the man's outburst caused a chain reaction. He frantically repeated, Fuck. 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 Fuck, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. Another man rushed in, shouting, Young master. What happened? The man, concerned for Chen Fan's well-being, questioned, Young Master Chiu, are you already done so quickly? He then realized the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, You idiot! There's a demonic beast in this temple. The man searched frantically, yelling, Damn it! Where did that demonic beast go? A man, cornered and terrified, whispered to himself, They are coming to kill me. But then, a defiant glint appeared in his eyes as he resolved, No. Rather than waiting for death, why not take a risk? Suddenly, a monstrous snake demon emerged from the shadows, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. A nearby man exclaimed, Fuck. It's a snake demon. Another man, seemingly unfazed, scoffed, Humph. Snake demon. It's not even worth being afraid of. He continued, Why don't you do it yourself then? A third man, a young master, declared, I'll kill it with one attack. If I gather my energy, I should be able to officially become the snake catcher. His followers urged him on, shouting, Yes. Young master. Meanwhile, another man, observing the scene, promised, I'll reward whoever kills it. The old black snake unleashed a devastating attack, its power leaving the onlookers awestruck. The Manhwa panel shows a powerful energy blast emanating from the snake, accompanied by the words, Only then can I live. The sheer force of the blow shattered the ground and sent debris flying. The snake's attack was swift and merciless, leaving its victims incapacitated and vulnerable. The snake, now in a dominant position, hissed, Hold on. These guys are so weak. Observing the carnage, the man who found Chen Fan cried out in fear, Young master. The scene shifted to show the aftermath of the attack. The text above the panel read, They died in the blink of an eye. The man, horrified, exclaimed, What kind of monster is that? The old black snake, confident in its victory, taunted, Just you wait. It continued, Why is that human running? That's useless energy. The snake catcher sect won't spare you. To adjust you into a pill. The old black snake lunged, its fangs aimed at the man's head. I'm going to shatter your brain, it hissed, its voice filled with venomous rage. The man, however, was dragged away just in time, escaping the snake's deadly strike. The old black snake, having missed its target, landed heavily on the ground. It muttered to itself, Thank God this person decided to run and gather energy. I avoided another danger. I am truly lucky. The snake continued its internal monologue, questioning the recent events. By the way, could it be that I encountered danger this time because I ate the mountain god's offering? That can't be true, right? Is the mountain god angry? The old black snake, realizing the potential consequences, panicked. This won't do. I need to replace the offerings for the mountain god, it cried, frantically searching for a solution. It found some nearby bodies and dragged them towards a temple. Please don't blame me, mountain god. I'll give you these people as offerings. Please take it. The old black snake placed the bodies before the temple, hoping to appease the mountain god. With this, the mountain god won't get angry anymore, right? A vision of the mountain god appeared, explaining the consequences of the snake's actions. Maybe with these offerings, the mountain god is trying to hasten my growth. Shaky, when heaven is angry, it is a great responsibility. You will be a great snake in the future. I got it. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. Old Black Snake, seemingly relieved and blessed after his sacrifices, declared, rest assured. I'll return to the mountain and start cultivating right away. A caption below the panel reads, Snakey decided to return to the deep mountain and cultivate. 1 week later, Old Black Snake, now in a secluded mountain cave, sighed, sigh. I've already cultivated for a week. I still require a lot of spiritual fog to fill the second level. He lamented, not only do the small beasts fail to satisfy my hunger, they also don't contribute much to my cultivation. If only there was another demon beast. He pondered, why isn't there any prey yet? They say one shouldn't wait for something to fall into their lap. The same principle should apply to catching pigs, right? But it has been days, why haven't I found any pigs yet? He complained, it's getting hard to fill my stomach, let alone cultivate. By the way, pigs eat watermelons, and I just see pigs. Can I directly eat the watermelon? A young boy and a muscular man walked along a path, the boy carrying a basket. The boy commented on the high water level of the river, suggesting a plentiful fish catch. As they approached a field of watermelons, the muscular man observed the scene, questioning the identity of the boy and the ownership of the field. Meanwhile, Old Black Snake, hidden in the distance, observed the pair. He wondered how the muscular man found him despite the distance. The muscular man, noticing movement, turned and shouted at the boy, who ran away, dropping his basket of fish. Old Black Snake, seeing the approaching man, quickly hid himself behind a large tree. The boy, having escaped, placed the basket of fish near the tree where Old Black Snake was hiding. Then ran off. The snake, noticing the abandoned fish, realized the boy had left them as a gift. The boy, having successfully distanced himself, called out to Old Black Snake, offering him the fish as a token of gratitude. A basket of fish was presented to the Old Black Snake. The snake eyed the offering suspiciously, questioning if it was a trap. However, upon closer inspection, the snake determined the fish were fresh and decided to try one. Finding it surprisingly tasteless. Intrigued, the snake ate another. And then another, declaring it delicious. A boy, having observed the Old Black Snake's enjoyment of the fish, approached cautiously, addressing the snake and then asking a question. Young Master Chiu, appearing quite tall from the boy's perspective, inquired about the Old Black Snake's recent whereabouts. Young Master Chiu, tall and imposing in his dark robes, approached a young boy. He asked the boy a question, inquiring if the boy had seen the Old Black Snake recently. The boy seemed apprehensive, clutching a small, ornate pendant. Young Master Chiu pressed further, explaining that the Old Black Snake was a person from a snake-catching sect. He demanded an answer from the boy. But the boy insisted he had never seen such a person before. Young Master Chiu's companion, Brother Ding, expressed his impatience, dismissing the boy as unhelpful. Suddenly, a crow cawed loudly overhead, drawing their attention. A flock of birds took flight from a nearby cliff, causing young Master Chiu and Brother Ding to investigate. Intrigued by the disturbance, they decided to go and take a look. A terrified boy cried out, Old Black Snake, please don't get found. News of a tragedy spread quickly. Someone has been devoured. The old black snake devoured someone at the river. Young Master Chiu and Brother Ding raced towards the river, alerted by the news. Their pace quickening as they discussed the possibility of the old black snake being responsible for the incident. The old black snake was eating fish here just a moment ago. How is it possible for it to devour someone in the river at the same time? The boy, having accidentally broken a few eggs, lamented his misfortune. Those idiot birds. I just accidentally broke a few eggs. How can they pick on me? He recounted his encounter with the old black snake. I almost got found out by the snake catchers, but when did the snake go to the river? The boy pondered the complexities of the human world. Also, why did that young man say he didn't see me before? Human world sure is complicated. It's not something I can understand easily. The boy, realizing the danger, decided to escape. The most important thing right now is that the snake catchers have their eyes on me. If I want to survive, I can't stay here any longer. Let's escape to the other side of the river. It should be safer if I hide for a few months. A small, dark creature emerged from the sandy riverbank. Its sudden appearance causing a ripple in the water. As a massive, serpentine demonic beast burst forth from the depths. Its gaping maw a terrifying sight. Young Master Chiu, observing from a distance, questioned the presence of such a creature in the river, noting its eel-like appearance and speculating that it must have come from upstream. He suspected it was the same beast that devoured a human, now feeding on fish. The beast, seemingly injured, was attacked by another creature, prompting a question of why it was attacking something merely passing by. The smaller creature, seemingly unfazed, explained that it was merely trying to replenish itself after a recent escape, and that it could also hibernate to recover. Young Master Chiu observed the scene, his thoughts turning to the creature's strength. He mused that any beast capable of evading experienced snake catchers must be exceptionally powerful. As the old black snake lunged, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. The eel, caught completely off guard, cried out in alarm, realizing it was trapped. It struggled desperately, gasping for breath as the relentless predator tightened its grip. In a final, desperate act, the old black snake unleashed a powerful attack, its body coiling and striking with surprising speed. The eel, now defeated, was consumed by the old black snake, its slimy flesh proving less than palatable to its captor. Suddenly, the consumed eel burst into flames, surprising the old black snake. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing the surrounding water in a blaze, leaving the old black snake both shocked and confused. Young Master Chiu observed the old black snake, its body still burning from the consumed eel. He pondered aloud, illusion? Could it be that the eel's mucus causes people to have an illusion? The old black snake, confused and in pain, questioned itself, what should I do? Suddenly remembering a technique Chen Fan had once mentioned, young Master Chiu realized that when facing an illusion, one must first control their mind. He focused his energy into a single point of consciousness, visualizing heaven and earth as a grand chessboard. Gathering his divine sense, he prepared to destroy the illusion. With a surge of power, young Master Chiu unleashed a wave of energy that shattered the illusion surrounding the old black snake. The illusion dissipated, revealing the true nature of the scene. The old black snake, relieved, exclaimed, I did it! Woohoo! I destroyed the illusion. However, it soon noticed another eel swimming nearby, seemingly unaffected. The demonic eel thrashed violently, its massive body churning the water into a frenzy. As old black snake's tail, imbued with surprising power, sliced through its form, cleaving the creature in two with a swift, decisive blow. Old black snake, momentarily stunned by the unexpected power of its own strike, watched in disbelief as the demonic eel's body disintegrated. My tail split the demonic eel in half? My tail is actually that amazing, it thought, marveling at its own strength. However, a moment of self-congratulation was quickly replaced by caution. No, I can't be careless. There was still a lack of luck in this battle. Old black snake realized, noting the injury to its golden scale. The snake resolved to retreat. Let's just quickly hide inside the mountain and be careful, it decided, seeking shelter and recovery. Elsewhere, Chen Fan, still heavily injured, lay hidden within a makeshift shelter, his breathing ragged and shallow. The old black snake, still recovering from his battle, mused that the demon core should be enough to break through to the third level of the spiritual awareness realm. Then, he noticed something unexpected, a token. It was a snake catcher sect token, a symbol of those who hunted demonic snakes. The old black snake addressed the demon core, acknowledging the help it had given him in the hunt, but reminding it that the laws of nature must still be followed. He then rested, knowing he would not die in vain. The old black snake absorbed the demon core, pleased that it would always remain by his side. Unable to swallow the core completely, the old black snake decided to cultivate it within the demon core mountain, and to flee before the snake catchers arrived. Later, examining the remains of the demonic eel, a man pondered why the creature had escaped so quickly from the river. He discovered a clue. The eel's attacker was the old black snake, a cunning snake demon who had cleverly evaded capture. The men discussed whether to continue the pursuit. Meanwhile, two figures discussed the location of the Iron Bear Mountain, where a massive bear demon resided, possessing a spiritual awareness base at the third level. They acknowledged the bear's underestimated strength. A vast mountain range, dense with forest, was depicted. A voiceover explained, "The mountain is wide and full of forest. We might not be able to find that old snake even if it takes months, we might also encounter the bear demon." Two figures, cloaked and masked, conversed. One inquired, "Senior brother, where did you hear about this?" The other responded, recounting, "A few days ago, the old black snake devoured a pill master from the astrology bureau as well as a cultivator he nurtured for years." The first figure questioned, "What do you mean?" The second suggested, "Why don't we secretly?" The first replied, "You're quite sharp, brat." 2 months have passed since the previous events. The old black snake, still recovering from its injuries, reflects on its progress. Lamenting that despite refining the demon core and cultivating, it has yet to break through to the third level of spiritual awareness. However, it notes a minor accomplishment: 3 more pieces of golden scale have appeared on its tail. The snake observes that the spiritual fog within its cauldron is full, indicating it's at the peak of the second level. It believes that with an opportunity, it can break through to the third level. Winter has arrived, and the old black snake's body is getting stiff. Its diet consists only of eel flesh. Its only option is to hibernate until next spring, when it can hunt for food and continue its cultivation. Meanwhile, a group of hunters searches the mountain for the old black snake. They offer a reward of a string of coins to anyone who helps in the search. Their leader urges them to stay focused and find the snake. The hunters boast of their specially trained dogs, capable of tracking the snake's scent. A group of snake catchers, led by a man who urged his hounds, "I got it. Stop talking and find it quickly," pressed onward through a snowy landscape. The hounds sniffed the ground, their noses twitching as they followed a scent. Meanwhile, another group of snake catchers debated their chances of success, one voicing his frustration: "The people from the Snake Catcher Guild are arrogant. We are benefiting from this trip this time." An older man countered, "Stop talking nonsense, brotherly. They have real skill, unlike us. You have no idea. My child loves reading books. Back then, he cherished a book that someone else discarded as if it were a treasure. Once we receive the string coins, I'm going to bring him to Teacher Chen's place and study. That child will be so happy, ha ha ha." The hounds barked excitedly, having located something. One of the snake catchers exclaimed, "They found it so quickly? Douse it. Look at this hole. It's most likely the nest of that old black snake." Another man cautiously approached the hole, while the dogs continued to bark, "Get away. I'll take a look." He peered into the darkness, muttering, "My body right now is stiff and cold. Right now, I'm at my most vulnerable time. I can't even escape right now, let alone fight. Look, Sir Dowsit. The old black snake's feces is here too." The old black snake, nestled deep within its cleverly concealed lair, breathed a sigh of relief. It had meticulously used stones and branches to disguise its entrance, even going so far as to place bare feces on the surrounding branches to mask its scent. A 20-meter deep hole designed to fool any potential intruders. The snake scoffed at the snake catcher's approach, certain they would be unable to distinguish its true location. Meanwhile, the snake catchers, having discovered what appeared to be a bear's den, discussed their next move. One of them, Senior Brother Ding, confirmed that it was indeed a cleverly disguised snake pit. The sheer size of the hole astonished them. It was far larger than any snake pit they'd encountered before. They realized that the old black snake was far larger and more powerful than they initially believed. One of the snake catchers, confident in his plan, announced his intention to lure out a demon bear, using the bear as a distraction to then hunt the old black snake. Their strategy was to kill the bear first, then focus on the snake. The old black snake, observing from its hidden lair, detected the presence of humans. It recognized the scent of human hearts, a chilling realization that sent a shiver down its spine. However, its primary concern was not the humans themselves, but the imminent danger posed by the approaching bear. The snake knew it had to act quickly to protect itself. The old black snake, anxious and threatened by the approaching humans, observed their movements. He mused that if he could lure out the demon bear, he might be able to break through to the third level in one go, allowing him to fight these snake catchers. He considered the danger, noting that they say the two demonic beasts need to be defeated together, or they'd rush to kill him, and that there's no way to devour the demon bear in the present conflict. Meanwhile, the younger of the two snake catchers, irritated, observed that the time wasn't enough for a breakthrough. Otherwise, he would have spared the other to use against the demon bear. His older brother, having completed the preparations, reported that he would slowly approach the entrance, observe calmly, and act when the opportunity arose. In a matter of minutes, the bear would awaken. The sound of a monstrous roar echoed through the cave as the demon bear emerged from its lair. Panic ensued as the snake catchers shouted warnings about the bear's cave, urging everyone to flee and find the Taoist. One of the snake catchers, desperate, yelled for everyone to run and find the Taoist, as the other announced the arrival of the two Taoists. Desperate snake catchers called out for help, pleading with a passing Taoist for assistance. But the Taoist, unimpressed, scorned them as trash, questioning their audacity in seeking help after causing such a disturbance. One of the snake catchers angrily accused their superiors of deliberately leading them into the demon bear's lair to save money, sacrificing their lives. As the Taoist prepared to leave, another snake catcher fired an arrow, narrowly missing him, causing the Taoist to retaliate swiftly and decisively. The impact of the attack sent the snake catcher sprawling, while the Taoist smirked, pleased with his shot. Meanwhile, the scent of a chi replenishing pill attracted the attention of Old Black Snake, who was hiding nearby. And the snake felt invigorated just by smelling the pill. A cloaked figure, moving with the speed of a fierce wind, appeared before a surprised warrior. "You?" The cloaked figure unleashed a powerful gust of wind, sending the warrior sprawling across the icy ground. The force of the blast carved a path through the snow, leaving the warrior vulnerable. A monstrous demon bear emerged from the swirling snow, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. It fell upon the unsuspecting warriors with brutal force. One of the fallen warriors cursed, "Damn it! Xiao Wenjua, you tricked me." The Taoist, his face partially obscured by a mask, declared, "I don't want any demon snake or bear. I just want you dead." He then addressed another figure, "Ha ha ha ha. Senior Brother Ding, the breakthrough material is right in front of you. Go and take it." A figure, presumably Senior Brother Ding, was sent flying by a powerful force, the words "you bastard" echoing in the air, as a furious roar shook the snowy landscape. The demon bear, enraged, had arrived. Senior Brother Ding, seemingly unfazed, laughed, "Ha ha." As expected of Senior Brother. The demon bear, consumed by flames, roared in a display of terrifying power, its rage seemingly limitless. The Taoist observed from a distance, commenting, "This bear has been completely enraged." I have no interest in getting involved. It's time for me to return and report back to the sect. The scene shifted to show the aftermath. The snake catchers lay dead, their bodies scattered in the snow. The Taoist, seemingly unperturbed, made a swift, silent movement. The old black snake, his presence radiating power, declared, "It's my turn to go out." News of the snake catcher's demise and senior brother Ding's grave injury reached old black snake. He declared, "All right, now. It's my turn to act." Old black snake, upon discovering 2 chi replenishing pills at the entrance, pondered his hunger. Considering the possibility of hiding one pill and consuming the other later for optimal absorption, he mused, what if I hide one behind my teeth until the right moment? A pack of hungry wolves, attracted by the scent of blood, appeared. Old black snake, realizing he had a chi replenishing pill, thought, perfect. I got a chi replenishing pill, I'd rather not feast on human corpses. Old black snake lunged, unleashing a powerful attack, deciding to fill his stomach with the wolves instead. A pack of wolves, drawn by the scent of blood, descended upon the snowy landscape, their growls echoing through the frigid air. Old black snake, ever since obtaining the divine demonic cauldron, could digest food almost instantly. He hissed, a low rumble in his throat, as he surveyed the scene. I need more, he thought. With surprising speed and strength, he lunged, his powerful jaws clamping down on a wolf. The wolf's struggles were short-lived. He consumed the wolf in a single gulp, but even that wasn't enough to satisfy his immense hunger. A single wolf isn't nearly enough, he muttered. More wolves approached, their eyes glowing with predatory intent. The old black snake felt a pang of hunger, a gnawing emptiness that seemed to consume him. What's going on? So hungry. Why am I still so hungry? He wondered. He coiled around another wolf, constricting its body until it stopped moving. He then devoured it, but the hunger remained. The remaining wolves charged, their snarls echoing through the snow-covered forest. The old black snake prepared for a feast. With a swift strike, he subdued another wolf, its pained yelp cut short by his powerful jaws. The hunt continued. A massive demon bear, its fur matted with blood, lunged forward, its red eyes blazing with ferocious intent. Its powerful jaws clamping down on the unfortunate wolf with a sickening crunch. The bear's strength was clearly immense, even in its injured state. An observer, witnessing the bear's power, noted that its cultivation level was at the peak of the 3rd level, far surpassing his own 2nd-level peak. The small, serpentine creature, despite its ravenous hunger, hesitated. It acknowledged the risk of facing such a powerful opponent, even injured. But the overwhelming desire for a meal, a primal urge, proved too strong to ignore. The bear's injuries were significant, but its power remained formidable. The bear, weakened but still dangerous, roared, its breath misting in the frigid air. It had expended considerable energy in its previous battle with the wolves. The snake, despite its apprehension, formulated a plan. It would use its cunning and caution to overcome the bear's weakened state. A calculated risk, relying on its agility and intelligence to secure a meal. With a burst of speed, it lunged, aiming for a vital point. Old black snake, driven by a fierce determination to grow stronger, lunged at the injured demon bear. The massive beast roared in pain and fury, its eyes blazing with red intensity. Old black snake's attack connected, sinking its fangs deep into the bear's flesh. The demon bear, despite its grievous wounds, retaliated with a powerful swipe, sending the snake reeling. Despite the pain, old black snake muttered, "Ugh! It hurts. This demon bear is 10 times stronger than the eel was. But since I have managed to blind it, things should be easier now." With a determined grimace, old black snake pushed forward, but the effects of a recently consumed pill began to wear off. Its body stiffened, and it realized, I think the pill's effect has worn off. My body is getting stiff again. I should be able to recover after digesting another pill. As for these minor injuries, it won't be too late to heal them after I kill the bear. With renewed resolve, old black snake launched another attack, its body coiling and striking with surprising speed. The demon bear, its massive form looming, lunged at Old Black Snake. Its claws extended, aiming for a fatal blow. The snake, however, reacted swiftly, dodging the attack and seizing the opportunity to sink its fangs into the bear's throat. No way! It's already blind, but it is still strong, the bear thought, feeling the searing pain. It hurts. His attacks are so heavy. My bones must be broken. The bear groaned, its strength waning under the relentless assault. No! I can't let go of its throat. Not until I snap its neck. Old Black Snake hissed, its grip tightening. The bear roared in agony, its struggles growing weaker with each passing moment. I can't let go. Die. Just die, the snake snarled, its resolve unwavering. Finally, with a sickening crunch, the bear's neck snapped. The massive beast collapsed, lifeless, into the snow. Old Black Snake, injured but triumphant, released its grip. I tore its throat open, it won't live much longer. Now, I just need to finish it off from a distance, it thought, eyeing the fallen carcass. I doubt throwing stones will help. The snake muttered, assessing its options. Old Black Snake, nursing his wounds from the battle with the demon bear, muttered to himself, I should use this instead. He then used a piece of wood to impale the demon bear's corpse, ensuring its demise. The impact sent a shockwave through the snow. The demon bear lay still, its lifeless eyes staring blankly upwards. Hiss, it should be dead by now. But Old Black Snake, ever cautious, decided to channel his energy to heal himself while he observed the situation. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. What's that sound? A pack of wolves had arrived, drawn by the scent of the slain demon bear. Damn it! Those sneaky wolves! Old Black Snake, despite his injuries, was not about to let them steal his hard-earned prize. Get lost! Don't think you can steal from me! He prepared for battle, his eyes narrowed in determination. You're not taking my spoils. I have no choice. Old Black Snake, exhausted but still injured despite the chi replenishing pill, knew he needed to find a safe place to recover before resuming his cultivation. He feared the return of the snake catchers. Dragging the corpses of the wolves and the demon bear, Old Black Snake reflected on the fragility of human life, noting how easily they perished. Among the corpses, he recognized a familiar face, the father of the young boy he had previously encountered. He noticed the wolves were still lying beside their deceased master, frozen to death. Their bodies had stiffened, and they were beyond saving. Old Black Snake felt a pang of conflicted emotion. Despite their earlier conflict, he found himself moved by their loyalty. Continuing his grim task, Old Black Snake dragged the bodies, along with the supplies he had salvaged, to a secluded location. Old Black Snake, nursing his wounds, resolved to survive, no matter the cost. He found refuge inside a secluded cave, hidden from view by a concealing puddle. While still mobile, he began to absorb the demon bear's essence, finding the process incredibly delicious and potent. The absorption triggered a familiar sensation. As the energy surged, Old Black Snake not only reached the peak of the third level, but his tail also grew golden scales. He mused that the greater the risk, the greater the reward, and this was certainly worth it. 3 months have passed since the previous events. Winter has ended, and spring has arrived. Old Black Snake awakens in his cave, surprised by the change of season. He notes that spring has arrived sooner than he expected, and observes that his body has grown significantly in length, now measuring 8 feet, with 2 golden scales on his tail. His consciousness has also expanded. He spots 2 wild boars nearby and considers hunting them for a meal and exercise, but notices that one of the boars is female and pregnant. He hesitates, unable to bring himself to kill her. He decides to only hunt the male boar instead, demonstrating a newfound understanding of ecological balance. Old Black Snake reflects on his ambition to become the king of the mountain, but realizes that he must also consider the ecological balance and avoid killing the young ones. He surveys his territory, noting the various animals present, 25 roe deer, 20 wild boars, hundreds of rabbits and water deer, and over 1,000 more animals, including monkeys and squirrels. He plans his diet carefully to avoid overeating and ensure his stomach remains healthy. Old Black Snake, now larger and wiser, reflected on his cultivation journey. But this isn't enough for my cultivation. He continued his internal monologue. From what I've seen in the previous situations, cultivation needs to be accompanied by opportunities and adventures. It's time for me to return to my hometown. Upon returning, Old Black Snake found himself amidst a vibrant ecosystem teeming with life. The arrival of spring had brought forth a flurry of activity, including the mating season for the snakes. A breathtaking scene unfolded before him, showcasing the beauty and interconnectedness of nature. The vibrant colors of the flora and fauna, the gentle glow of bioluminescence, and the delicate dance of butterflies created a mesmerizing spectacle. As the mating season had begun, a small white snake approached him, seeking a mate. Old Black Snake, despite the advances, remained resolute. But I, Snakey, am a strong-willed snake. Every time I came back here before, this little white snake would always come looking for me. He gently pushed the white snake away. Unfortunately, I'm a cultivator, and she is just a normal snake. Let's part ways here. Old Black Snake reflected on his past, sighing that if it were a year ago, he would have shamelessly spread his seeds. However, since awakening his intelligence, he had lost interest in such base desires. He declared that this time, he had come to cultivate. He spotted the snake fruit tree, noting that it ripens every 3 years, and this spring it would ripen again. Old Black Snake knew that since the fruit is especially effective for snakes, eating the ripe fruit would strengthen his cultivation. He recalled that 3 years ago, he accidentally swallowed a snake fruit. And that this time, consuming 3 fruits would allow him to immediately break through to the 4th stage of cultivation. Reaching the middle stages of the spiritual awareness realm would enable him to use spells and not rely solely on his physical body. Suddenly, Senior Sister Gong announced that they had found the snake fruit tree, but then exclaimed that someone was coming. Old Black Snake recognized the familiar voice. Senior Brother Ding appeared, telling Old Black Snake to leave the past behind, that he had done well and redeemed himself. Senior Sister Gong, ever vigilant, guided Old Black Snake deeper into the swamp. She questioned aloud, "Is it those snake-catcher bastards again?" They continued their journey, nearing their destination. Old Black Snake expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Sister." Senior Sister Gong responded, "Then, I'll let Senior Sister have all the snake fruits this time." Old Black Snake, however, insisted, "No, I won't take advantage of you. 2 snake fruits are enough for me." As they approached the snake fruit tree, Senior Sister Gong cautioned Old Black Snake, "But, Senior Sister, despite being a valuable treasure, there must be something else guarding it. Please be cautious." She reassured him, "Don't worry, I've borrowed an amazing weapon from Master." Senior Sister Gong, displaying confidence, stated, "The only demon snake around here is the old Snake King. If it dares to show itself, I'll refine its gallbladder into a pill." Suddenly, a purple, serpentine creature emerged from the swamp, hissing menacingly. Old Black Snake, startled, thought, "They're after the snake fruits, and they brought a weapon with me too? What should I do? Should I run? No. The snake fruit is almost ripe. Running away now would only make things easier for them." Old Black Snake reflected on his current cultivation level. "I'm now at the peak of the 3rd stage of the spiritual awareness realm. Besides, these snake catchers might not be as strong as I think. Didn't the demon eel and demon bear kill them before?" The purple serpent, overwhelmed by a strange smell, reacted violently, thrashing about and exclaiming, "Hold on. It's weird. Blurg, what is this smell? This smell is horrible." The serpent, repelled by the unfamiliar scent, decided to retreat. "I'll hide and watch for now. Humans often have internal conflicts. Maybe they'll end up fighting among themselves too." Senior Sister Gong and Old Black Snake stood before a lush, vibrant tree, its branches reaching towards the sky. The air crackled with anticipation as Senior Sister Gong voiced her concern. "What if the old Snake King doesn't come out? If he doesn't, we'll simply take the fruits ourselves. I'm sure his appearance will be prompted by that. Meanwhile, the old Snake King, nearing the end of his life, desperately needed the fruits to extend his lifespan. He scoffed at the notion that his life was ending, dismissing it as bullshit. Old Black Snake reflected on the villagers' habit of calling him Old Black Snake, questioning the reason behind it. He observed the tree, noting its impressive growth. Senior Sister Gong urged immediate action, emphasizing the need to collect the fruits without delay. She warned against any further delay, as the old snake was already on his way. A purple serpent, hidden nearby, was startled by Senior Sister Gong's presence. It was shocked that it had been noticed. The ground cracked violently, a powerful explosion rocked the area as the tree was destroyed. The force of the blast sent debris flying in all directions. Senior Sister Gong, having located the purple serpent, exclaimed, "Just as I thought, you've come out." The massive head of Old Black Snake emerged from the water, its purple eye gleaming. She questioned, "Is that the real Old Snake King? So I was just a fake?" Old Black Snake explained, "Don't tell me the old Snake King used to stir up trouble and left behind a bad reputation, then it got too old to go out, and I just happened to start going out 3 years ago, and took the blame?" With a swift motion, Senior Sister Gong cast a swamp spell, ensnaring Old Black Snake in a swirling vortex of water. The powerful spell lifted the massive serpent into the air. As the purple serpent watched in alarm, exclaiming, "Yuwa! They've started fighting." Observing the battle, a bystander commented, "This snake catcher is strong. Even though the old Snake King is old, it's still managing to counter their attacks." Senior Sister Gong, having subdued Old Black Snake, retrieved another treasure. Senior Sister Gong unleashed a powerful wind-riding spell against Old Black Snake, the earth shaking from the force. The sound waves tearing at the creature's very being as ethereal shadow darts pierced its scales. Old Black Snake hissed in pain, its body racked by the combined assault. Senior Sister Gong observed the sturdy scales, noting their potential use in crafting precious armor. Junior Brother Zhao arrived to assist Senior Sister Gong, commenting on her strength but acknowledging Old Black Snake's resilience. Together, they coordinated their attacks, Junior Brother Zhao using a binding talisman for a wide-scale attack while Senior Sister Gong continued her assault. The purple serpent watched from afar, marveling at Senior Sister Gong's power and the dire situation of the old Snake King. The purple serpent considered fleeing, but decided to secretly help the old Snake King, as the snake fruit wasn't yet ripe. A tremor in the earth near the mystical snake fruit tree alerted someone to movement nearby. Revealing a man, seemingly a shepherd, who chuckled, "Ho-ho, when the shepherd catches the snake, the whole game is won." The shepherd, taking advantage of the distraction caused by the earlier battle, began to harvest the snake fruit tree's roots. This action enraged Old Black Snake, who roared, "You bastard! Digging out the tree and destroying its root? I'll rip you into shreds." The shepherd, a cunning opportunist, chuckled to himself as he harvested the roots of the snake fruit tree. He mused that the distraction caused by the snake catchers gave him the perfect opportunity. "Thanks to the snake catchers distracting the old Snake King, this snake fruit tree is mine," he declared, his voice dripping with self-satisfaction. Old Black Snake, enraged by this blatant theft, emerged from the shadows. Roaring, "You bastard! Digging out the tree roots? I'll rip you into shreds." His threat was palpable, his immense power evident in the swirling energy around him. The shepherd, however, was not intimidated. He felt a sharp pain as the tree's magic reacted to his actions. A searing energy coursing through his body. "Ah! What the fuck?" he screamed, his face contorted in agony as he was violently flung backward. The old Black Snake watched, a mixture of fury and satisfaction on its face as the shepherd suffered the consequences of his actions. "One should hunt reasonably. How dare you dig and destroy our tree's root?" it hissed, its voice laced with venom. The shepherd, however, was not done. He continued to struggle against the magical backlash. The demonic cauldron overflowed, signifying Old Black Snake's spiritual awareness had reached its peak. The divine demonic cauldron is full. I've reached the top, the highest level of the spiritual awareness realm. A wave of exhaustion washed over her as she realized the immense power surge was due to the berserk leaves she had consumed. Phew! That was close. It wasn't poisonous after all, just way too powerful for me to handle. She recognized the danger and knew she had to escape quickly. I ate so many of those leaves. Was that berserk power just now because of the leaves? That herb gatherer got digested the moment he touched the roots. It took a moment for the divine demonic cauldron to utilize the leaves' energy. No time to think. I need to escape, quick and fast. With a powerful splash, Old Black Snake plunged into the water, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in her wake. I can't let the snake fruit tree fall into their hands. She effortlessly swam away, leaving only ripples on the water's surface. Phew, easy peasy. A cultivator emerged from the shadows, marveling at Old Black Snake's swift victory. Senior Sister Son, you're incredible. You defeated the Old Black King in just 30 minutes. Another cultivator, Zhao, appeared, unimpressed by the feat. Where did this brat go just now? Humph, of course. But still, Sister Zhao, your performance was just mediocre. They decided to proceed with harvesting the snake fruit. Let's go. It's time to harvest the snake fruit. Zhao, unimpressed, confronted his senior sister, accusing her of stealing the snake fruit tree's roots and attempting to shift the blame. He pressed her, demanding an explanation for her actions. The senior sister denied any involvement, claiming someone else must have taken the roots. Zhao scoffed at her denial, and the sister, seeing an opportunity, declared that they should settle their dispute with a fight. Zhao, accepting the challenge, prepared to engage his sister. He revealed a teleportation jade token, intending to use it to gain an advantage. Zhao activated the token, preparing to teleport away. But before he could escape, their master arrived, expressing his disappointment at their childish squabble. Zhao's elder brother questioned him about the snake fruit tree's roots, suspecting theft. Zhao's sister denied taking them, explaining that someone else had dug them up and escaped with the help of a mortal. The brothers decided to track the thief by following their footprints. But they vanished abruptly. Zhao's brother, confident in his abilities, declared his intent to find the thief. Zhao's sister expressed concern about his safety, given the thief's power. A hole appeared, and a snake-like creature emerged, sensing the scent of the snake fruit. The snake fruit began to ripen, emitting a powerful scent. Zhao and his sister, along with another cultivator, were surprised by the appearance of the snake fruit and its powerful aroma. Zhao's elder brother, determined to catch the thief, utilized his earth traversal technique. Emerging from the ground near the fleeing cultivator. The cultivator, noticing his approach, exclaimed that he was using a spell, a technique of the 5 elements. A large snake-like creature appeared, its mouth agape, ready to consume the snake fruit before fleeing. It swallowed the fruit and began to rapidly refine its power. Zhao's elder brother reappeared from the earth, having used his earth traversal technique to pursue the thief, and commented on the thief's impressive earth traversal skills, wondering about their cultivation level. The cultivator, unfazed, scoffed, stating that it didn't matter. He declared his intention to kill everyone involved with the treasure left behind by their ancestor, unless they joined his cultivation establishment. Zhao's elder brother, enraged, launched another attack, shouting about the theft from the snake catchers. Zhao's elder brother, eyes blazing with fury, emerged from the earth, his attack aimed at the cultivator. "You shall die today," he roared. The cultivator, however, was already anticipating his arrival. "He's coming," he warned, as he continued to absorb the snake fruit's power. He muttered to himself, "Divine demonic cauldron, stop slacking. Hurry and refine it." The energy from the fruit surged through him, causing his mouth to expand dramatically. "Whoa! Its mouth just got huge," he exclaimed, marveling at the transformation. His body continued to change, growing stronger and more monstrous. "The golden energy is rapidly spreading throughout my entire body. My venomous fangs are growing, my muscles are expanding, and new defenses are forming. A brand new me is about to break out of my skin. Meanwhile, Zhao's elder brother, having failed to stop the cultivator's transformation, crashed into the earth, his attack having missed its mark. He emerged from the ground, surprised and slightly disoriented. Courtyard level of spiritual awareness realm breakthrough. He looked around, confused. So what I chased for half a day was not a cultivator, but a snake? The cultivator, now monstrous in size and power, scoffed. No! This snake just broke through to the middle stages of the spiritual awareness realm. It hasn't even fought me yet and is already taking the tree and fleeing? The cultivator, having consumed the snake fruit, muttered to himself, this kind of intelligence, even those at the Foundation establishment realm don't possess it. He continued, this demon cannot be killed, it must be captured alive. Zhao's elder brother, having failed in his attempt to kill the cultivator, watched in disbelief as the cultivator's transformation continued. The cultivator's scales growing larger and his movements becoming faster. He exclaimed, I finally broke through to the second level of the spiritual awareness realm. The golden scales on my tail have grown bigger, stronger, and faster. The cultivator declared, I definitely will be able to escape. Zhao's elder brother, still reeling from his failed attack, watched as the cultivator prepared to flee, muttering, bring it back to the sect and investigate, this will be a large achievement. The cultivator, now transformed into a powerful serpentine creature, sensed Zhao's elder brother's presence and thought, not only does this human know spells, but he also has treasure. He saw the beast taming ring and thought, go. Upper grade spiritual treasure. Zhao's elder brother, eyes wide with disbelief, watched as the cultivator unleashed a burst of energy. A golden aura emanating from him, far exceeding anything the brother had witnessed before. He exclaimed, what? His voice filled with shock and dawning fear as the cultivator's power surged. The cultivator, facing a powerful serpentine creature, muttered to himself, if I get caught, I'm done for. He launched a swift attack. The creature retaliated with a powerful blow, forcing the cultivator to exclaim, what, as he narrowly avoided the attack. But the cultivator's counterattack proved ineffective. Frustrated, he thought, my golden scales can't destroy it? I can't even swat it away? The cultivator, observing the creature's resilience, smirked and stated, humph. This spiritual treasure is hard to subdue, not to mention the mid-stage, even a late-stage spiritual awareness expert would be forced to submit without a fight. He continued his analysis, spiritual treasures are all controlled by divine consciousness, in that case. With newfound determination, the cultivator declared, I'm going to wipe off your divine consciousness, and unleashed a devastating attack. The creature struggled against the cultivator's overwhelming power, questioning, huh? It's resisting my divine consciousness. Don't tell me it's not gonna work? The cultivator scoffed, humph, how naive. To try and force anyone's consciousness into this beast-taming ring, it's indestructible. He continued, it can't be wiped off unless a foundation-establishing cultivator interferes. The likes of you have no chance. The creature roared in surprise, huh? The cultivator's attack impacted the creature, causing it intense pain. The creature cried out, if I can't wipe it off my divine consciousness, then I'll imprison it with my body. The cultivator's assault continued, causing the creature immense pain. The creature groaned, arg. It hurts. Thank God my skin is thick, I just have to endure it. The creature's struggle continued, he'll give up once my true chi can't break free, since controlling this treasure drains a lot of true chi. The cultivator, enraged, shouted, you filthy beast. How dare you devour my spiritual treasure? He ordered the creature, don't you dare run. Beast-taming ring, break out from it. The demonic beast, having swallowed the beast-taming ring, felt a calming sensation in its stomach as the treasure's power began to subside. The cultivator, observing this, noted that the creature felt safe at a distance of over 10 meters, giving him an opening. He planned to use this to his advantage, slowing his pursuit to lure the beast closer, then paralyzing it while it was distracted. The cultivator declared his intention to retrieve the beast-taming ring, beginning by cutting open the creature's stomach. He unleashed his celestial wind blades, a powerful technique. But to his astonishment, the attack bounced harmlessly off the creature's incredibly tough scales. The impact created a shockwave that sent debris flying as the cultivator watched in disbelief. The cultivator was shocked. His celestial wind blades, capable of killing mid-stage demonic beasts, had failed to even scratch the creature's defenses. He questioned the extraordinary toughness of its scales. The cultivator, wielding the snake-slaying sword, declared, "Beast, you think I'm afraid of you?" He explained, "I intended to leave you alive, but since you forced my hand, don't blame me for being merciless." The cultivator unleashed a powerful attack with the snake-slaying sword, the blade flashing with energy as it struck the creature. But to his astonishment, the attack proved ineffective against the creature's tough scales. The cultivator exclaimed, "HM? How is it possible? Why can't I slash it?" His surprise turned to frustration as he struggled against the creature's resilience. The creature retorted, "Your sword is not worthy to pierce my scales." The cultivator, his face etched with disbelief, stared at the monstrous serpent before him. "This can't be. This isn't an ordinary demon snake." He was heavily injured, his escape a desperate priority. "No, I can't die here, I have to escape." He desperately searched for a way out, his thoughts racing. "I have to reach the surface quickly." But his hope was reignited by a sudden discovery. "HM? There's an opening above me. The heavens are on my side." He began his ascent, his escape a race against time. "I need to report what happened here to the sect fast." As he climbed, he noticed something unusual. This is snake skin." The cultivator recognized the origin of the shed skin. "It's from when that beast broke through." A wave of dread washed over him as he pieced together the implications. Did that beast shed its skin at that time? Don't tell me this beast. A monstrous creature, its scales shimmering with an unnatural light, emerged from the depths, its maw agape in a silent roar. The cultivator, caught in its terrifying gaze, let out a scream of pure terror. Zhao's sister and Zhao watched from a distance, witnessing the horrifying scene unfold. "I think I heard the eldest brother scream," Zhao's sister exclaimed, her voice laced with worry. Zhao, however, remained skeptical. "No way. Do you really think a puny beast can take on the eldest brother?" Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the ground, sending tremors through the earth. Zhao's sister and Zhao watched in shock as the source of the blast was revealed to be the cultivator, who had narrowly escaped the creature's attack. The cultivator, battered and bruised, shouted, "Run! There's a dragon hatchling down there." Zhao's sister, her face etched with concern, questioned, "Are we really going to survive at this rate?" Her brother, equally worried, urged, "Senior sister, just look at eldest brother's state. It's evident, we need to get out of here first." Zhao's sister and brother fled in opposite directions from the eldest brother, seeking to escape the immediate danger. "Senior sister, let's run in a different direction from eldest brother," Zhao urged. The cultivator, despite his grievous injuries, pressed onward, his escape seemingly imminent. "I should be able to escape soon. That demonic snake is still over half a yard away, so it shouldn't catch up to me," he thought, his breath ragged. He knew he needed to reach safety, muttering to himself, "I need to hurry back to the sect." He confronted the creature, his face contorted in a grimace of determination. "You damned beast! You are done for," he roared, launching a desperate attack. But the creature's swift counterattack proved too much. A spray of venomous green liquid erupted as the cultivator was struck, a scream escaping his lips, "Ahhhhhhhh." The cultivator collapsed, the poison rapidly spreading. He noted grimly, "Damn it. It can still release its poison even after being decapitated." In a desperate struggle, he found an antidote, a glimmer of hope in his dire situation. "Antidote. Found it," he gasped, swallowing it quickly. But the poison's effects were swift, and he cursed, "Fuck. That demonic snake is closing in." With no other options, he made a difficult choice, sacrificing a precious resource. "At this point, I have no choice but to use my last resort." I intended to save this for cultivation, he thought, his expression grim. He unleashed a powerful burst of energy, propelling himself away from the creature at incredible speed. Damn, it's too fast. The creature, enraged, lunged forward, but the cultivator had already escaped. I'll have to pluck and use my own scale, it hissed, its voice filled with fury. A golden spear, imbued with immense power, hurtled through the air. Its trajectory a blur of motion as it streaked towards its target. The cultivator, desperately attempting to escape, was met with the chilling words, "Trying to escape." The spear struck with devastating force, the cultivator's escape attempt thwarted. His pursuer, a figure cloaked in darkness, declared, "Today, you're going to meet your end." The creature declared that there was only one option left, and it would have to pluck out its own scale. It began to pluck out a scale, creating a powerful energy surge, which it launched as a projectile. A cultivator attempted to escape, but the creature's projectile struck him, piercing his chest and killing him instantly. The creature declared that today, the cultivator would meet his end. The creature's attack continued, its scale piercing the cultivator again, resulting in a fatal blow. The creature groaned, commenting that plucking out its scales hurt. Zhao's elder brother lay dead on the forest floor. His sister, however, remained unconvinced, voicing her suspicion that he might be feigning death. Meanwhile, the creature, having just killed a cultivator with one of its scales, lamented the loss of the scale and wondered if it would regrow. The creature decided to consume the cultivator's corpse along with the golden scale, postponing digestion until later. The creature noticed the cultivator's storage bag and decided to investigate its contents first, planning to remove the cultivator's divine consciousness and absorb it. A powerful energy erupted from the storage bag as the creature attempted to absorb the divine consciousness. Startled by a sudden sound, the creature paused its actions. The creature sensed the presence of the old Snake King and felt its dusty memories from infancy begin to resurface. The creature recalled the events of 3 years prior, when the snake fruit ripened, bearing 2 large fruits. Many snakes swarmed near a tree, drawn by the scent of snake fruit. One small snake, unlike the others, instinctively rushed to swallow the fruit. Predictably, a brutal battle ensued amongst the competing snakes. But then, a deafening screech pierced the air. The old Snake King appeared, his overwhelming aura silencing the conflict. All the snakes stopped fighting and prostrated themselves. The small snake trembled in fear, paralyzed by the king's presence. Yet, the old Snake King offered the small snake a snake fruit. It is because of this fruit that the small snake is who it is today. Since ancient times, snakes have been known for their selfishness and ruthlessness, even amongst their own kind. The survival of the fittest was the only rule. The creature, its heart heavy with sadness, fell into a long silence, unable to let go. That slowly grew heavier with an indescribable emotion, until it eventually became hatred. "Snake catchers," it declared, "I, Snakey, swear eternal enmity with you all." The old Snake King, mimicking the humans, created a grave for Snakey. "I hope you reincarnate as a human in your next life," he said. The creature solemnly reflected, "I think I now understand your final words. Anything with spiritual intelligence cares for its descendants. I'll remember that. But I can't do it with my current capabilities," it lamented. The snake catchers had discovered Myriad Snake Valley, making it impossible to stay. Elsewhere, a woman in red lay injured, a snake nearby. "Isn't that Song Shiyu?" That girl also escaped, a voice wondered aloud. "It seems Shiyu only has a few breaths left and won't survive much longer," another voice observed. A creature, its form vaguely reptilian, observed Song Shiyu from the shadows. Its thoughts focused on a singular goal: if I swallow her, maybe my golden scale will grow faster. The creature crept closer, its movements silent and deliberate. However, it paused, its internal monologue shifting. "No. He managed to escape but then appeared here? What if it's a trap? Or what if there is some kind of restraint on her? I can't be greedy." Meanwhile, the creature's attention was briefly diverted. It mused, "By the way, where's that guy, Zhao Wenjue? Last time he tricked Ding Hai on the Iron Bear Mountain, don't tell me this is also done by him? It's also possible that he is the old Snake King's trap, which is on purpose, isn't it? But why would he do that? The creature watched as a large snake approached Song Shiyu. It hissed a warning, "Hey! Don't eat!" Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from Song Shiyu's location, engulfing the area in a chaotic display of power. The creature was thrown back by the force. The creature realized the truth, just as I suspected. It was a trap. That bastard, Zhao Wenjue, is frighteningly cunning. What is he trying to accomplish by doing such things? Elsewhere, a man observed a newly erected grave marker. He spoke somberly, "The bomb has been triggered, and Song Shiyu is dead." The man continued, his voice filled with grief and determination, "Dad, Mum, little sister, I'll avenge you all, no matter what. Lu Tong, Shen Shui, Ding Hai, Song Shiyu, many have been sent to the afterlife to accompany you. Now, there are only 2 of them left. I swear, and Shen Daoling and every one of his disciples, none of them will be spared." A gloved hand grasped a snake, its scales shimmering faintly. "It's almost time," a voice mused, "I better return." The scene shifted to outside Myriad Snake Valley. A cloaked figure stood amidst a swirling mist. A snake lunged, its fangs bared. "Ugh! Bite faster. Shen Daoling will soon be here." The cloaked figure, struggling, gripped the snake. "Now, I just have to wait and attract glances from the valley to the peak here." The figure collapsed, lifeless. "Master, please save this disciple." Half an hour later, a frantic search party discovered the scene. "Master! We can't find any trace of senior brother. Senior sister's breath has also completely vanished. Junior brother is still alive." A severely injured disciple gasped for air. "Good heavens, you are still breathing! Quick! Someone get the antidote!" The creature, having successfully completed its mission, found itself back on its own mountain. It reflected that the snake catchers should still be at the Myriad Snake Valley, making this place safe. Observing that the snake fruit tree remained alive. The replanting was successful. The environment here was similar to where it had been before, it hoped it would regain its original vitality. The creature then checked the contents of its storage bag. Finding mostly food and pills, enough to last until its golden scales could be cultivated further. It also found a beast taming ring and a book titled Myriad Snake's Record. Intrigued, it opened the book, discovering it was an encyclopedia of all kinds of snakes. It learned that its kind, the Blackeen snake, possessed a body that developed demon fire and could spit fire poison, causing instant death upon contact. The book also detailed how even such powerful creatures could be slain by humans, motivating the creature to strive to become stronger by learning new techniques. It then noticed a jade slip, which, upon closer inspection, revealed elemental spells and traversal techniques. These were spells used by human cultivators, with detailed steps to master them. The creature, possessing intelligence on par with humans, resolved to learn them. 1 month has passed since the creature's last adventure. The creature reflects on its progress in mastering the earth traversal technique, noting a significant increase in speed compared to its previous capabilities. Its golden tail scale has also fully regrown. The creature's speed doubles when using earth traversal, and its tail is now capable of digging pits to aid its escape. It boasts that ordinary snake catchers will be unable to capture it. Despite its improved skills, the creature's earth traversal technique only lasts for half an hour due to its current cultivation level. However, it considers this sufficient to use as a trump card. The creature unleashes a fireball spell, demonstrating its mastery over this ability. The Myriad Snake record confirms that only upon reaching foundation establishment does a Blackeen fire develop within its body. The creature achieved this in a matter of days. The creature initially believes it is facing a lone wolf, but quickly realizes it is the Azure Lunar Wolf, the Wolf King. The creature is surprised to learn that demon beasts also know spells. The creature, brimming with confidence despite a lingering wariness, unleashed a new technique. "Too bad," it declared, "I'm no ordinary demon beast either. A surge of energy enveloped it, the air crackling with power as it mastered the gravity technique. The creature smirked, muttering to itself, "Just in time to get myself an underling for mountain patrol." The creature encountered a powerful azure lunar wolf, a creature far exceeding an ordinary demon beast. It was, in fact, the Wolf King. The creature, surprised to find a demon beast that also knew spells, prepared for battle. The creature unleashed its newly mastered gravity technique, a powerful display of force that aimed to subdue the mighty wolf. But the creature's primary goal was to quickly secure the beast for its mountain patrol duties. The creature used its beast taming ring, commanding the wolf to lie down. The creature commanded the wolf, "Come, wag your tail." Following the command, the wolf playfully wagged its tail. The creature then instructed a small snake, "Boy, now play dead." The snake dramatically obeyed, feigning death. The creature chuckled, "Hee hee, this beast taming ring is quite interesting. Let's go, take me on a patrol around the mountain." With a burst of speed, the creature and its newly tamed wolf bounded through the forest. Observing the wildlife, the creature noted the changes in the ecosystem. The boar population has grown, the roe deer and water deer numbers have increased, the number of goats stayed the same. Maybe the wolves got to them. Ha! The rabbit population went up by a few hundred? Satisfied with the results, the creature declared, "Not bad. My self-sufficiency plan is effective." Suddenly, a familiar scent caught the creature's attention. "That's strange. Why do I smell something familiar?" The creature identified the scent as belonging to the white snake from the mirrored snake valley. The white snake from the mirrored snake valley. Did she follow my scent here? The creature, reflecting on its shared destiny with the young snake, decided to take care of it as a senior. The azure lunar wolf king, eyes blazing with power, let out a menacing roar, its intimidating presence causing the young snake to flinch. But the creature quickly intervened, calming the beast. The creature negotiated terms with the Wolf King. In exchange for freedom, the wolf would become its underling, hunt for it daily, and deliver prey to its cave. It would also patrol the mountain and report any human trespassers within a 1-kilometer radius. Failure to comply would result in death, a condition the Wolf King readily accepted. The beast taming ring was removed, freeing the Wolf King. The creature then brought the Wolf King to its new home within Iron Bear Mountain, instructing it to stay near the snake fruit tree. The creature nodded, a faint glow emanating from the compass in its hand. A whooshing sound filled the air as the compass spun rapidly, indicating a nearby location. The compass stopped, pointing towards a specific direction. "Found it! It should be at the mountain up ahead," the creature exclaimed. Two cultivators, brothers, discussed their search for a demon beast. One suggested it might be a dragon hatchling, but the other dismissed the idea as improbable, suggesting it was more likely a demon snake or a possessed cultivator. The creature's compass emitted a ding sound, confirming the location of the target. The creature instructed its wolf companion to search the mountain from both sides, reporting back immediately if it spotted the demon snake. The wolf responded with a respectful "Yes, master." The azure lunar wolf king, following the creature's instructions, sniffed the air, its powerful senses on high alert, and located the scent of the demon snake. Several wolves surrounded a rocky crevice, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. Zhao Wenjue, sensing a powerful magical presence nearby, cautiously approached. His brother by his side, skeptical but ready to assist. Zhao Wenjue detected a snake's scent, suspecting a connection to the demon snake. The azure lunar wolf king unleashed a powerful thunder seal attack, subduing several of the wolves with a blinding flash of purple energy. One wolf attempted to flee, but Zhao Wenjue swiftly intervened, ending its life. Zhao Wenjue realized the remaining wolf was too powerful to handle alone and decided to warn the black snake. The azure lunar wolf king, following the creature's instructions, engaged in a fierce battle against the wolves guarding the young snake. A powerful blast of purple energy erupted from one of the wolves, leaving it severely injured and howling in pain. The young snake, nestled near a snake fruit tree, sensed the disturbance and worriedly thought, "It's bad. Don't tell me the snake catchers have arrived?" The young snake, frightened, instructed its companion, Snowy, to remain hidden and guard the snakefruit tree. Meanwhile, the young snake decided to flee, muttering, "I need to get far away before they find this place." Zhao Wenjue, having sensed a powerful presence, used his expanding divine consciousness technique. He thought, if there's going to be a fight, it can't happen here. Zhao Wenjue's divine consciousness clashed with another, causing a surge of energy. He exclaimed, "Huh? I just detected a divine consciousness." Zhao Wenjue, having located his target, confidently declared, "Humph! Found you." Zhao Wenjue, despite knowing the opponent's strength, decided to proceed cautiously, explaining to his brother, "Although just as Master said, it's the 4th level of spiritual awareness. Master also advised me not to act rashly and to hold it off until he arrives. Let's secretly send a transmission first." Zhao Wenjue, acting with practiced deception, declared, "Acting weak? I can do that too. It's my specialty." The demon snake scoffed, "Humph! You're only at the 4th level of spirit awareness. There's no need for Master's involvement." The demon snake continued its assessment. 6th level of chi refinement is like killing you, is like child's play. Zhao Wenjue's thoughts raced. This person's cultivation level is about the same as Yun's, but his speed is less than half. It's clear he's pretending. Zhao Wenjue's internal monologue continued, saying something like, "There's no need for Master's involvement? Doesn't that imply his master will arrive soon?" Zhao Wenjue observed, "This person is a bit more competent than Mu Yun, but he's still an idiot. I can't afford to take any chances." The demon snake, sensing danger, prepared to flee, muttering, "Let's run at full speed. I'll observe his reaction. If he gets close to me at full speed, then I'll, oomph." Zhao Wenjue reacted swiftly, unleashing a powerful attack, Earth Traversal Technique. Chase. Zhao Wenjue, fueled by grief and rage over his brother's death, confronted the demon snake. "You killed my brother. I won't let you escape, no matter what," he declared, his voice filled with righteous fury. He boldly challenged the creature, "You beast! I dare you to fight me. I can take you down even without using any treasures." The demon snake, initially confident, lunged at Zhao Wenjue with surprising speed. "Humph! Just as I expected, he's pursuing me at full speed," it hissed, its movements swift and deadly. The snake's internal monologue revealed its assessment: soon his strength will be reduced, and he will have no way to escape. However, with a sudden, unexpected shift, the demon snake abruptly changed course, turning back on itself. Zhao Wenjue, caught off guard, exclaimed, "What? It turned back?" The swift change in direction resulted in an unavoidable collision between Zhao Wenjue and the demon snake. Zhao Wenjue, realizing the imminent impact, muttered in despair, "Shit! I can't dodge. We are going to collide." The creature, initially confident, lunged at Zhao Wenjue. "Humph! Just as I expected, he's charging me at full speed," it hissed, anticipating an easy victory. But Zhao Wenjue, far from intimidated, reacted swiftly. The creature's attack was met with a sudden, unexpected change in direction from Zhao Wenjue, forcing the creature into a collision course. "What?" He turned back, the creature exclaimed in surprise as it braced for impact. Zhao Wenjue, realizing he couldn't dodge, braced himself for the collision. "Shit! I can't dodge," he muttered, his face grim with determination. As the two were about to collide, Zhao Wenjue unleashed his Thunder Seal technique. "We are going to collide. This beast, it is coming right at me," he thought, channeling his power. Releasing a wave of purple energy that met the creature's attack head-on. "Don't underestimate me. I'll smash you into pieces," he roared, his resolve unwavering. The impact was immense. The creature's attack was deflected by Zhao Wenjue's golden shield talisman, but the force of the collision still sent tremors through the ground. Zhao Wenjue, utilizing the recoil from his Thunder Seal, managed a desperate escape from the creature's grasp, leaving him battered and bruised in the aftermath of the intense collision. He noted with growing concern that he had lost his senior brother's storage bag during the struggle. The creature, momentarily stunned, roared in frustration as it prepared another attack. It unleashed a black flame fireball technique. But Zhao Wenjue, despite his injuries, reacted swiftly, activating his gravity technique. However, the Life Jade's alignment was slightly off, preventing it from fully enveloping his body. The creature's fiery blast impacted Zhao Wenjue, causing him to cry out in pain. The intense heat engulfing him completely. He was severely injured. The creature unleashed another devastating fireball technique, the earth trembling from the sheer force of the explosion. Zhao Wenjue's storage bag, miraculously protected by the Life Jade, was snatched by the creature. "Your storage bag is mine now too," it hissed. Despite his critical injuries, Zhao Wenjue gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. "Time to deliver the final blow," he muttered, preparing for one last desperate attack. Zhao Wenjue's final attack created a massive crater, the earth scorched and blackened. But the creature, seemingly unharmed, was already retreating. "Mulei, hold on. Your master is coming," a voice called out. The creature scoffed, "TSK. He arrived at just the right moment. This guy will be difficult to handle. Let's get out of here." Zhao Wenjue, weakened but resolute, used the deific command Fierce Wind and Rain technique, desperately trying to slow the creature's escape. As he collapsed, a concerned Mulei rushed to his side. "Take this golden essence pill. Circulate your energy to heal. I'll pursue that demon beast. Once you're feeling better, meet up with me." Zhao Wenjue, consumed by guilt over Mulei's injury, declared, "This is my fault. I caused Mulei to lose an arm. He vowed vengeance. I'll make sure to kill this damned snake and put its head on the altar as a sacrifice." Observing the creature, he assessed this divine consciousness, range, speed, hostility. "I'm afraid his cultivation is at least the perfected chi refinement." Zhao Wenjue commanded, "Beast. Surrender now, and I'll spare your life." The creature, realizing it was outmatched, attempted to escape using the earth traversal technique. But Zhao Wenjue, noticing its intelligence, questioned, "How is it so intelligent?" The creature, hampered by the granite, lamented, "Ugh. It hurts. What the dash? Ah, it's granite. Earth traversal technique is useless here. Even if my tail can break through the stone, my speed will slow down." Cornered, the creature panicked, "Shit. That guy is closing in. I have no choice but to escape upward." Zhao Wenjue pursued relentlessly, shouting, "Stop right there. You won't escape today." The creature, seeing a cliff, considered using it as an escape route. Zhao Wenjue pursued the creature relentlessly, its escape attempt thwarted by the difficult terrain. The creature attempted to use earth traversal, but the rocky ground proved too resistant. Zhao Wenjue shouted, "Beast. Where are you trying to run?" The creature, momentarily stunned, looked around in confusion. But before it could react, a massive rockslide, seemingly triggered by the creature's earlier attempt, buried it under tons of debris. Zhao Wenjue, caught in the rockslide, muttered, "What the? Falling rocks? Did that beast cause this?" He quickly activated his golden body protection. Dodging falling rocks while thinking, a protective artifact? If I can't crush you to death, I'll bury you instead. He then unleashed a barrage of exploding talismans. The resulting explosions continued for a half hour, creating a massive crater. Zhao Wenjue, exhausted but satisfied, declared, "You beast. This should keep you confined." However, upon closer inspection, Zhao Wenjue noticed something was amiss. He muttered, "Humph. It's just rocks. No way they could. Ha! It's not moving?" The earth traversal technique wasn't working. The sheer amount of stone was hindering his movement. He realized with dawning horror, "Damn it. Is that beast planning to trap me here?" Zhao Wenjue, frustrated by the limitations of his ancestor's gift, muttered, "I never thought the ancestor's treasured gift would have to be used in such a frustrating way." He then declared, "The great Tao be my guide, breakthrough." He consumed the divine berserk pill, a legacy from his ancestor, understanding that it would temporarily boost his power to the Foundation establishment realm at the cost of 20 years of his lifespan. The resulting surge of power shattering the surrounding rocks and earth. The text breakthrough into the Foundation establishment realm successful, appeared. Chen Daoling, now at the first level of the Foundation establishment realm, addressed the creature, "Beast, how dare you force me to sacrifice this secret technique and absorb 20 years of my life?" He explained, "I've collected your demonic energy, you won't be able to escape." Chen Daoling, unleashing his power, vowed, "I, Chen Daoling, will rip off your skin, pull out your tendons, and crush your bones today." The creature, however, used its wind-riding skill, escaping with surprising speed, leaving Chen Daoling shocked and exclaiming, "Fuck? How did he escape?" The creature, fleeing, thought, "I'm done for. I'm done for." It noted Chen Daoling's killing intent and his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm. The creature, pursued relentlessly, used a gravity technique to pull itself through the air. Its escape momentarily hampered by Chen Daoling's astonishment at the power displayed by such a low-level cultivator. Chen Daoling, enraged, pressed his attack, reminding the creature of its crimes against his disciples. The creature, desperate, countered with bitter accusations of theft and lamented its hopeless situation. Chen Daoling, unimpressed, effortlessly countered the creature's feeble attempts at resistance. His gravity technique failing to fully restrain the creature, leaving him momentarily confused. The creature seized the opportunity, exploiting a gap in Chen Daoling's defenses, and escaped using a water traversal technique, leaving Chen Daoling to ponder his failure and the creature's cunning. The creature, having escaped Chen Daoling, internally mused that since it is in the Foundation establishment realm, it should be superior to Chen Daoling and hide. But where could it hide safely? It then recalled Snake Village, the mountain god temple. Yes. That place is its sanctuary, the mountain god will protect it. Meanwhile, Chen Daoling arrived at the temple, observing the creature's escape. That cunning beast. Why would it choose this dead-end place? Could it be a trap? He shouted to the creature, demanding it come out. The creature, inside the temple, pleaded with the mountain god for protection. Chen Daoling, undeterred, threatened to destroy the temple if the creature didn't surrender. He vowed to restore his true qi and fight to the death if necessary. The creature, having narrowly escaped Chen Daoling's destructive assault on the temple, scrambled through the rubble. Its escape momentarily interrupted by a surprised exclamation, as it continued its desperate flight. The creature, having escaped Chen Daoling's pursuit, declared its intention to destroy the Snake Village's mountain god temple. It unleashed a powerful blast, causing significant damage to the temple's structure. A nearby observer lamented the creature's destructive actions. As the creature continued its assault, suddenly, a powerful, dark energy erupted from within the temple, revealing the mountain god, enraged by the desecration of its temple. The mountain god roared, "Insolent! Who dares to defile my statue?" The mountain god, initially surprised by the creature's audacity, questioned if it was deaf to its warnings. The creature, realizing the immense power it faced, attempted to flee, but was intercepted by Mulei, who arrived to aid his master. Mulei declared, "Master, I'm here to help you." The mountain god acknowledged Mulei's timely arrival, stating, "Disciple, you arrived just in time." Mulei, however, was immediately struck by a powerful force. Mulei, severely injured, cried out to his master, "I'm sorry. Please help your master to block it." The creature, unimpressed, scoffed, "Humph. Fools perish for their lack of sense." With a surge of power, Mulei unleashed his divine moving talisman, propelling himself away from the immediate danger. He lamented, "I'm no match for him. How can I deal with a powerful expert in these remote mountains?" The creature's attack struck Mulei's chest, causing immense pain. The impact was so severe that his heart was visibly damaged. The mountain god, enraged, appeared before the creature, roaring, "If you dare show your face before me again, I'll ensure your soul's annihilation. There will be no reincarnation for you." He can injure me even from afar. You lucky beast, I won't let you get away with this, just you wait. The creature, having seemingly absorbed Mulei's life force, commented, "Ho-oh, this body is not bad." The creature, pleased with its actions, declared, "Ha! The young one is dead, and the old one got away. That was close, but I made the right gamble. This mountain god truly possesses a spirit." However, the creature's victory was short-lived as the mountain god reappeared, revealing that Mulei's death was merely a ruse. The mountain god questioned, "What? He was faking death?" Mulei lay on the ground, seemingly lifeless, a cruel smile twisting his lips despite his injuries. As the creature, confident in its victory, prepared to unleash a fireball. But the mountain god's sudden appearance shattered the creature's triumph, revealing Mulei's deception and leaving the creature vulnerable. The mountain god, enraged, confronted the creature, rebuking its arrogance and demanding a proper offering. The creature, realizing its mistake, pleaded for forgiveness, fearing the mountain god's wrath. The mountain god, unmoved, issued a final ultimatum: find a new body within 30 minutes, or face eternal damnation. The creature, terrified of the consequences, desperately searched for a suitable host, its future hanging precariously in the balance. The creature, its form flickering and unstable, made a desperate promise: I promise I'll find someone you'll be pleased with. A dark, shadowy form coalesced, its movements swift and powerful. The creature, internally, worried, I hope that cursed creature won't take too long. The creature continued its internal monologue, revealing its precarious state: my primordial spirit is dissipating too quickly. I need to possess a body soon, otherwise I'm afraid my soul will disperse. Meanwhile, Mulei, seemingly lifeless, lay amidst the scorched earth. Suddenly, a shadowy figure swooped down, seizing Mulei's body. The mountain god, enraged, confronted the creature. I'm the wandering heavenly demon. I've lived for centuries, yet I've never encountered such a troublesome creature before. The mountain god's anger intensified. Damn it! Why did I ever enlighten such a being? The mountain god revealed its past. A few hundred years ago, I was hunted by the great gods, and was reduced to a mere primordial spirit. The creature, a multi-headed serpentine entity possessing Mulei, revealed its origins and past actions. It recounted its attempts to possess members of the Cho family, its previous failures, and how it gained intelligence from a stray dog. And its frustration at having its carefully chosen vessel destroyed by an old cultivator who blew up its statue. The creature lamented the destruction of its suitable body, vowing revenge. Meanwhile, the mountain god, observing from afar, expressed its anticipation for the creature to find a new body, and its curiosity about the creature's choice of vessel. The creature, having found a potential host, approached it only to find it was merely a skeleton. Its disappointment was palpable, uttering its frustration at the uselessness of the body. Suddenly, the mountain god sensed movement nearby, suspecting that someone was burying a corpse. A dark, shadowy canine creature dug frantically amongst the rubble of a dilapidated graveyard. Its actions drawing the attention of a nearby observer, who noted the creature's unsettling behavior and the corpses scattered around it. The creature's red eyes glowed menacingly, its aura radiating a palpable sense of malice. The creature unearthed a coffin, revealing a young, handsome man within. It deemed the man's physique perfect for its purposes. Meanwhile, another observer watched from a distance, noticing the creature's unusual focus, not on the nearby meat, but on something else entirely. The creature's gaze shifted, locking onto the distant observer. The creature's sinister gaze intensified, its predatory intent unmistakable. The creature, a demonic snake, pursued its prey, a small dog, through the forest. You little brat! Where do you think you're going? It hissed, its voice echoing through the trees. The dog yelped in terror, its barks filled with desperation. Help! Murder! Someone help! The demon snake's after me! The creature paused, surprised. This dog has intelligence, it muttered, observing the dog's cunning escape. It continued its pursuit, noting the dog's resilience. Not only is it strong and good-looking, it's even a demon beast with intelligence. The creature lunged, aiming to capture the dog. There can be no better vessel than you. The dog, cornered, unleashed a powerful energy blast from its mouth, surprising the creature. Woof! 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 What are you doing? Release me! I'm going to eat you! The creature, momentarily stunned, recoiled. Stop barking! Follow me! A small creature, seemingly a mouse, addressed a powerful entity, declaring, Lord Mountain God. I've brought you the perfect body. The creature presented its find to a large, menacing dog-like beast. Asking, what do you think? Isn't it perfect? The mountain god reacted with anger, shouting, wretched creature. Why don't you just die? The creature, seemingly panicked, responded, Lord Mountain God? What did I do wrong? I followed your instructions exactly. The creature presented a new host to the mountain god, a young, strong, and handsome dog. Look! Young, strong, and handsome. It fits all your requirements, it exclaimed. But the mountain god remained unimpressed. A small mouse-like creature approached, asking, What do you think? Isn't it perfect? The mountain god, enraged, retorted, Wretched creature. Why don't you just die? The mouse-like creature, clearly distressed, explained, Lord Mountain God? What did I do wrong? I followed your instructions exactly. Time was running out. There's no time left, the creature thought, resigned to its fate. Deciding that possessing the mountain god was preferable to possessing the dog. Fine. If it comes down to it, instead of possessing a dog, I'll just take over your body, you blockhead, it declared, initiating the possession. The creature commanded, Give me your body. A swirling vortex of dark energy erupted. The creature, having successfully possessed the mountain god, found itself in a powerful, dragon-like form. It exclaimed, What? I got stripped away? The creature was clearly surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, the creature's struggle was observed by another entity, who commented, This is outrageous. Let's try one more time. The observer continued, Wretched creature. Stop struggling. The observer questioned, Is this really the mountain god? The creature, now in its new form, was clearly powerful, as the observer noted, Huff, this wretched creature sure is full of strength. The creature internally mused, Why is its spiritual consciousness so strong? Every time I try to possess it, I get thrown out. Suddenly, the observer noticed something unusual, exclaiming, HM? The creature, having successfully possessed the mountain god, examined its new form. Its body, monstrous and powerful, was a suitable vessel for its dark power. Meanwhile, the observer, a snake-like being, watched from afar, noticing the beast taming ring's failure to subdue the creature. The creature, feeling the ring's constraint, struggled against its power, its rage growing. It broke free, its power overwhelming the ring's control, and fled into the forest. The creature, now fully in control of its new form, declared its intention to take the observer as its disciple. The observer, initially surprised, was then informed that the creature was not the mountain god, but a wandering heavenly demon. The creature revealed its deception, having merely borrowed the mountain god's body, and laughed at the observer's naivete. The observer, realizing the gravity of the situation, questioned the creature about the potential consequences of its actions, particularly the retribution for impersonating a god. The observer scoffed, I don't think there is any saying about retribution in the memories I gave you. The creature, now revealed as a wandering heavenly demon, laughed, Hell is just a comforting lie for ants to cling to. Why are you still holding on to such beliefs? The observer, witnessing the creature's true form, commented, Look at this black dog. It robs graves. Desecrates corpses. Cares nothing for gods or devils. This is what the wandering heavenly demon should be like. The creature, in its new form, impatiently demanded, What are you waiting for? Move quickly. The creature continued its advance, only to be stopped by the observer's question, What now? Is your master not allowed in your territory? The creature retorted, Who said you could follow me? I'm not your disciple. The observer observed, the puddle in front should be connected to an underground cave, right? Is it your nest? The Wolf King, powerful and fatigued from its transformation, proudly presented its kill to the observer, a plump goat. A fat goat, the observer exclaimed, clearly impressed. Its hunger evident in its words, you did a great job, Wolf King. I'm starving. The observer's tone shifted, however, as it addressed the creature, you wretched creature. I'm practically your master's master, where's the respect? The Wolf King, seemingly unfazed, stood before the observer, its massive form dwarfing the smaller creature. A small snake watched from the sidelines, a mischievous glint in its eyes. The smaller creature, emboldened, lunged at the Wolf King, snarling, you vile creature. I'm going to bite you to death. The Wolf King, however, easily countered the attack, its strength overwhelming. The observer, seemingly amused by the display, calmly observed the conflict. Fine, it's been ages since someone dared to insult me like this, it mused, its tone laced with amusement. Addressing the smaller creature, it continued, disciple, do you realize the consequences of being disrespectful to me? The smaller creature, defiant, retorted, I wasn't being disrespectful. Dogs do like eating shit. The creature lunged, a blur of claws and teeth, snarling, damn it, you almost got me. Its attack was met with a wave of iridescent energy. The observer laughed, ha 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 ha. It has been many years since I laughed like this. It added, it's nice to have such a fun snake with me. The observer watched as the creature, seemingly unfazed, continued its assault. Internally, the observer mused, I didn't expect her to withstand it. She's starting to become a demon, she even learned the breathing technique. The creature, having been repelled once more, landed roughly, its eyes narrowed in frustration. It grumbled, so close. Get off me. The creature, a playful serpentine being, examined a jade slip detailing pill refining techniques. This jade slip is all about refining pills. I can study it once I'm free, it thought, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. But the observer, a human figure, interjected, unfortunately, your current cultivation is still too low. You can't use it yet. The creature hissed in frustration. The creature, recalling a recent battle, reflected on the impressive range of an opponent's technique. In the last fight, that old man was able to attack from several hundred meters away with his secret technique. I need to have such mastery too. A powerful display of energy manifested as the creature focused its intent. Launching a projectile with surprising force. Yo! Wild boar, it exclaimed, as a wolf brought a wild boar to the creature. Well, having a minion to bring me food every day isn't such a bad idea, the creature mused, happily consuming its meal. However, the observer cautioned, disciple, if you keep eating ordinary animals like this, it's going to take forever for you to make a breakthrough. The wolf, seemingly sensing the observer's presence, returned to its master. Why did he return again? The observer questioned. The observer noted the wolf's behavior. Even a dog would turn its nose up at food like that. Then, what should I eat? The creature, a serpentine being, complained about the lack of demonic beasts nearby, hindering its cultivation efforts. The observer, a wolf-like creature, retorted that the creature should use the flesh of demonic beasts and extracts of spiritual herbs for cultivation. Pointing out that eating the small, snake-like creature wouldn't significantly improve its cultivation. It would be better to keep it for other purposes. The observer then revealed a storage ring, stating that it contained today's lunch, dismissing the creature's complaints about the lack of gourmet meals. From the ring, the observer produced a demonic beast, noting that it was in the late stage of spiritual awareness. The creature, surprised, asked the observer to drop the beast. The observer then revealed two spiritual tail chickens, explaining that they were raised by a nearby sect specifically for consumption and tasted far better than wild boars. The observer casually mentioned snatching two while passing by. The creature expressed concern that the observer might have been followed while acquiring the chickens. The observer reassured the creature, stating that its earth traversal technique ensured no one could track it. The observer began preparing the spiritual tail chickens, commenting on their tenderness and juiciness. The observer then explained the roasting process, emphasizing the importance of carefully draining the excess fat from the flesh. With the chickens roasted, the observer offered some to the creature, who was visibly drooling. The observer stated that the creature could have some in exchange for a spiritual stone. The observer, a wolf-like creature, addressed its snake-like disciple. "Let's pluck the feathers first," it stated. "Look how tender and juicy this chicken is." The disciple, upon closer inspection of the roasted chicken, exclaimed, How tender and juicy." The observer continued its instructions, "Then we gotta roast it. You're watching carefully, right? The sound of juice draining from the flesh, so crispy." A small, white snake appeared, seemingly drawn by the aroma of the roasting chicken. The observer offered the chicken to its disciple, asking, "Oh, are you drooling, my disciple? Wanna eat it?" The disciple eagerly responded, "Easy, just exchange it with the spiritual stone." The observer, with a satisfied expression, commented on the crispy skin of the chicken, emphasizing its quality. Then, it allowed its disciple to eat. The observer, panting heavily, stared at the remaining chicken bone. "Oh my, only the bone was left before I knew it," he thought, surprised by the creature's voracious appetite. He then tossed the bone to his disciple, cheerfully saying, "You guys can have the chicken bone. Don't be shy." The disciple, however, rejected it with a "Tui, I don't want it." The observer sighed, TSK disciple, "You really won't eat it? This drumstick is so delicious. Come on, eat it." The disciple, still refusing, was suddenly attacked by a burst of energy from the observer. "Don't get angry, I'm your master. There's no way I'm going to trick you," the observer explained. The observer continued, "You should know that this is a spiritual tailed chicken. I can sell for at least 3,000 gold pieces. You really got a great deal." The disciple, however, retorted, "Oh, then why don't you sell it? You think I'm an idiot?" The observer responded, "No way, you're smart, I'm a dog right now, it's inconvenient." He then added, "As for whether I'm lying to you or not, why don't you take a look behind you?" Startled, the disciple turned to see a powerful wolf, its eyes glowing intensely. The narration box stated, "The Wolf King broke through into the third level of spirit awareness." Another wolf, seemingly smaller, also displayed enhanced abilities. The narration box read, "Even Snowy broke through into the second level of spirit awareness." The observer concluded, "I see that. You didn't lie to them. They broke through after eating the bones. This is the power of the spiritual tail chicken." The creature and the observer stood in a clearing, ready to exchange items. "Fine. Let's trade them simultaneously," the observer declared, extending a hand with a small, glowing object. The creature, in response, offered a large, vibrant blue crystal. The exchange complete, the creature immediately felt the effects of the item it received. "What a fragrance! My entire body feels warm," it exclaimed, a wave of warmth washing over it. As the spiritual energy surged, a swirling vortex of light erupted around the creature. The observer watched, a pleased expression on his face, as the text "The divine demonic core is starting to spin, the spiritual energy is filling up the cauldron" appeared, followed by the words "fifth level of spirit awareness break." The intense energy subsided, leaving the creature visibly changed. It let out a satisfied burp. "As expected of a late-stage spirit demon beast, I broke through after refining only one part of it," it mused, clearly pleased with its progress. The observer nodded, "The remaining should be enough for me to refine for a few days." The scene shifted to a location labeled Snakey's Nest, a place of vibrant, swirling energy. Within the nest, the creature continued its cultivation, the energy flowing around it like a river. The scene then shifted again, showing the creature's final breakthrough. "I finally finished refining them. Not only did I reach the peak of the fifth level of spirit awareness, my golden scale also increased," the creature declared, its voice filled with triumph. The observer, observing from a distance, smiled. "Doggy didn't lie to me this time, this spiritual stone sure is worth it," the creature thought, its earlier doubts now completely erased. The observer's thoughts were also revealed. the three of them are still refining and cultivating. The doggy's cultivation seems quite advanced. The observer questioned the creature about the effects of the spiritual stone, to which the creature responded that it was not bad. The observer suggested they work together to obtain more spiritual stones, splitting the gains 50/50. The observer guaranteed that with their combined efforts, the creature would reach the late stage of spirit awareness within a month and achieve spirit perfection within a year. However, the creature refused, recalling a near-death experience during a previous attempt to steal spiritual stones. The creature's reluctance stemmed from a past trauma involving a dangerous encounter while attempting to steal from pigs. The observer scoffed at the creature's fear, dismissing the difficulty of obtaining the stones. Despite the observer's assurances, the creature insisted on going alone. The observer expressed surprise at the creature's audacity, but ultimately agreed to let the creature go, offering encouragement and a pat on the back. The creature, now showing more confidence, declared that it would no longer be called disciple. The creature introduced itself as Snaky, a name the observer found amusing, though slightly less impressive than the creature's previous title of Wanderer. The observer, impressed by the creature's newfound confidence and self-assuredness, playfully called the creature a brat. Sighing, the creature declared that it had nothing to explain to someone as obtuse as the observer. It then stated that, since it was not a good idea to publicize its true name before its power was restored, it would choose a new one for now. The creature proclaimed itself Black Emperor, a name the observer immediately ridiculed as sounding like a dog's name. After a brief back and forth, the creature settled on the name Black Yellow, a name with the same pronunciation as Black Imperial, as explained in an on-screen note. The observer inquired about the number of cultivation sects in the Chu country. A snake-like creature, presumably another cultivator, responded that it only knew of the snake-catcher sect, but revealed that there were actually 5 great sects located at the cardinal directions in the center of the Chu country: Kunlun, Panglai, Frost, Imperial Heavenly Observatory, and Snakecatcher. The smaller sects fell under the jurisdiction of these 5 great sections. The Snakecatcher sect had recently changed its name due to fears of attracting enemies. Black Yellow protested, "Let go. I'm not going. I won't go even if I die." The creature felt threatened, believing the establishment was trying to kill it. But the observer urged it onward, shouting, "Run." The observer then pointed towards a cliff in the distance, explaining, "Come here. Do you see that on the cliff? It's the spiritual-tailed chicken raised by a foundation establishment old man." Black Yellow, initially hesitant, quickly changed its mind upon seeing the sheer number of chickens. "Whoa! There's so many. There should be 100 of them." The observer noted, they raised their own chickens. "Why are these wild just like this? Are they running away?" The observer challenged Black Yellow, "Huh? Run? Why don't you try catching one?" Black Yellow, reluctantly accepting the challenge, declared, "Humph. Fine, I'll try." As it attempted to catch a chicken, Black Yellow's divine consciousness activated. But it immediately bounced back. Black Yellow exclaimed, "Oh, it really bounced back. Shit. My divine consciousness can't get in." The observer presented the creature with a powder, explaining, "Take a good look. This is an array-dissolving powder. It's specially for breaking protective barriers." The observer then revealed several insects, stating, "Then it's this. This is the spiritual insect that the spiritual-tailed chicken likes to eat the most." A large spiritual-tailed chicken appeared, its size dwarfing the surrounding landscape. The observer instructed the creature, "We'll lurk in the underground first and wait for them to come near. Wait for my signal, then we'll make a move. Catch as you can. Run after them." Several spiritual-tailed chickens gathered nearby, seemingly unaware of the impending plan. One of the chickens lunged forward, its beak snapping shut on one of the insects. The creature, using a beast-taming ring, attempted to capture the chicken, shouting "Cuckoo." The chicken resisted, its eyes glowing menacingly as it challenged the creature, "You think you can resist me?" The creature, having attempted to capture a spiritual-tailed chicken using a beast-taming ring, declared, "Done. Retreat. HM?" He already ran away? The creature then used an earth traversal technique and leaped away, advising, "You should quickly run too." A wolf-like creature, its eyes glowing red, scampered through the trees. "You should quickly run too," it muttered to itself, wondering why some chickens had disappeared 2 days prior. Elder Josu, of the Carefree sect, appeared, his expression one of mild annoyance, as he confronted the creature. "So it's you who stole the chicken," he exclaimed. The creature, startled by the sudden appearance of the elder, yelped, "Shit! Someone is coming! Run quickly!" It attempted to escape using an earth traversal technique, a large earthen sphere forming around it, leaving Elder Josu both surprised and curious. Earth traversal technique? Where did it learn it from, he pondered. The creature, having stolen a chicken, found itself confronted by Elder Josu. Unable to utilize its earth traversal technique, it muttered to itself, "TSK. I can't go underground." Elder Josu, observing the creature's predicament, raised an eyebrow, a questioning escaping his lips. Having decided on an alternative, the creature declared, "In that case, I'll just run on the ground," and promptly took off at a surprising speed. Its powerful legs propelled it forward with incredible force, leaving a blur in its wake. Confident in its escape, it thought, "That old man might not be able to catch up to me." Elder Josu, witnessing the creature's surprising speed, noted this posture, clearly impressed by its unusual running style. The creature's speed increased further as it unleashed a new technique. "Doesn't look like any ordinary demon dogs. Maniac wind technique," it thought, its power surging. Elder Josu, still pursuing, called out, "Are you a freaking human or dog?" his voice carrying across the distance. The creature, panting slightly, responded, "Hure. Thank God I ran away quickly and it wasn't a full-scale establishment raid. Getting caught would have been scary." The creature, slightly winded from its escape, found a secluded cave. "This place is not bad, it's secluded," it thought, deciding to refine some chickens before returning home. Matching the chickens with the pills it had previously obtained, the creature planned to break through to the 6th level and reach its peak. "I should be able to easily break through to the 6th level and reach its peak," it mused. It began roasting the chicken, but unfortunately, it burned the meal. "Sizzle!" Roasting, the creature exclaimed, before realizing its mistake. "I burned it." "Ugh, the way old dog roast chicken is not as easy as it appears," it grumbled. The creature, seemingly defeated, slumped to the ground. "Too bad, it doesn't look like it's able to make it back. Just like this, a dog has." "Who says I'm dead?" it declared defiantly. Suddenly, Elder Josu appeared, surprised to see the creature still alive. "Old dog? You didn't die," he exclaimed. The creature, frustrated, scratched the ground. "Damn it! In order to distract that old man, I was forced to give up on the perfectly grilled tail chicken. All that effort was in vain, damn it," it cursed, its anger evident. Elder Josu approached, offering a half-cooked chicken. "Here, you go." "What are you doing?" he asked, confused. The creature explained its actions. "If it wasn't because of you distracting the enemy, I wouldn't have been able to obtain these 3 chickens. According to our promise, we'll split them in half. I'll give you 1.5 chicken," it stated, concluding the unexpected encounter. The creature, a wolf-like being, grinned, a mischievous glint in its eyes. It denied being the disciple of Elder Josu. Elder Josu sighed, accepting the creature's stubbornness. He offered a partially burned chicken, stating that only half was usable, but the other half could be salvaged later. He promised to teach the creature proper cooking techniques. The creature, momentarily distracted, exclaimed about its tail. With surprising dexterity, the creature expertly sliced its tail into perfect pieces, adding them to a bubbling pot of chicken soup, already containing other ingredients. The fire was too hot, so water was added. The creature eagerly anticipated the finished dish, its saliva nearly dripping into the pot. Elder Josu warned it not to drool. Once the soup was ready, the creature devoured it with gusto, declaring it delicious. The elder sniffed the air, confirming its quality. Elder Josu watched as the creature, having finished its chicken soup, smacked its lips with contentment. Just look at you, the elder chuckled, eat slowly. The creature, its belly full, let out a satisfied burp. Burp, thanks for the food. I'll go refine first. Elder Josu, amused by the creature's innocent gratitude, shook his head. Sigh, idiot disciple. Thousands of chickens of mine have long been eaten by me. He continued, a hint of fond exasperation in his tone. Not only did you give me a chicken, you also thanked me. Ha ha ha, how innocent and cute. The creature, having consumed the chicken, initiated a refinement process using a divine demonic cauldron. Divine demonic cauldron, refine. A surge of energy enveloped the creature as it attempted to break through to the 6th level of spirit refinement. The process, however, proved challenging, resulting in a failed attempt. Breakthrough failed? Why is it failing again? The creature lamented its failure. Wawahahaha. Why did it fail again? Is it because I just broke through to the 5th level, and my foundation is still not solid enough? The creature, frustrated, incinerated the leftover herbal residue with a burst of flame, muttering instructions to condense it into a pill. Elder Josu's instructions echoed in its mind. This was an aperture opening pill, meant to aid in breaking through to the next level of spirit refinement. The creature swallowed the pill, noting its strange, burnt taste. And with a surge of energy, it broke through to the 6th level of spirit refinement. 10 days later, Elder Josu found the creature, now at the peak of the 6th level, a feat accomplished in less than half a month. He praised the creature's progress, reminding it that with his help, breaking through the next stage could be achieved in a single month. The creature, relieved and grateful, vowed to never steal chickens from the village again. However, the creature expressed a desire to solidify its current level before attempting the next breakthrough, even if it took a year. Elder Josu agreed, understanding the importance of a solid foundation. Despite its success, the creature noted that its body's strength increase was limited this time, unlike previous breakthroughs. It reflected on the differences between human and creature cultivation methods, and noticed something unusual in the distance, prompting both it and Elder Josu to investigate. A massive wildfire raged, consuming the landscape in a fiery inferno. The creature and Elder Josu watched from a safe distance, the flames casting an ominous glow on their faces. It's on fire, the creature stated, its voice filled with a mix of fear and disbelief. The creature, overcome with anxiety, reacted instinctively, its body tensing as it prepared for action. Damn it! Shit, it exclaimed, its fear escalating. Elder Josu calmly observed the creature's reaction, his expression unreadable. Are you seeking death by rushing towards fire? He questioned, his tone measured and cautious. The creature, still agitated, retorted, isn't it just an ordinary wildfire? However, as the flames intensified, revealing their unnatural nature, the creature realized the danger. It's definitely not an ordinary wildfire, it exclaimed, its eyes widening in alarm. Its anger flared, and it roared, just who did this? Elder Josu, attempting to calm the creature, advised, Snaky, calm down. You have always play it safe. Elder Josu, his face partially obscured by a mask, surveyed the smoldering landscape. He mused aloud, not only can a branch hall increase the overall sex might in the local cultivation, it can also increase the surrounding area's development. A nearby disciple voiced a question, Master, I wonder who is the elder that is coming here to investigate? Elder Josu continued his assessment, his gaze sweeping across the ravaged terrain. He noted aloud, this place's terrain is flat. It's suitable for building a town. I'll give it 8 points. The forest burned, a horrifying inferno consuming everything in its path. Flames crackled and roared, the intense heat warping the very earth. A searing wave of destruction engulfed the creature's home, leaving behind only ash and devastation. The creature, a wolf-like being, howled in anguish, oh. Fear and despair etched themselves onto its face as it watched its home burn. Even this place is burning up, it thought, its voice barely a whisper. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos. Snowy! Wolf King! A figure emerged from the smoke, urging the creature to follow. The creature, despite its grief, obeyed. It followed the figure, leaving the burning ruins behind. Let's go! I'll bring you guys out, the figure shouted, a determined glint in their eyes. The creature unleashed a torrent of water bullets, attempting to quell the raging wildfire engulfing its home. But the flames proved too powerful. The small amount of water was insufficient to make a dent in the inferno. Your mouth is going to dry up. That little amount of water is not going to save this wildfire, observed a small, wolf-like creature. The creature, its mouth parched, felt the desperation of its situation. My mouth is drying, it thought, as the wolf-like creature continued, the weather is hot. Wildfires happen once in a while. You don't have to worry too much on this kind of accident. However, the wolf-like creature's casual dismissal was met with skepticism. The scale this time is definitely not an accident, the creature countered, recalling a crucial piece of information. Previously, you said Snake Catcher Sect has a lot of branch halls. They open the branch halls that are rich in spiritual energy and has a lot of snakes, right? The wolf-like creature nodded. That's right. That place is called Myriad Snake Valley. I guess it's not wrong. There's more than 1 million types of snakes there. No wonder then, that when the Snake Catcher Sect builds a branch hall, they always do it on the foundation establishment by someone from the Cultivation Foundation realm standing guard. The creature, piecing together the clues, realized the truth. I see. No wonder they are burning up the mountain. I'm going to kill those scums. The creature lunged forward, fueled by rage and grief, but the wolf-like creature intervened. Hey, don't act rash. We got all the time out there to cultivate. Despite its anger, the creature paused, sensing something in front of it. I know, I'm not stupid, but in front, there seems to be something there. A figure in flowing white robes, carrying a scroll, moved swiftly through the burning landscape. A wolf-like creature watched from the shadows, its eyes glowing with an inner light. 30 miles in the human front? A human cultivator is coming, it thought, a hint of alarm in its voice. The creature, partially concealed, observed the approaching cultivator. Yo, not bad, Snaky. To think you didn't hide straight away like last time, it remarked, a hint of amusement in its tone. The wolf-like creature, unimpressed, continued its assessment. Core Formation Realm. Earth Traversal Technique, it stated, its voice laced with disdain. Look at your cowardly face. I still haven't finished talking yet. The wolf-like creature and the hidden creature discussed the approaching cultivator's strength. So how strong is this clone, one asked. I don't know. Clones have several levels. The strongest one is externally aware. It's also in the fake core formation realm. The weakest is a paper clone, it's only in the chi refinement realm, the other replied. The cultivator, seemingly sensing their presence, paused, a questioning expression on his face. HM? He then moved again, his movements quick and decisive as he flew through the air. The wolf-like creature and the hidden creature reacted to the cultivator's approach. He seems to have noticed us too. There's coming guards. He's fast, exclaimed one, while the other prepared a concealment talisman. He's coming. Are we not going to run? The first creature asked anxiously. Don't panic. Not even the greatest immortal will be able to notice my talisman, the other reassured. A powerful cultivator, seemingly aware of hidden observers, arrived at the scene, shouting, Here! He addressed unseen entities, stating, I can only give 2 points to your hiding skill. Stop hiding. And come out. The wolf-like creature, visibly shaken, exclaimed, Shit! Even a single glance is this powerful. It warned the creature, Don't panic. I only felt a presence just now, but he can't see us, so he'll leave. The creature questioned, Didn't you say even the great Luo greatest immortal won't be able to notice? The wolf-like creature responded, Great Luo Greatest Immortal is the name of a pet I used to raise. The cultivator, seemingly unconvinced, pondered, There's nothing? Is it just my imagination? Or is the quality of this clone so bad it's unable to detect? He continued, whatever, my task is more important. The myriad Snake Valley is just in front. I'll go take a look first. How many points can I give it? The wolf-like creature, addressing the creature, seethed, Oh, Snakey, don't you hate the person who burned your house? Do you want to be a homeless dog for your entire life? The creature retorted, You are the dog. The wolf-like creature pressed, What I mean anyway, let me ask you, do you want to get revenge or not? The creature responded, Of course I do. But 50% of confidence is too low. The creature explained, These are the 2 scales I plucked down from my tail. Although the strength is only half as strong as when it just shed off. But there's quite a lot. Adding on to these, how much confidence do we have? 70%? No, 80%. By that time, I'll do a bit of planning, observation, and calculation. Then it can exceed 90%, the creature declared, brimming with newfound confidence. The wolf-like creature summarized, This is the situation. The wolf-like creature instructed, Wolf King, Snowy, later, both of you will follow this path to the mountain beside here. The cultivator, pursuing his quarry, muttered to himself, Humph. I thought it was just an illusion, so there's really someone following. He continued his pursuit, remarking on their speed, Didn't get them? Their speed is quite fast. The cultivator unleashed a gravity technique, shouting, Where are you running to? The cultivator's attack struck the wolf-like creature, who was revealed to be the target, prompting the cultivator to scoff, Oh ho! It's a mangy dog? The cultivator pressed his attack, demanding, Where's your master? The wolf-like creature retaliated with a self-destruct technique, surprising the cultivator, Self-destruct? The cultivator, realizing he'd been tricked by an illusion array, lamented, No. Don't tell me it's an illusion array. I got pulled into an illusion array? I'm afraid there's an expert. I should send the slip first. The cultivator was attacked again by the wolf-like creature, who mocked him, You really thought it's just an illusion? The cultivator, mid-stride, found himself surrounded by a pack of wolves. A sudden, sharp pain lanced through his side as one of the beasts lunged, its fangs sinking into his flesh. He realized, with dawning horror, that the wolves were not real, they were part of an illusion array. The cultivator, disoriented and injured, tumbled through the air, the illusion dissolving around him as he fell. The creature responsible for the ambush watched, a smug expression on its face. Its wolf-like companion panting softly nearby. It should be a success. The creature thought, pleased with the ease of their victory. But the cultivator, though wounded, was not defeated. He had seen through the illusion, and even in his fall, he smirked, muttering, So what if my head has been broken off? I can only give you a few points to your little trick. You barely passed. A cloaked figure was attacked by a large wolf-like creature. Its jaws snapping shut around the figure's neck. The figure's head was severed, falling to the ground. But the figure remained standing, seemingly unaffected. So what if this head has been severed? The figure mused. Another figure, observing the scene, commented, I can only give you 6 points for this little trick. You barely passed. The observer continued, What's up with this clone? Its hand is twisted like that, yet it still has such strength. A realization dawned on the observer, Oh. I got it. So the clone can be killed just like that? The small creature, brimming with confidence, taunted the clone. Who do you think I am? I can tell at a glance that you're a worthless clone. You still have much to learn. The clone, enraged, lunged at the small creature, snarling, Damn Snakey! You're such a jinx. The small creature dodged nimbly, as the clone's attack missed its mark, and unleashed a series of blindingly fast strikes, leaving the clone momentarily stunned. The observer watched, noting, I see, so this dog was just a decoy. The small creature, using the clone's momentary distraction, launched a powerful fiery attack, shouting fireball technique. The small creature, panting heavily, surveyed the remains of its foe. I miscalculated, it muttered, who would have thought it was a wooden clone? It continued, grumbling about the expense of using such a valuable tool for scouting, deeming it a waste. As it unleashed a fireball technique at the seemingly lifeless clone. Stop, stop. He's already dead, it warned, fearing the consequences of further attacks. The small creature, surprised to see the clone still alive, exclaimed, "Black Yellow. You're still alive." The other creature, unimpressed, retorted with a simple humph. The small creature, now clearly agitated, revealed its knowledge of the clone's weakness. So this is your so-called 80% confidence? Why was such a flimsy lie told to me, you dog? What do you know? Weakening his body cost me dearly. It continued its tirade, questioning the other's confidence and revealing the divine conscious sealing array it used to subdue the clone. Without the divine conscious sealing array I used, do you think you could have snuck up on him? The other creature scoffed, humph. Even if you didn't lift a finger, I could have handled it myself. Keep bluffing all you want. The small creature, though relieved to have destroyed the clone and the jade chip, was still running, urged on by the observer's warning, "You coward. Don't run blindly like a headless fly. We are waiting for death if we don't run." The observer, perched atop a rocky outcrop, surveyed the vast landscape. The snake catcher sect's headquarters, an imposing structure nestled within a cavern, was far away. The observer mused on the destruction of the wooden clone, noting that even the recording jade slip couldn't be destroyed. Quite amusing, isn't it? The observer continued, impressed by the cultivator's skill and audacity. Although the wooden clone's biosignature perfectly mimics a high-level cultivator, for someone to not only see through it but also dare to attack? This has truly caught my attention. The observer summoned Subei, issuing a command, "Subei. Bring 5 inner disciples with you and go to the Whispering Serpent Valley to investigate the person who attacked my clone." Subei responded with unwavering loyalty, "As you command." Meanwhile, far away, the small creatures, Snaky and Black Yellow, were fleeing. They had already run several hundred miles. The small creature, exhausted from its journey, lamented, "It's still a long way, we'll need a few more days to reach the border." Its companion replied, "That long?" The small creature, panting, admitted, "Huff. I'm exhausted." The companion explained, "You brought this on yourself. You could have just slithered normally, but you insisted on using the earth traversal technique." The small creature retorted, "I was just trying to strengthen my physical body." The small creature, surveying the landscape, announced, "This area's remote. There's an abandoned excavation ahead. We'll camp there for the night." Its companion agreed, adding, "Okay, we can also take a look at what's inside the storage bag." As they approached a cave, the companion warned, "Hey! Don't fall down there, you little." The small creature, injured but persistent, continued its struggle to open a magically sealed bag. Are you still trying to open it?" asked the observer, watching with a mixture of concern and curiosity. It strained and pulled, its small claws scraping against the seemingly impenetrable surface. "Ah, I can't open it at all," it exclaimed in frustration. The observer, witnessing the creature's futile efforts, interjected, "Stop, you idiot. You'll damage the treasures inside." The small creature, ignoring the warning, continued its frantic attempts. "Give it to me. It's just divine consciousness, I'll solve it," the observer offered, clearly exasperated. The small creature retorted, "You sure? You're planning to secretly stash the treasures for yourself, aren't you?" "Bullshit. Do you know how long that kind of person? Give me 3 days. I'll open it," the small creature insisted, its determination unwavering. The observer, a larger creature, explained a fundamental principle of demonic beast physiology: a demonic beast can't just level up rapidly without strengthening their body. Meanwhile, the small creature, Black Yellow, finished its meal. Yeah, I've already eaten, the leftovers are all yours. The observer chuckled, hee hee, you even bluffed and said it will only take 3 days. The observer revealed a collection of items, pills, talismans, herbs, low-level treasures, technique jade slip. They are all common items. The observer offered some of the loot to Black Yellow, don't you want to look? We said we'd split it. Black Yellow refused, stating, it's useless to me. Keep it all. The observer questioned Black Yellow's unusual behavior, what's with that look? Why would a master steal his disciple's item? Black Yellow's anger flared, shouting, you old thief! Take out what you hid. The small creature, still angry about the observer's perceived theft, declared, Snaky, it's for you. You're still young, what use do you have for so many spiritual stones? It continued, explaining, I'm just helping you out. I'll let you use them in the future when you need it. The creature then added, get lost. I'm studying this jade slip technique now. The observer, intrigued, questioned, What is this? The small creature, still slightly irritated, responded to the observer's inquiry. It explained that the jade slip contained a technique for creating wooden clones. A method solely for refining wooden clones, deeming it too simplistic to be worthwhile. However, it also mentioned another, more powerful cloning technique. One that, if mastered, could create clones stronger than the caster themselves. Intrigued, the observer then asked about the 6 immortal arts, prompting the small creature to reveal that the jade slip's cloning technique was, in fact, one of them, specifically known as the puppet technique. The small creature elaborated on the technique's capabilities, explaining that the heavenly puppet sect was rumored to utilize puppets far stronger than their masters, capable of deploying 800 at once, and that these puppets could not only overpower their opponents but also kill someone in another realm. The observer, contemplating the implications, considered the technique's potential, imagining the devastating power it would unleash in battle. The small creature, sensing the observer's thoughts, suggested that mastering the technique would be a significant advantage in any future conflict. A group of people stood before a wide river, their faces etched with concern. One of them voiced their apprehension, this is the Geese Descending River, as its name stated, just even seasoned expert of cultivator, any normal cultivator can't do it either. Another suggested a simpler solution, can't we just swim across it? But an immediate rebuttal followed, don't even think about using the water traversal technique. There's a lot of whirlpools inside the river. The inherent danger was clear, so dangerous? A lone traveler, seemingly unfazed, declared, I want to get on board. A ferryman, startled by the sudden voice, questioned, huh? Who's talking? The traveler, lacking coin, offered a different form of payment, I don't have money on me. The traveler produced a glowing blue spiritual stone, but this spiritual stone should be more than enough, right? The ferryman, accepting the offer, responded, so you're down here? Of course. Please come on board. As the traveler boarded, the ferryman cautioned, customer, please be careful. The other passengers, witnessing the generous act, expressed their awe, to think you gave a spiritual stone. You are too generous. A group of men on the ferry observed the traveler, their laughter echoing, oh ho! Where did this strange fellow come from? The look, I think he's rather short and tall? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. He might get blown away by the wind later. One of them added, I don't think so, he's really short, but he looks fat. The traveler, seemingly unaffected by their mockery, remained silent. A group of people stared in astonishment, whispering amongst themselves about the presence of an immortal. One, a small, furry creature, scoffed at their awe, commenting disdainfully on the foolishness of humans. Meanwhile, another individual thanked someone for directions. Their words overheard by the small creature, who found the voice familiar. The scene shifted to reveal Elder Zhou, the Qin country's little prince, already aboard a boat, causing the small creature and its companion to panic. The creature urged its companion to remain still to avoid detection, while another individual pondered the familiarity of the voice. The small creature and its companion continued to hide. as a woman questioned if they had met before. The small creature confirmed their recognition, prompting a discussion about their next move, with suggestions ranging from running towards the water to remaining calm. The small creature reminded its companion of a previous encounter at an auction 6 years prior, leading to the realization that the other individual remembered them as well. The scene concluded with laughter and a shared memory. The small creature and its companion chuckled, commenting on Elder Zhou's remarkably good memory. The companion expressed surprise that their plan actually worked. Elder Zhou, oblivious to their amusement, announced the arrival of the little prince, requesting his presence on the second floor. He then excused himself, stating he had pressing matters to attend to. The small creature observed that many people had attended past auctions, making it unlikely Elder Zhou would remember them all. It pointed out the difficulty humans have acknowledging their poor memories, especially older individuals. The small creature and its companion, having narrowly avoided detection, decided to hide in a corner, with the companion expressing concern about their cowardice. The small creature retorted, pointing out the companion's own fear, evidenced by sweat dripping onto it. The small creature then pondered the unusual relationship between Elder Zhou and the Qin country's royalty, questioning why they were together. It theorized that the world's activities are driven by profit, with everyone chasing financial gain. Its companion questioned this, suggesting that perhaps the Qin country was seeking glory instead. The small creature sighed, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Arriving at Riverside City, on the border of Qin country, the small creature noted the city's chaotic nighttime atmosphere and suggested they find a place to rest. They entered an inn, demanding a top-quality private room with the best food and drinks. A commotion ensued when the small creature accidentally touched the innkeeper's belongings. A boisterous group of patrons filled the tavern, their raucous laughter echoing through the room. One man, particularly enthusiastic, exclaimed his desire for more demonic beast meat. A server approached, their words a promise of swift service. The patrons eagerly awaited their dishes. A lavish spread was presented, featuring demonic beast meat and other delicacies. The small creature, however, seemed more interested in the alcohol. The small creature and its companion devoured the meal with gusto, their earlier anxieties forgotten in the face of such delicious food. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Elder Zhou wondered if the little prince had arrived. The small creature, amidst its feast, expressed its disdain for vegetables. The small creature sampled the alcohol, finding it quite enjoyable after a long time of abstinence. Its companion, however, remained skeptical. The companion expressed its disgust at the alcohol, deeming it unfit for consumption, even for a dog. The small creature retorted, playfully suggesting its companion was indeed a dog. The small creature, with surprising knowledge, detected drugs in both the alcohol and the food. Its companion, shocked, accused it of hypocrisy, pointing out its earlier silence on the matter. The small creature, still slightly suspicious despite its large meal, received an antidote from its companion. Since they started it, then don't blame us, the creature grumbled. Meanwhile, Elder Zhou's subordinate reported on the man who had consumed 1,000 taels of a demonic beast. The report detailed the man's weakened state despite his high cultivation level, suggesting the food was drugged. Elder Zhou, his expression hardening, listened intently. The small creature and its companion surveyed the leftovers from their meal. "The leftovers are enough for us to eat for 2 days," the companion exclaimed, urging the creature to leave. The small creature, however, voiced its suspicions about the establishment, noting the presence of a human skull in the kitchen. "This is a scam shop," it declared. As the creature and its companion departed, the creature lamented its own lack of humanity compared to the snake, who had flown away earlier. Back at the restaurant, Elder Zhou's subordinate expressed concern over the potency of the drug used, noting that even an immortal could not withstand it. Elder Zhou, noticing the absence of the small creature and its companion, was shocked. "He ran," he exclaimed in disbelief. Elder Zhou, enraged, roared his order to search the entire city for the heavenly puppet sect. He vowed to kill anyone who ate without paying. Meanwhile, the small creature and its companion sought refuge in an abandoned house, believing it to be safe. The companion reassured the small creature, promising to return soon. However, the small creature remained suspicious, its inner thoughts revealing a lingering unease. It questioned the companion's motives. The small creature, deciding to follow the companion, prepared to use stealth techniques. A mischievous glint appeared in its eyes as it chuckled. The companion led the small creature to an abandoned house, stating that it should be safe for now. They reassured the creature, promising to return after attending to some business. But the small creature, far from reassured, suspected Elder Zhou's involvement and worried about the companion's safety. Okay, my ass, they thought, recognizing the Elder's cunning. They resolved to secretly follow the companion, fearing that Elder Zhou might lead enemies to them. Meanwhile, Elder Zhou, having acquired 3 excellent weapons from the small creature's stash, was furious at being cheated out of a fair share of the loot. He berated the small creature for selling his goods behind his back. And the small creature, revealing the source of the items, retorted that the elder had lied about splitting the profits 50-50. The small creature continued to sell their remaining goods, including high-grade beast materials, while remaining wary of their surroundings. Zhao Yidhua, a member of the Heavenly Puppet sect, lamented his unlucky assignment guarding the same post for 3 years. While his companion, Yu Chang, noted the futility of their efforts since the Foundation establishment had failed to follow their orders. Yu Chang spotted the small creature, recognizing him from a previous encounter, and suggested to his brother that they follow the small creature to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, believing he might have something valuable. Zhao Yidhua, pleased with his brother's perceptiveness, agreed to follow. As the small creature continued to sell his goods, unaware of the impending confrontation, the small creature's attempt to sell a bag of goods to a merchant was interrupted. When the merchant, upon closer inspection, discovered something amiss and called for a discussion inside. Inside the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, the shop owner, alerted to the presence of someone inside, ordered his assistant to close the door immediately. Yu Chang and Zhao Yidhua, observing from outside, discussed the small creature's actions. Yu Chang noted that the creature must have stolen the goods to sell them, while Zhao Yidhua pointed out the potential risks of antagonizing the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, a powerful entity. They decided to wait for the small creature to leave the pavilion. Over 2 hours passed with no sign of the small creature. Yu Chang grew impatient, questioning how much longer they should wait. The door to the pavilion opened, and the 2 men prepared to confront the small creature. They found the shop owner, seemingly having struck it rich, boasting about his newfound wealth. Yu Chang and Zhao Yidhua immediately questioned him about the small creature who had been selling goods earlier. The shop owner revealed that the creature had sold a variety of rare and valuable items, including spiritual awareness training pills and even remains of a remnant monster. Before abruptly dismissing the details and demanding to know where the creature had gone, Zhao Yidhua swiftly incapacitated the shop owner with a kick. Using their divine sense, Yu Chang and Zhao Yidhua tracked the small creature fleeing towards the south gate. Yu Chang, utilizing his divine sense, tracked the small creature to a rooftop. He located the fleeing figure, observing its movements from a distance. He noted the creature's agility and speculated on its cultivation level, concluding that despite its small size, it possessed considerable skill, and that its escape route led towards an abandoned house. Zhao Yidhua, understanding the risks, decided to remain behind for safety, while Yu Chang pursued the small creature. He quickly caught up, finding Zhao Yidhua already at the abandoned house, and sensed a strange aura within. He cautioned his companion to proceed with care, explaining that they were dealing with a member of the Heavenly Puppet sect, tasked with maintaining order in Linjiang City. They called out to the small creature, giving it 3 seconds to surrender. When the small creature refused, Yu Chang's companion unleashed his attack, a swift strike that sent the small creature flying backward. The small creature let out a surprised yelp. Yu Chang unleashed a swift attack, his movements a blur as he struck the small creature. The impact sent the creature reeling, leaving it injured and cornered. Zhao Yidhua watched, her expression cautious but supportive as Yu Chang prepared for the next move. Just as I expected, Yu Chang thought, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. The small creature, desperate, lunged at Yu Chang, its fangs bared. Its attack was wild and desperate. Yu Chang easily countered, his skill far surpassing the creature's. He effortlessly subdued the creature, muttering, "Humph! Did you think I wouldn't know? Idiot!" He then summoned lizard puppets to assist in the capture. Yu Chang laughed, revealing his cunning plan. "Ho ho ho! You didn't know it was me? Fool," he chuckled, his amusement evident. Zhao Yidua, observing from the sidelines, commented internally, "Yikes! Why is that guy suddenly laughing like an old schemer?" Yu Chang, having secured the creature, declared, "Enough games. You're still going to die." He prepared a final, decisive attack. A fiery blast engulfed the creature, seemingly ending its life. The resulting explosion rocked the area. Despite the apparent destruction, Yu Chang remained vigilant. "No, he's still alive," he observed, noticing subtle signs of life amidst the debris. "Flesh chunks?" Zhao Yidua urgently warned Yu Chang, "Watch out, junior brother you. Dodge." The small creature, now severely damaged, lay on the ground. Yu Chang observed it, questioning, "My lizard puppet. Is this what happens when you touch his flesh chunks? What a bizarre technique." Yu Chang chuckled, "Ho ho ho. Keep going, old men." The creature morphed into a monstrous form, prompting Yu Chang to muse, "So this is what loose cultivator really means, huh?" Zhao Yidua, observing the battle, commented, "I don't feel like waiting any longer. I'm here to help the junior brother." Zhao Yidua continued, "The sword can't handle this monster, and the person holding it has made a move." He added, "It's better to stay nearby and keep an eye on the situation." Yu Chang taunted the creature, Now, don't tell me you are tired already? This old man hasn't had enough fun yet." Yu Chang, facing a monstrous, wolf-like creature, declared, Now, aren't you tired already? This old man hasn't had any fun yet." Zhao Yidua, observing the scene, warned his senior brother, "Brother, this dog has vicious power, our sword isn't useful against him alone." Zhao Yidua, acknowledging his brother's words, responded simply, "Understood." With a flourish, Zhao Yidua summoned a giant frog puppet. The creature materialized with a powerful presence. Prompting Yu Chang to call out, "Senior brother Zhao, let's join hands to attack." The monstrous creature, unimpressed, sneered, "This puppet looks so dumb. Are they really planning to attack me together?" Zhao Yidua's giant frog puppet lunged at the creature, its gaping maw open, ready to swallow its foe whole. The puppet's attack connected, absorbing the creature's essence, leaving behind only scattered remains. Yu Chang and Zhao Yidua exchanged relieved glances, the immediate threat was neutralized. However, Yu Chang's relief was short-lived. He noticed something amiss with the puppet. A new, more powerful creature emerged from the shadows, its terrifying form a stark contrast to the defeated foe. The creature's power was overwhelming, it had absorbed the frog puppet's essence, becoming stronger than before. Zhao Yidua was shocked, no one could defeat his puppet, yet this creature had done so effortlessly. Yu Chang, sensing the danger, urged his companion to retreat, but the creature blocked their escape route. The creature revealed its origins, claiming to be a disciple of the Heavenly Puppet sect, and challenged them to a fight. Yu Chang, despite the odds, prepared to face the new threat. Yu Chang and Zhao Yidua, intent on eliminating their foe, launched a coordinated attack. But their opponents scoffed, declaring their efforts futile and childish dreams. The creature revealed itself to be far stronger than anticipated, its true form a terrifying skull-like entity. With a roar, the monstrous entity unleashed a devastating attack, overwhelming Yu Chang and Zhao Yidua with its dark, shadowy power, absorbing them into its being. The creature cackled, anticipating their imminent demise. Zhao Yidua, despite his defeat, felt a familiar divine consciousness nearby, a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. Yu Chang, sensing a powerful energy emanating from a nearby beggar, felt a surge of curiosity. Yu Chang, his expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion, questioned the nature of the creature before him, even going so far as to call it retarded. He then noticed a detail that caused his eyes to widen. Recognizing the creature's scar and appearance as similar to a cultivator from the Heavenly Puppet sect, he was shocked and uncertain. As he witnessed the creature perform a soul-searching technique on the fallen bodies of Yu Chang and Zhao Yidua, the lack of any reaction from the technique puzzled him, leading him to conclude that this must be the real body of the cultivator, not just a puppet. However, doubt lingered, as he considered the possibility that it might simply be another puppet. The creature, meanwhile, was acting urgently, believing it needed to act quickly to protect a life-preserving treasure. Meanwhile, another cultivator, seemingly defeated, lamented the loss of his puppet, Yu Chang, and then experienced a sudden, intense flash of light. A fiery explosion engulfed Yu Chang, the flames consuming him as several talismans erupted around him. Zhao Yidua watched in horror, his own body beginning to feel heavy and burning as the creature's power surged. He activated his protective jade, a desperate attempt to shield himself from the overwhelming force. But the creature's power proved too immense. The protective armor shattered as the creature's influence spread. A thunder talisman exploded, adding to the chaotic energy. Zhao Yidua, realizing the combined talisman's explosive potential, cursed his own foolishness as his protective armor failed him. Bloody Blade observed the scene from afar, his eyes narrowed in contemplation as he noticed the talismans on the wall. He unleashed a combined attack of fire, wind, and thunder talismans, a devastating barrage aimed at the creature. Bloody Blade, confident in his protective treasure, declared that no harm could come to him. He unleashed a combined talisman attack. But to his shock, the creature's power overwhelmed his defenses. The combined force of the attack causing a massive explosion, leaving behind only destruction and the fallen form of Bloody Blade, who questioned how such a thing was possible. The creature's defense, the mythical yellow bell, had proven unexpectedly resilient. Despite the apparent defeat, the creature sensed Bloody Blade was still alive and launched a fireball technique. A barrage of fireballs that continued for 30 minutes, causing widespread devastation. The commotion outside the city walls caused alarm among the citizens, who were desperate to escape the chaos. One observer wondered aloud if immortals were battling. A small, furry creature, witnessing the destruction from afar, was shocked by the scale of Bloody Blade's attack, questioning what had caused such a reaction. Bloody Blade, despite his earlier efforts, found himself struggling against the creature. His face contorted in frustration as he muttered, "That brat can't do a single thing properly without me." Meanwhile, the small furry creature, having observed the battle's conclusion, chuckled to itself. Hee, time to stash these treasures away. It began to collect what appeared to be remnants of the battle. A dark, stormy sky loomed over a ravaged landscape. The air crackled with residual energy from a recent battle. "Humph," a voice muttered, filled with barely concealed frustration. The creature, a large, furry beast, reflected on its recent efforts. It had invested significant energy, mastering only the first layer of the Heavenly Puppet Sect's technique. The process of possessing another body and maintaining it proved inconvenient. It considered the difficulty of killing someone, obtaining their soul, mastering the full puppet technique, and creating a humanoid puppet. So handsome, it thought, admiring its current form. This first layer, limited to mechanical beasts, was insufficient. Creating a humanoid puppet remained beyond its reach. Unless it found Zhao Yidua's body and searched his soul. Locating Zhao Yidua's body, however, would require searching the city first. Dig, 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 the creature exclaimed, beginning its search. When the time came, it would use Zhao Yidua to deal with the Heavenly Puppet Sect's disciples. Dust and debris swirled in the aftermath of the battle, obscuring the scene. Zhao Yidua's ashes were visible in the crater left by the battle. The small furry creature encountered another creature, who inquired about Zhao Yidua's fate. "What? Zhao Yidua? I'd been cultivating here," the creature responded, feigning ignorance. It hadn't directly fought the Heavenly Puppet Sect's disciples. The small furry creature, trembling, frantically explained to its larger companion that it had never lied before, and that they were in grave danger from the Heavenly Puppet Sect. It insisted on escaping immediately. But the larger creature stopped it, accusing it of poor acting and demanding a share of the treasures it had secretly sold. It ordered the smaller creature to hand over half the loot, while a nearby human, alerted to their hushed conversation, urged them to flee. The larger creature, annoyed, questioned the nature of the disturbance. And the smaller creature, exhausted from their escape, suggested they rest outside Riverside City. The larger creature agreed, but only after the smaller creature promised to split the proceeds from the items it had sold. The larger creature then proudly presented its purchases: body-refining pills, demon beast meat, and spiritual stones. The smaller creature, delighted by the smell, eagerly devoured the meat. And the two creatures then began to divide the spiritual stones, arguing over the fairness of the split. The smaller creature, however, suddenly remembered Zhao belongings, revealing that only a few items remained from Zhao storage bag after the fire. These included a bell, a piece of armor, and an iron fragment. The larger creature, unimpressed, deemed them average treasures, except for a scratched spiritual treasure, which the larger creature admitted to damaging with its golden scale. It promised to repair it later. The smaller creature, however, was suddenly alerted to something. The smaller furry creature, relieved but still slightly apprehensive, declared, "Then I'll take this damaged one." Its larger companion, opportunistic and satisfied, responded, "I knew it." The larger creature continued, "You keep the bell. I'll modify it to wear for myself." The smaller creature, eager to use the item, said, "Let me use it in the meantime." The larger creature, admiring the silver armor, commented, "So handsome. This silver armor can automatically adjust to the wearer's body type." The smaller creature, skeptical, exclaimed, "And it can even hide itself. No wonder I didn't notice Zhao wearing it. Take it off. I don't believe a word you say." A struggle ensued as the smaller creature tried to take the armor, resulting in a clang and a metallic sound as the armor was removed. The smaller creature then said, "Stop. I'll give you all the puppets I collected. That should be enough, right?" The larger creature, amused, responded, "Hey. That doesn't hurt at all." A gust of wind swept through a cavern, revealing the remnants of a wrecked vessel and scattered debris. The smaller furry creature voiced its doubt, questioning if this was indeed a spiritual mine. The larger creature confirmed that while the spiritual ore had been extracted 5 centuries ago, this mountain still held the most abundant spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius, making it ideal for cultivation, free from human or demonic interference. The smaller creature, however, noted the presence of scattered humans in the area. The larger creature dismissed this, emphasizing the abundance of spiritual energy and instructing the smaller creature to begin digging. The smaller creature eagerly obeyed, its enthusiasm evident. The larger creature then presented a tank, explaining that it was for the smaller creature to cleanse its body with water, a process involving a water bullet technique. The small furry creature, submerged in the Phoenix Mountain's energy, cried out in pain. The heat was intense. "Am I burning up?" It trembled, the searing heat far exceeding the discomfort of its previous underground existence. But its resolve held firm. "I won't faint. My willpower is 100 times stronger than normal people," it declared, its inner strength defying the physical agony. As its old snake skin shed, turning to ash in the medicinal water. Simultaneously, impurities were expelled from its body. A process that left the creature feeling invigorated. "Woohoo! I shed my skin. I rushed my advancement and didn't get to fully enjoy it. It's finally done," it exclaimed joyfully. The larger furry creature smiled knowingly. "See? I told you this stuff works wonders," it said. The larger creature then explained that body refining takes 7 days, but since the smaller creature had demonic beast meat, there was no need to stay longer. The smaller creature agreed to check the rest of the mine for hidden items. Its body, now 4 meters long, could shrink to 1 meter at will. The smaller creature marveled at its newfound abilities. Not only could it control its body size, but its strength and speed had more than tripled. Even at the peak of the 6th level of the cultivation realm, its strength was incomparable to before. The number of golden scales had also increased, gradually spreading to its torso, no longer confined to its tail. The creature mused, I bet once I reach the great perfection in the spiritual awareness realm, my entire body will be covered in these scales. The smaller furry creature pondered aloud, won't I become a yellow snake then? Like a banana? The larger creature responded, noting the absence of their old dog, where's Rue? He hasn't come back in days, and there's no trace of him within 200 miles. Dismissing the concern about the dog, the smaller creature declared, forget it. It's fine if he doesn't return for now. The smaller creature, holding a jade stone, initiated a divine consciousness investigation, intending to examine the stone's properties. The investigation revealed a bright light emanating from the stone, causing the creature to exclaim, huh? Why is it so dark? What is swallowing up the light from my divine consciousness? The larger creature observed, well, my divine consciousness seems fine. The smaller creature, seemingly having bumped into something, wondered, oof. Did I hit a wall? The smaller creature continued to investigate, questioning, don't tell me this jade is some kind of massive storage space? How could that even be possible? The creature struck a crystal formation, exclaiming, ouch. It hurts. The small furry creature stumbled upon a massive cavern filled with glowing, blue crystals, its eyes widening in astonishment as it realized the nature of its discovery. These were spiritual stones, and there were thousands of them. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of stones, the small creature exclaimed, oh my god! There are more than 1,000 spiritual stones here. The larger furry creature, observing from a distance, noted the exceptional quality of some stones, muttering, this Jowweed was sure is greedy. I struck gold. There are a few with particularly neat spiritual energy, far exceeding the spiritual energy of the other stones. Its concern grew as it thought, I must never let the old dog find out, otherwise, it will definitely get stolen by him. Suddenly, the spiritual stones began to move on their own, causing the larger creature to wonder aloud, why are these spiritual stones moving? The small furry creature, already astonished and in pain, felt a sudden, intense reaction within its body as the high-grade spiritual stones it had ingested began to interact with its internal systems. A surge of energy emanating from within, causing a visible reaction in the surrounding environment. The divine demonic cauldron, it seemed, was responding to the influx of spiritual energy, absorbing the stones with alarming speed. The creature watched, a mixture of fear and fascination in its eyes, as the stones vanished into the glowing light. Its stomach calming down as the absorption process continued. My stomach is calming down. What's happening? It wondered, a sense of bewilderment washing over it. Meanwhile, the larger furry creature, having observed the events unfold, felt a growing unease. Old dog? Did he go to cause troubles again? It thought, its concern escalating. A sense of foreboding settling upon it as it witnessed the strange occurrences. Why do things keep happening one after another? It muttered, a growing sense of dread filling its mind. Suddenly, a wave of dark energy erupted from the ground, revealing a swarm of menacing creatures. The smaller creature cried out in terror, Snakey! Quickly come down and help spit fire! Desperate for help as the creatures swarmed closer. The larger creature, however, was already strained. Snakey! This thing can counter me. My explosions are almost finished, and my true energy is nearly depleted too, it exclaimed, its voice laced with exhaustion and desperation. The smaller furry creature, riddled with cracks from the spiritual stone's reaction, whimpered. They can get into the armor's cracks, it cried, as numerous small, dark creatures swarmed its body. The larger furry creature, desperate, yelled, black, yellow. Activate the protective armor. A surge of energy erupted as the smaller creature's armor glowed, pushing back the swarming creatures. With a final burst of energy, the larger creature declared, I believe in you. This is my last true energy. A blinding flash of light engulfed the smaller creature as it unleashed a powerful fireball technique. The larger creature watched, impressed. Is it settled? Your fireball power has increased again, it exclaimed, observing the increased power and range of the attack. More creatures emerged from the ground. It's not working. They are crawling from underneath again. Come here quickly. I also can't deal with that amount, the smaller creature cried, overwhelmed. The larger creature instructed, use the earth traversal technique and run into the earth. The smaller creature, using its enhanced speed, burrowed underground. Your speed, Snaky. Your spatial technique has gotten better, the larger creature commented, noting the improvement in the smaller creature's abilities. What use does it have? They are following us closely. We'll lose the grip of them. Swift winds swept across 10,000 miles as the smaller furry creature, propelled by a burst of energy, utilized an earth traversal technique to escape the pursuing serpent. The larger furry creature urged its companion onward, come. Come up quickly. Observing the smaller creature's escape with a mixture of concern and hope. The smaller creature, using Jiaoiduo's fan, soared through the air. Landing safely on the riverbank, as the larger creature commented, as expected, I still believe in you, old dog. The smaller creature, exhausted but relieved, urged its companion, stop talking. Let's get onto the river first. Having escaped the immediate danger, the smaller creature looked up to see a swarm of large, white ants approaching. The larger creature exclaimed, right. The ants! The smaller creature, noticing the ants' retreat, expressed surprise, they are not coming out? The sky above the two furry creatures suddenly changed, a violent electrical storm erupting. As bolts of lightning illuminated the churning waters below. The smaller creature looked concerned. The larger creature, seemingly unfazed, explained that the strange phenomenon was a lower-grade spiritual treasure. The smaller creature, however, was immediately overwhelmed by the storm's intensity. As powerful currents threatened to pull them under. The larger creature identified the swirling vortex as the spiral it had previously warned about. The larger creature, realizing the danger, attempted to use a water bullet technique to lessen the suction. But the force was too strong. It could only manage to propel itself away, leaving the smaller creature behind. The smaller creature was sucked into the depths of the spiral, leaving the larger creature to lament its companion's fate. The smaller furry creature, caught in the vortex's pull, declared, I'll die if I go down, right? I won't save you. The larger creature, now also pulled into the depths, lamented, damn it. Why did I come down too? Observing the swirling water, the larger creature realized, those stones under the water, the spiral formed because of them, right? It attempted to fight back, thinking, my golden scales might not be able to slash through the water, but they can destroy you. Later, on the shore, the larger creature found its companion unconscious and questioned, why are you not waking up yet, old dog? The larger creature considered the implications, don't tell me I have to give him oxygen like how humans do? No way. That's too disgusting. Instead, it opted for a different approach, declaring, beat up the drowned dog. This is more suitable. 30 minutes later, the smaller creature awoke, startling its companion and stating, it really worked. I'm your savior from now on. The rain continued to fall as the small furry creature, still slightly arrogant from its recent ordeal, addressed the larger furry creature. Black Yellow, it began, let me ask you something. The smaller creature's eyes glowed with an unsettling intensity as it continued, I previously had a demonic beast friend who saw a symmetrical spiritual stone before. That kind of spiritual stone. 30 minutes passed. The smaller furry creature, its eyes glowing intensely, exclaimed, it really worked. From now on, I'm your savior. The larger furry creature, however, responded with skepticism, hey, have you lost your mind? Are you awake? The smaller creature, ignoring the larger one's apprehension, continued, Black Yellow, let me ask you something. I once had a demonic beast friend who saw a symmetrical spiritual stone. That kind of stone. You have the finest grade spiritual stone that is directly cut off from the spiritual vein? The larger creature denied possessing such a stone, I don't have it. I'm just asking for my friend, where can one get it? The smaller creature, seemingly appeased, stated, since you saved me today, I owe you a favor. For a stone like that, you'd probably need to kill a golden core cultivator. Two figures, Xuehu and another cultivator, stood amidst a rain-swept landscape. Xuehu, visibly distressed, reported the loss of something important. His companion expressed his anger and frustration, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. The cultivator explained that a demon had escaped from their sect, and that its capture was paramount to prevent further chaos. He stressed the potential consequences of failure, highlighting the bounty placed on the demon and the threat to their sect's headquarters. Meanwhile, a senior brother, certain of the white snake's presence nearby, recounted his unsuccessful attempt to subdue it using his bone-crushing hammer. The image revealed a glimpse of the white snake, partially submerged in water, its eyes wide with defiance. The cultivators continued their search, the senior brother expressing concern about a possible ambush, while the other cultivator urged him to stop complaining and focus on the task at hand. The senior brother, wielding fire magic, engaged the white wolf, exclaiming, "It really has a helper?" The wolf, momentarily stunned by the flames, retreated, a voice narrating, "It runs away after spitting fire every time." The senior brother, frustrated, muttered, "If not for its interference, I would have caught that white snake already." He then declared, "Humph! How interesting! Just the right time. Let's kill it today too." The senior brother launched another fiery attack, while the junior cultivator cheered, "Ha ha! Senior brother, I'll back you up. We'll be feasting on wolf meat tonight." Meanwhile, the white snake, urged by the junior cultivator's words, made a daring escape, as the junior cultivator shouted, "White snake, run! I'll hold them off." The senior brother, seeing the snake's escape, ordered Xuehu, "Xuehu, go after the white snake. Leave this wolf to me." Xuehu, responding with determination, replied, "Understood, senior brother. Leave it to me." Meanwhile, at Chu River's border Sorcerer Mountain, a powerful gravitational technique was unleashed, causing a large section of the mountain to crumble. The source of this power revealed itself to be a snake cultivator who boasts of his enhanced abilities after 2 months of intense training. He claims his gravity technique is now as powerful as Chen Daoling's. He further explains that he can now crush low-level cultivators within a several-meter radius, and that he has mastered fire and snake techniques, along with thunder techniques in progress. He also mentions that the puppets he created are now fully operational and linked to his senses, granting him unprecedented awareness. Suddenly, a voice interrupts, identifying itself as the king of the mountain, warning the snake cultivator that his two friends are in serious trouble. The Wolf King watched, a mixture of suspicion and concern etched on his face, as the snake cultivator effortlessly utilized the earth traversal technique. He muttered to himself, questioning the cultivator's swift decision-making. Meanwhile, a cultivator, wielding a large weapon, furiously attacked a barrier. Frustrated, he exclaimed that despite repeated strikes, the golden light barrier remained unbroken. A white snake, seemingly trapped within the barrier, writhed. The cultivator questioned if this was the rumored old demon snake, only to be countered by another cultivator's observation that the legendary serpent was black, not white. The Wolf King, chained and wounded, advised the cultivator to conserve his strength, noting that the barrier would weaken over time. He confidently declared that capturing the demon within would secure them the first merit, estimating that 1 hour would be sufficient. Another cultivator, concerned about the proximity of the moving mountain sect's masters, questioned the wisdom of their actions. He expressed worry, noting that Master Yi, despite being 100 miles away, might still intervene. A cultivator calmly responded that Master Yi would act as needed, and that summoning the jade was unnecessary. The snake cultivator unleashed his earth prison technique, encasing several figures in stone. One cultivator remarked on the impressive display, while another noted that they needed to secure the area before Master Yi arrived. An hour later, the Wolf King, panting heavily, noted the snake cultivator's surprisingly fast speed. He wondered if the snake cultivator had already obtained the finest grade earth spirit root, given his enhanced abilities. The Wolf King and Snow Aura arrived at their destination. They surmised that the snake cultivators were behind the earth prison, noting that their cultivation base and the golden light barrier suggested they had been working on it for a considerable time. However, they also recognized the cultivator's caution, suspecting they were hiding something. The snake cultivator considered using divine consciousness to check on his puppets, but decided against it, opting for a safer approach with beast puppets instead. A cultivator noticed a creature trembling from their mere gaze, exclaiming to his senior brother about the phenomenon. As a powerful energy blast erupted from the creature, surprising the onlookers. The force of the blast caused significant destruction in the area. One cultivator recognized the attack as the heavenly puppet sex technique, while another cultivator used an earth shield technique in an attempt to protect himself and his brother from the blast, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed the area. The aftermath revealed a devastated landscape and a cultivator lying defeated, confirming the power of the heavenly puppet sex technique. A cultivator, wounded and crawling amidst a devastated landscape, muttered in disbelief, "Damn it! How could a cultivator from the Qin kingdom be here?" The Wolf King and its serpentine companion watched from the shadows, the wolf's voice echoing, "It's him. He's returned. Are you really sure?" The snake cultivator unleashed a devastating attack, declaring, "I'm going to bomb you to oblivion." The cultivator from the Qin kingdom countered with a defensive technique, Earth's Shield, rotating defense. "I am at the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm. Right now, I'm fully fortified." The cultivator's defense held firm against the onslaught, his defiant words ringing out, "Your puppet beasts won't be able to harm me." Divine consciousness. The source of the puppet beast's power was revealed, the divine consciousness of each puppet. It's all emanating from a single source. That person is underground. The cultivator from the Qin kingdom pressed his attack, "Fellow Taoist, since you refuse to settle this with words as foolish as playing with fire." The snake cultivator, undeterred, unleashed his traversal technique, a powerful maneuver that allowed him to directly confront his opponent. Observing the cultivator from the Qin kingdom, he noted the small lizards used in the attack were only capable of harming low-level cultivators, and deemed them too weak to pose a threat to a high-level cultivator skilled in defense. The cultivator from the Qin kingdom, meanwhile, was surprised by the snake cultivator's unexpected approach. Launching a counterattack with his piercing technique stone needles, a flurry of stone projectiles aimed at his adversary. He shouted, "Shuehu! This is to avenge you." The snake cultivator scoffed at the Qin cultivator's attack, dismissing it as noisy and ineffective. He countered with his wind blade technique, a swift and powerful gust of wind, which easily deflected the stone needles. He mocked, "Ha ha ha! Idiot, why would you use such a technique underground?" The cultivator from the Qin kingdom, however, was shocked as his powerful technique was rendered useless. Realizing the true power behind the snake cultivator's attack, he exclaimed, "My stone spear destroyed in the underground? Impossible. This power, oh no!" The Qin cultivator, his body racked with pain, cried out, "Urgh! My hand!" His desperate thoughts raced. "Arg! The summoning jade is reacting. Master Uncle Yi must be nearby. I just need to buy time. Master Uncle Yi will definitely save me. Beg for forgiveness, quickly beg for forgiveness." The snake cultivator loomed, its eyes burning with cold fury. "Senior, please." With a roar, the snake cultivator unleashed a devastating attack, the Qin cultivator screaming, "What? You are? How dare you touch my people? Die!" The ground trembled as the snake cultivator's attack struck, the Qin cultivator barely managing a desperate plea, "Urgha! Master Uncle Yi!" The resulting explosion sent debris flying, leaving a crater in the earth. The Wolf King, observing from a distance, muttered, "Way too loud." The Wolf King continued, "Damn it! Didn't I learn my lesson last time? What if I attract more enemies? Tui, tui, tui. I'm never gonna use the thunder attack technique underground again." The snake cultivator, still seething with vengeful energy from his recent victory, hissed, "But that guy mentioned Uncle Master, don't tell me they're sending reinforcements?" He continued, his thoughts racing, "I need to move fast. I must eliminate Yi Haichuan and Wolf King before any backup arrives. The Qin cultivator, mortally wounded, collapsed to the ground, his final words a curse directed at the snake cultivator, Snaky. You are such a jinx. Yi Haichuan, a cultivator from the Moving Mountains sect, arrived on the scene, his face a mask of disbelief. He muttered to himself, I never imagined it was true. And now, witnessing the aftermath of the battle, his horror deepened. And now, murdering disciples of the Moving Mountains sect. The snake cultivator smirked, revealing his hidden puppets. Humph. Fool. My puppets have already surrounded this place. Observing the unfolding situation, the snake cultivator added, I guess this old man is getting anxious. Yi Haichuan, caught off guard, barely managed to deflect the snake cultivator's initial strike, the cultivator shouting, I'll chop off your tail first. Narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The cultivator's attack was swift and brutal, leaving Yi Haichuan momentarily stunned. He muttered, Phew. I almost got severed, this old man is too dangerous. The snake cultivator, impressed by Yi Haichuan's skill, commented, Shrinking techniques, puppet arts, you bastards sure know a lot. But he dismissed the techniques as mere tricks, declaring, but those are nothing more than petty tricks. Yi Haichuan, however, was taken aback, exclaiming, What is this? The snake cultivator unleashed his ultimate move, a devastating attack called Carnage Sandstorm. A violent wind howled, uprooting trees from their roots. The smaller snakes under the snake cultivator's control were caught in the storm, torn apart by the swirling sand. The sheer power of the attack left Yi Haichuan awestruck. The snake cultivator's true strength was revealed, as a voice declared, he's a true foundation establishment cultivator. The snake cultivator's power was evident, his attacks reached several meters, a testament to his cultivation. Yi Haichuan, facing the overwhelming might of the snake cultivator, questioned his ability to overcome such an opponent. He wondered, how am I supposed to deal with him? Yi Haichuan launched a desperate counterattack, his technique known as Mountain Collapsing Slash, a powerful move that sent a shockwave of energy towards the snake cultivator. But the snake cultivator effortlessly countered, his first move a swift strike that sent Yi Haichuan reeling. The cultivator's relentless assault continued, leaving Yi Haichuan no room to breathe. The snake cultivator's attacks were a blur of motion. Overwhelmed, Yi Haichuan realized he needed a new strategy. He thought, no. I can't take him head on. I have to outmaneuver him. Snake, think. He resolved to use the skills he had learned from his former master. He muttered, right. I have what that old dog made for me. Yi Haichuan, undeterred, launched another attack, this time employing his Mountain Collapsing Slash second move. He roared, again, as he charged. The powerful technique cleaving the earth with a golden arc of energy. But the snake cultivator effortlessly countered, leaving only pebbles in its wake. Yi Haichuan questioned, did I miss? Where did that slippery third go? The snake cultivator's earth traversal technique had been used to evade the attack. Seeing Yi Haichuan attempt to flee, the snake cultivator sneered, trying to run? Why don't you ask my sword if it allows that? He then unleashed a swift counterattack. His blade striking with incredible speed, forcing Yi Haichuan to take the hit. The snake cultivator muttered to himself, I won't make it in time to use that reversal technique. I have no choice but to take this hit head on. Despite the blow, Yi Haichuan remained defiant, shouting, damned old man. I'll fight you to the end. He prepared for another desperate counterattack. Yi Haichuan's attack impacted the ground with a powerful explosion, but the snake cultivator remained unscathed. Leaving Yi Haichuan shocked and exclaiming, no way! My sword got blasted away? Observing the scene, Yi Haichuan reflected on the snake cultivator's overwhelming power, noting the immense difference in their cultivation levels. And concluding that there was only one way to defeat him. The snake cultivator used the earth traversal technique to evade Yi Haichuan's next attack. While simultaneously taunting him, scum, where do you think you're running? Yi Haichuan attempted to use petrification arts, but the snake cultivator's speed proved too great. Leaving Yi Haichuan frustrated and questioning why his technique wasn't working. Yi Haichuan unleashed another powerful attack, an earth-piercing spike, aiming to impale the snake cultivator. But the snake cultivator, with surprising agility, narrowly avoided the attack, barely escaping impalement. The force of the blow still sent him sprawling. Yi Haichuan, surprised by the snake cultivator's evasive maneuvers, noted the absence of a corpse and the cultivator's incredibly agile movements. The snake cultivator countered with an earth spike encirclement technique. A devastating barrage of earth spikes that erupted from the ground, aiming to pin down Yi Haichuan. The cultivator cursed the immense force trying to lift him from the ground. Despite the overwhelming attack, the snake cultivator, realizing he couldn't avoid it completely, prepared to use his swift wind talisman, activating it to escape the encirclement. Yi Haichuan, seeing the snake cultivator emerge from the earth, launched a carnage sandstorm attack. The sandstorm swallowed the snake cultivator whole, but when the dust settled, he had vanished. Yi Haichuan, having failed to locate the snake cultivator, continued his search, shouting, "Manifestation sand! Little snake, you can't hide!" The snake cultivator, 800 meters underground, muttered to himself, relieved, "Close. Luckily, I had this stealth talisman. Without it, I'd never have made it back down here." He reflected on the situation. That old dog was right. Fighting a higher level opponent is no less than defying the heavens. If I want to rescue Wolf King and Snowy, I'll have to wait for the old dog's arrival and coordinate with him, or... Yi Haichuan, having sensed the snake cultivator's presence, appeared above him, sneering, "Ha, little scum, so you're hiding down there." The snake cultivator, surprised by the speed of Yi Haichuan's detection, thought, "He found me so quickly? If he found me, he would have attacked immediately instead of trying to get a psychological reaction to rattle me." Yi Haichuan, still searching, questioned himself, "Did I really let it escape? Or is it hiding even deeper underground? Since he's here to save those two bastards." He then called out again, "You won't come out, huh? Ha!" The snake cultivator, anticipating Yi Haichuan's next move, braced himself, thinking, "Don't tell me he is going to." Yi Haichuan, enraged, threatened to rip the skin off the snake cultivator's companions. He boasted that his earth-piercing spike technique would kill them within seconds, given the confined space. Meanwhile, the Wolf King, seemingly unfazed, watched from a distance as one of his companions pleaded for help. Another of the Wolf King's companions angrily rebuked Yi Haichuan, daring him to come down and fight while leaving them alone. Yi Haichuan, having located the snake cultivator's underground position, smirked, stating that he had finally shown himself, just as expected. He initiated his earth reversal technique. The earth cracked and crumbled as the technique progressed, reaching depths of 100, 300, 500, and finally 700 meters. Yi Haichuan, confident in his ability, questioned the snake cultivator's resilience, taunting him about being buried 800 meters deep. Despite the immense pressure, the snake cultivator activated his anti-crushing golden protection, revealing his location to Yi Haichuan. Yi Haichuan, having tracked the snake cultivator underground, launched a devastating attack. "I'm going to kill you," he declared, his earth-shattering technique aimed at crushing his foe. But the snake cultivator, anticipating the blow, activated his anti-crushing golden protection. "Kill me? With what?" he hissed defiantly, the golden energy momentarily deflecting the assault. However, the sheer force of Yi Haichuan's attack proved too great. The snake cultivator was severely injured, his body thrown violently through the air. Despite his grievous wounds, the snake cultivator's focus remained sharp. He noted the outcome of his failed defense, muttering, "Did it die like that? What a pity. I was planning to capture it alive." Yet, even in defeat, a glimmer of hope remained. "Whatever. It's still very precious even if it died. Let's bring it back to the sect." Yi Haichuan, surprised, noted a black golden stone embedded within the snake cultivator's body, questioning the presence of blood and flesh around it. The snake cultivator, reacting to the unexpected attack, exclaimed in surprise, revealing that his real body was still underground, more than 3 meters away. He activated his earth shield, followed by the earth-flowing wall and inner armor, desperate defensive measures against the overwhelming power of Yi Haichuan. Despite his efforts, the snake cultivator was severely injured by a powerful blow. His body collapsing as the impact sent tremors through the ground. The snake cultivator, his face contorted in a grimace, lunged forward, shouting, "My treasured sword!" He unleashed a desperate attack, but Ji Haichuan countered with a swift strike, the cultivator groaning, "Erg," as he cried out, "I just want to kill you." Yi Haichuan's counterattack sent the snake cultivator sprawling, his words echoing, "Leave your leg behind," as he launched a devastating mountain-piercing spike technique. The snake cultivator, desperately trying to escape, muttered, "Trying to escape just as I thought you still have treasures," as he unleashed a flurry of attacks, fire snake technique, wind blade technique, and finally, thunder strike technique. Despite his powerful techniques, the snake cultivator was clearly exhausted, panting, "Huff, huff, my body has reached its limit. Too bad, just a little more and he would have, huff, huff." He barely managed to escape, gasping, "Thank goodness I escaped in time. I still have my life-saving blood spiritual pill." The Wolf King, observing from a distance, recognized the snake cultivator's presence. "That rumored black dog demon," he mused, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The Wolf King continued to watch as the snake cultivator unleashed a powerful attack. "How can there be such a coincidence? That bastard must have set up an ambush beforehand," he muttered, his gaze sharp. The snake cultivator, caught off guard, was severely injured by the sudden assault. F***CK. "I need to run quickly," he screamed, his body already battered and bruised. The force of the blow sent the snake cultivator flying, leaving him severely wounded and barely conscious. A pained gasp escaped his lips. The Wolf King approached the fallen snake cultivator, observing his state with a detached curiosity. "What happened?" he questioned, his tone devoid of any emotion. He examined the snake cultivator's body. "Ha? He stopped breathing? A foundation establishment cultivator reduced to this state, that's kind of amusing," he commented, a hint of amusement in his voice. "And I haven't even done anything yet. Snaky, you sure or something," he added, a smirk playing on his lips. The Wolf King warned someone off-screen. "Black, yellow. Step back," he commanded. Then, addressing the snake cultivator, he added, "Yo, Snaky. I was just..." The snake cultivator, despite his injuries, attempted to use a fire snake technique, but the Wolf King cut him short. "Cut it. He is already a corpse," the Wolf King stated, ending the confrontation. The snake cultivator, mortally wounded, let out a final, desperate cry, "Erg! No!" His body was racked with pain, flames erupting from his hands as he struggled. But it was too late. The Wolf King, amused by the cultivator's struggle, delivered the final blow. "Huff, it's finally over." The dying snake cultivator explained, "Some of it, the rest, was me. I tore off my own skin, my insides, to disguise the puppet. I otherwise wouldn't have one." His last words were a quiet acceptance, "I'll sleep for a while." Enraged, the Wolf King roared, "You mountain-moving sex scum, how dare you harm my disciple!" He unleashed his fury, a terrifying display of power. "This heavenly wandering demon shall play with you guys." The Wolf King, having secured the area with a hidden formation, addressed his companions. "I set up a hidden formation around here. This place should be safe for now. The three of you stay here and focus on healing. I'll be back shortly." The Wolf King anxiously tended to his injured disciple. "He still hasn't woken up yet," he muttered, his worry palpable. "Don't worry. I'll return before this incense burns out," he reassured, lighting a thick incense stick. He carefully positioned the incense, muttering, "Right, right. Move it a little more to the left side." The disciple whined, "Odd, isn't this incense oddly thick and too long?" "Quit your whining, this is a healing incense. If you weren't this thick and long, this wouldn't be enough," the Wolf King snapped, before adding, "Besides, you inherited my healing technique, right?" "Yes." The disciple nodded, and the Wolf King continued, "Great. Use it, and you'll recover in no time." A soft green light enveloped the disciple as the incense burned, healing his wounds. Chen Daoling, an elder of the snake-catcher sect, explained the ongoing conflict between sects, emphasizing that even minor disputes could escalate into major problems. He noted that the 5 sects had an agreement before entering the mountain, and that the death of a Foundation establishment elder was a grave matter. Sect leader Shur agreed, lamenting the disaster and stating that they were all in the same boat. The possibility of a demonic beast being responsible for the elder's death was raised, but quickly dismissed. Due to the discovery that Xian Yangzi's clone had also been slain nearby, and a thorough search revealed no demonic beast presence. Sect leader Shur, however, remained unconvinced. He stated that the corpse was burned, not destroyed by a demonic beast, and that he knew who was responsible, a demonic black snake. He explained that despite the black snake's power not being fully established, its cunning and intelligence were exceptional, and that several of his disciples had already fallen victim to it. Shi Pengzi observed that sect leader Shi was unusually agitated, noting that his use of a prohibition pill was linked to the demonic snake. Sect leader Shi, seething with rage, issued a command, "Then you'll assist us in slaying it." The sect leader relayed orders to his disciples, instructing them to follow his lead and prepare for an immediate assault on the demonic black snake, utilizing all available spiritual stones. Meanwhile, one disciple scoffed, just as I thought, the mountain moving's ancestor won't let this go, they're going to make a move tonight." A dark, clawed hand emerged, imbued with a potent blood energy protection. The black snake, undeterred, declared its intentions, "Since you dared to bully Snakey, mountain moving's ancestor, Mu Yao's grave. Don't blame me for pigging up your ancestor's tomb." A powerful blast of energy erupted from the ice coffin, shattering it and sending debris flying, revealing a magnificent, icy dragon emerging from within. The Wolf King's disciple exclaimed, "Not bad." The disciple observed the scene, commenting on the mountain sect's dedication to preserving their leader, noting the high-quality ice coffin and its spiritual properties. He intended to take it. Attempting to store the ice dragon's power, the disciple found himself unable to contain its immense energy. The disciple pondered the dragon's unique coldness mechanism, as the ice dragon unleashed a powerful roar, its icy breath forming a massive, swirling vortex. The disciple, surprised by the dragon's power, noted that even after breaking the defensive array, it still had reserves of energy. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure emerged, observing the scene and preparing for a confrontation. The figure declared, "Today, let's see." A voice, filled with awe and a hint of fear, echoed, "There's any tomb that I, the heavenly wandering demon, can't conquer." From the depths of the tomb, a colossal ice dragon emerged, its icy breath freezing the very air around it. A dark, shadowy entity materialized, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. "You freaking raid," it hissed, its form shifting and growing, revealing itself as the heavenly demon descending dragon. A mere tomb mechanism, yet it dares to dream of becoming a dragon. "You rubbish mechanism, don't be too arrogant." The heavenly demon descending dragon unleashed a furious assault, its powerful claws tearing at the ice dragon's scales. "Back then, when I'm dominating the scene, you moving mountain sect was not worth a damn." Meanwhile, far away, 2 figures watched in horror as the battle raged. "Junior brother. Something happened at the ancestor's tomb." "Shit. Master and the others just left. If anything happens at the tomb, we can't afford to bear the responsibility." "Brother Dowling, does your compass really work?" They had already searched the entire mountain for 2 hours. "This is a snake's feces. This shouldn't be unless the snake has escaped to thousands of miles away. Even impossible. It will need to take 5 to 6 hours if I want to reach thousands of miles away, let alone the snake. There's a burning smell. What is that weird light? Let's go take a look. Heaven and earth as my grand chessboard. All souls as pieces in my accord. Breakthrough to the late stages of chi refinement." You broke through into the late stages of the chi refinement. You're so strong. I'm not as good as you say. Now that I mention it, the golden scales have now covered half of my body. If I keep breaking through, will my entire body be covered with golden scales? What happened? Demon Snake, how dare you slain the disciple of my moving mountain sect and die? Come out and die. Boss. The moving mountain sect is here. Oh whoa. From a distance, the divine consciousness sensed something amiss. A sound, faint yet unsettling, reached its awareness, yet it could not pinpoint its source. A group, likely attempting a deceptive maneuver, was suspected of setting a trap. An old dog, it was surmised, should prove sufficiently adept to detect such schemes. A wise elder, observing the lack of movement despite the light emanating from the area, urged caution and a thorough search of the surroundings. A widespread search commenced, during which an emergency summoning from the sect was detected. Revealing the shocking news, the ancestor's tomb had been raided. The elder ordered an immediate return to the mountain, his face grim with urgency. While a mischievous voice chuckled, revealing their successful return and mocking the situation. The desecrated ancestor's tomb loomed, its stone markers cracked and defiled. A single, chilling inscription was visible: "This disciple is truly unfilial." The sect elders gathered, their faces grim. They discussed the theft of the coffin, questioning who could have committed such a sacrilegious act. One elder pondered the strength required to breach the tomb's 3 layers of protective arrays. The implications were staggering. Another elder, Chen Dowling, demanded answers from his fellow sect members. The mountain sect was in turmoil, and disciples had recently been dispatched. Brother Fingzi attempted to calm the escalating tension, suggesting that the timing of the tomb raid was suspicious, and that the culprit was likely seeking revenge or aligning with the demon snake. Fingzi revealed that the demon snake still had accomplices, recalling its past grave robbing activities in the village at the foot of the mountain. A bounty was announced: 100 spiritual stones for clues, 200 for the demon snake's capture. The sect elders' resolve hardened: they would retrieve the ancestors' remains, no matter the cost. The sect elder urged everyone to heal and prepare for the mission ahead. A small, watchful creature observed from the shadows. A mischievous entity, resembling a wolf-like creature, reported finding a suitable cave for cultivation a few hundred miles away. They also mentioned the presence of people from the moving mountain sect in the area, and casually revealed that they had lured those individuals away. The entity explained their method, assuring their companions that the people wouldn't return. They then emphasized the importance of seizing the opportunity presented by this distraction, as the moving mountain sect was expected to return soon. The scene shifts to show the Phoenix Perch Mountain. The text "Phoenix Perch Mountain" appears on screen. The wolf-like entity, having arrived at the mountain, declared it the perfect location and began setting up an array. They instructed their companions to rest for the night. The entity noted the similarity of the place to the myriad Snake Valley, expressing their satisfaction. They then announced their intention to plant a snake fruit tree again. The panel shows a close-up of a creature being struck, implying a violent confrontation. A mischievous entity, seemingly a small, purple creature, hands a snake to another creature, saying, "Snakey, I've fixed the snake for you. Keep it." The snake, now seemingly docile, is examined by the recipient, a wolf-like creature. It comments, "Thanks, but why do the eyes look like that?" The wolf-like creature is then given a 3-storage bag by the purple entity. The wolf says, I'll go out to take a walk." The purple entity replies, "There's no need, you can have one." The wolf-like creature continues, expressing guilt, "If it wasn't for the snake you made for me, I won't be able to win. There's really no need to. You had it hard last time. I didn't even provide any help." The purple entity responds, "You should be taking it all. Damn it. My hand." The wolf-like creature is shown using a gravity technique, while the purple entity urges, "Look at you. Quickly come here." The mischievous entity guided the wolf-like creature, instructing it to check its spiritual roots. Cultivation, the entity explained, is a lifelong journey. The entity then directed Snowy, the wolf-like creature, to place its tail on a specific spot, revealing that Snowy possessed an innate talent for pill refinement, a rare ability even among humans.
As Snowy focused, a reaction began. A single, top-tier wood spiritual root manifested, a sacred body for pill refinement.
The mischievous entity noted that Snowy's talent was exceptionally rare, even among humans, and that major sects would fight over someone with such an ability. The entity assured Snowy that with this talent, it would never run out of pills. The entity mused about the potential of a human girl possessing such a pure wood spiritual root, imagining how many cultivators she would enchant.
The mischievous entity presented the wolf-like creature with wood elemental treasures and a jade slip on pill refinement, instructing it to keep them safe.
The creature, overwhelmed with gratitude, pondered whether to address the entity as Lord or Sir.
The mischievous entity watched, amused, as the creature's thoughts drifted to a more intimate term.
The mischievous entity questioned the wolf-like creature about the unusual memories it had passed on to its companion, prompting a defensive response.
The mischievous entity, however, insisted that the term husband was more affectionate and less formal, causing the wolf-like creature to become flustered and accidentally almost break a newly formed spiritual root.
The wolf-like creature's companion, annoyed by the commotion, demanded silence, and the wolf-like creature suggested the name Snaky for its companion, which was accepted. In return, the wolf-like creature asked if it could be called Snowy, a name that was readily approved by its companion. Finally, the wolf-like creature, feeling confident, declared its desire for a name, suggesting Wolfie as a suitable choice. The mischievous entity deemed the wolf-like creature's suggested name, Husky, unsuitable, prompting a retort from the creature's companion, Snaky, who was deemed too useless by the entity. The wolf-like creature, ignoring the banter, focused its energy, manifesting a vibrant, three-colored spiritual root. A top-tier root with metal, fire, and water attributes. Snaky commented that this three-attribute mix wasn't ideal. The mischievous entity explained that having more elements weakens overall affinity, resulting in a jack-of-all-trades, master-of-none situation.
Snaky, feeling impatient, declared it was their turn to attempt cultivation. Snaky tapped their bag, releasing a burst of multicolored energy.
A powerful surge that surprised even Snaky, who exclaimed at the intensity of the colors. The resulting energy manifested as a powerful, overwhelming force, leaving Snaky awestruck and slightly concerned.
The wolf-like creature's companion, overwhelmed by the energy surge, cried out, "Move your tail away, quick! The crystal ball can't handle it anymore."
A brilliant, multicolored light erupted from the crystal ball, swirling and expanding.
The mischievous entity observed, "Wait, was that a scene-colored mixed spiritual root? Its aptitude is even worse than Husky's? Boss Snaky, please have some mercy on my dignity." It continued, "Nope.
Although your roots are mixed, their quality is extremely high, especially your earth spiritual root.
Top tier isn't enough to describe it. It freaked me out. I've never seen anything like this before."
The wolf-like creature, clutching its newly manifested spiritual root, declared, "Since my earth spiritual root is the best, I'll focus on earth attribute techniques in the future."
Black Yellow, you're the only one left. Aren't you going to test yours?
The companion, examining its own energy, mused, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder.
I don't think I'm in any of the 5 elements and 7 essences. The mischievous entity questioned, Black Yellow, you don't have a spiritual root? Or do you have a parasitic spiritual root? The companion responded, Dark spiritual root. I like the sound of that. Then, I have a dark spiritual root. Snaky, I've regained some of my strength.
I'll be entering seclusion for a while to break through.
Can I leave food and security in your hands?
One of the wolf-like creatures spoke, Oh, there's still some food in the storage bag.
As for security, as long as we don't run into cultivators above Foundation establishment, we should be fine.
The wolf-like creature manifested a large, golden earth-piercing spike from the ground.
The spike erupting with immense power, impaling the earth with surprising force.
The creature exclaimed, I didn't expect to succeed on my first try.
The creature pondered, I wonder what's stronger, my spike or my wall?
It then created a large earthen wall, only to have the spike easily pierce it.
The creature groaned, Ugh! The spike is stronger? the creature quickly created an earth armor. A powerful earthen golem forming around it. The creature noted, although earth-flowing wall can't withstand it alone. A wolf-like creature strategized, earth-flowing wall combined with earth armor should do the trick. There are 16 earth-type enemies in total. I'll focus on maximizing defensive ones first.
Meanwhile, its companion, a smaller, snake-like creature, lamented, "I've used up all my minor nourishment pills and high-grade beast meat.
I need to think of a way to get more meat."
The snake-like creature continued, pondering, "I wonder how Snowy's pill refinement training is going." Snowy, the other wolf-like creature, was busily working on a pill, reassuring its companion, "Worry, don't. I'll definitely refine a minor nourishment pill for you." But seeing Snowy toss random herbs together, "I should let Husky test the pill first. I have a bad feeling about this." The wolf-like creatures decided, "Let's return home first." Back home, one of the wolf-like creatures called out, "Husky." The other wolf-like creature appeared, cheerfully greeting, "Ah, there you are. Try the pill I just made." A moment later, a pained howl echoed, "Oh dash. Help." The other wolf-like creature rushed to its companion's side, horrified, "Husky. What happened?" "The pill. It's poison." A wolf-like creature, its body racked with pain, muttered to itself, innate pill refinement's sacred body? Maybe I should go out hunting for spiritual beasts instead." A herd of mammoths thundered across the plains, their massive forms shaking the very ground. The wolf-like creature's companion, witnessing the scene, let out a distressed whimper, "Uhh." Observing the mammoths, the creature thought, they are elephant-type spiritual beasts. Even female elephants are exceptionally formidable, possessing spiritual awareness at the 9th level. Just one of them would last us several days. Especially that leader. It should be at least a 9th level beast in the 9th level of spiritual awareness. That would be an amazing source of nourishment. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps startled the creature. Footsteps. A human. Who is it? Hua Yuntian, a direct disciple of Yangzi Xian, and two companions, moved swiftly, their expressions grim. Yuntian muttered, "Humph." They encountered a herd of mammoths, their movements causing a disturbance in the landscape. Yuntian's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Shit. It's snake catchers from the Carefree sect? They don't even spare elephants?" A mischievous entity, utilizing a puppet technique, observed the scene from a hidden vantage point, commenting, "Let's go down and have a look." Yuntian, displaying his skill and knowledge, noted, talented and know-it-all. Elephant tusk is a precious item. From Uncle Master Yi, the esteemed master's direct disciple. "Humph, of course." He continued, explaining his plan, "If we sculpt it into precious jade and give it to the ladies of the Purple Cloud sect, they will definitely love it. With this present, it'll be a breeze to ask them for dual cultivation." Suddenly, a mammoth charged, surprising Yuntian. The mammoth's powerful charge sent a shockwave through the air. A mammoth's foot came crashing down, the ground trembling as a warrior was sent sprawling. A howl of pain echoed. Meanwhile, another warrior, observing the chaos, commanded his troops, "How interesting. Everyone, set up the array. Don't let any of them escape." The warrior activated the Extermination Great Array, a surge of energy illuminating the battlefield. A wave of blue energy engulfing a herd of mammoths, including several young ones. One mammoth struggled against the energy, but to no avail. "Humph, useless struggle," the warrior scoffed. He raised his spear, preparing another attack. "All of you die." The spear plunged forward, striking a mammoth. A cry of alarm rang out, "Wait! That's a baby." The impact of the spear was shown, the baby mammoth clearly injured. A cultivator unleashes a powerful energy blast from the Extermination Great Array, striking a baby mammoth. The mischievous entity observes, commenting, "That's too much. Is this bunch of cultivators trying to make them go extinct?" The blast impacts the mammoth, causing it to cry out in pain, "Ow."
Meanwhile, the mischievous entity, witnessing the scene, thinks to itself, "This won't do. I need to help. I need to think of a way to protect the pregnant mother and the children, or else I won't be able to eat them in the future." But the mischievous entity continues its internal monologue, "But the snake cultivators have too many people. I can't be reckless. Otherwise, once I become the target, I won't be able to protect myself. I need to wait for a foolproof opportunity." The cultivators continue their assault, another energy blast striking the mammoth herd. Hua Yuntian observes the scene, commenting, "Oh, your skin is quite thick, you can still stand with these injuries. This group of elephants sure is resistant to injury." The cultivators continue their attack, their energy blasts impacting the mammoths. Hua Yuntian observes, "Strong attack might not be as easy as entrap and eliminate." Master Hua Yuntian observed the ongoing conflict, his expression one of deep concern. He muttered to himself, noting the tenacity of the mammoths, who continued their assault despite their injuries. The leader of the elephants demanded a tusk in exchange for considering the cultivators' lives. A cultivator, his eyes burning with a fierce light, warned that even if not for their own sake, they should consider the safety of their children. The cultivators' attack on the mammoths proved less effective than anticipated. A few mothers and their young managed to escape the fray. Angered by the mammoths' refusal to surrender, the cultivators resolved to pursue them relentlessly. One cultivator threatened to cut off the bloodline of those who dared to defy them. A mammoth retaliated, its enraged trunk swinging wildly. The cultivator, Zhang San, ordered his comrades Li Si and Wang Wu to pursue the escaped mammoths, while he himself prepared to lead the main group in a coordinated assault. A cultivator, perched atop a mammoth, roared, "Kill this bunch of scums!" His declaration was met with a resounding yes from below, as the cultivators launched a coordinated assault on the mammoths. The chance for the cultivators to strike had arrived. One cultivator, assessing his opponents, muttered to himself, 1/9 level of chi refinement, and 2/6 level of chi refinement. Earth traversal technique. I'll kill these three that are slightly weaker first. The cultivator unleashed a powerful attack, the ground trembling beneath the force. Mammoths cried out in pain as the cultivator's assault continued relentlessly. One cultivator shouted, "Scum! Where are you running to?" Another cultivator cried out in pain, "Senior Zhang, Brother Zhang. This child can't run anymore." Another cultivator, seeing an opportunity, laughed, "Ha ha ha. Great. I'll go first. You guys stay behind. We'll divide the loots with the same old rule." The cultivators pursued the fleeing mammoths, determined to finish them off. One cultivator declared, "Running guys won't be able to escape." A cultivator, seemingly uninjured, smirked, "Little husk is also not bad." A cultivator shouted, now, urging his fellows to seize an opportunity during the mammoth's attack. Another cultivator followed up, instructing, "Use the chance when he's attacking and kill him." One cultivator unleashed a powerful technique, shouting, "Earth-piercing spike," as a massive, earth-shattering spike erupted from the ground. The force of the attack sending a mammoth crashing to the ground, stunned and injured. Observing the scene from a distance, cultivators reacted with alarm, one exclaiming, "Senior brother? How is it possible?" Another cultivator noticed something else, questioning, "There are other enemies?" Amidst the chaos, a cultivator urged his companions, "Senior brother, what should we do?" A small, bird-like creature flew overhead, warning, "Something's wrong. There's a brain run. We don't have time for something like this." A cultivator, caught in a hidden trap, cries out in frustration, "Damn it! Why are there still traps?" A small, mischievous creature emerges from the ground, hissing, "PSS," as the cultivator recoils in surprise. The creature unleashes a powerful blast of energy, sending debris flying through the air. Meanwhile, a snake-like creature uses a gravity technique to secure a storage bag. Storage bag obtained. The mother elephant and children got saved too, it announces. It then adds, "Let's continue to wait and see whether there's any cultivators that move alone." Observing the scene from a distance, another creature comments dismissively, "Just for this? They sure are stupid. A cultivator, perched atop a mammoth, was thrown violently from his mount, the mammoth collapsing under unseen forces. Dust settled, revealing the mammoth's lifeless form. A nearby cultivator muttered, "Humph, it finally settles down." Hua Yuntian, observing from atop another mammoth, questioned the prolonged absence of his fellow cultivators. His young nephew commented on the size of a mammoth tusk. Yuntian impatiently noted that the 3 cultivators should have returned within 30 minutes, it being over an hour now. The nephew reported that the cultivators had taken a tusk and fled. Yuntian, surprised, questioned this. A powerful energy surge erupted in the distance, accompanied by the words "earth-piercing spike"? Mountain sect? It shouldn't be. Hua Yuntian, sensing a powerful presence, shouted, "Who is it? Divine consciousness sweep. Come out." He internally assessed the power level of the approaching cultivator, noting that their divine consciousness was unusually weak for their age, possibly due to youth. Another cultivator appeared, noting the difference between a fully established cultivation foundation and a weaker one. It was revealed that Hua Yuntian is 17 years old. Hua Yuntian, enraged, unleashed his shadow-revealing sand technique, shouting, "Shameless rat! Playing hide and seek." The sand spread, revealing nothing but empty ground. He commanded his fellow cultivators, "Everyone, stop! Activate the defense! Beware of the ground." Meanwhile, 2 cultivators, Uncle Master Hua among them, fled, pursued by unseen assailants. One cultivator warned, "Uncle Master Hua. 2 are running away. Ignore it for now, someone is ambushing." A cultivator noticed something in the ground, commenting, "Look at them being nervous. Let's hit them with a feint." A creature emerged from the earth, only to be met by Hua Yuntian, who questioned, "Where are you running to?" The creature was swiftly struck down by a powerful blow. The cultivator who had previously noticed the creature in the ground, exclaimed, "What? It's actually a puppet." Hua Yuntian, using a gravity technique, crushed the puppet, revealing its true nature. He then questioned the puppeteer, "Puppet technique? Earth-piercing spike? Just who are you?" The puppeteer launched a powerful attack, striking a nearby elephant. Hua Yuntian, alert and suspicious, watched as the puppet creatures attacked, warning others to be careful. He recognized the attack as a despicable and shameless feint, urging the hidden enemy to fight face to face. A mischievous entity, observing the chaos, commented on the absurdity of fighting face to face when one could easily kill from the shadows. Then seemingly experienced a minor tremor, questioning if it was an earthquake. A cultivator cried out for help, "Uncle Hua," as a fiery explosion erupted nearby. Revealing Hua Yuntian, who was enraged at the attack on his heir, the leader of the mammoth, Jin. The leader of the mammoth roared in pain as he was attacked, while another cultivator warned of the danger and urged a retreat. The mischievous entity, however, found the chaos exciting, noting the speed of the demon in the Foundation establishment realm. A cultivator unleashed an earth-piercing spike, a powerful earth-based attack. The leader of the elephants, enraged, roared, "Die, you thief," in response to the attack. He remembered a mysterious benefactor aiding him. The cultivator, facing overwhelming odds, resolved to use his full power, launching a water celestial splendor attack. The elephant retaliated with a devastating mountain stomping step, a powerful earth-shattering attack that aimed to shroud the sky and block the sun. The cultivator's water attack was easily dismissed as a cheap trick by the elephant, who declared that the cultivator would die today. The cultivator, overwhelmed by the elephant's power, was thrown back, groaning that he was no match for this opponent and that he would have to leave if the fight continued. Considering the situation dire, the cultivator decided to use his reincarnation pendant, deploying it as a last resort. A small bird observed from afar, commenting that it was better for him not to get involved in a battle of this scale. A small, bird-like creature surveyed the aftermath of a battle, observing the fallen elephants. As for these elephants, except for the female and some children, only 2 of them got away. The creature sighed, commenting on the pitiful state of the elephants, almost all of them having perished. "Sigh, it's so pitiful. they almost all died. With that foundation establishment here, it's quite risky for me to eat the dead elephant. However, noticing one still breathing elephant, the creature exclaimed, This one is still breathing. Approaching cautiously, the creature reassured the injured elephant, Don't be afraid, I won't eat you. Since I've helped out this time, let's just help till the end. The creature considered its options, musing, a small essence restoration pill should be enough, right? Come on, eat it. 30 minutes later, the elephant, now revitalized with fiery energy, stood tall. A nearby cultivator observed, Tumble. The cultivator was surprised to see the elephant still alive, exclaiming, You're still alive. Thank God. Slowly. Lie down first. You are heavily injured. The cultivator noticed a broken pill bottle nearby and the lingering effects of a technique, pondering, This is? Pill? And also the technique from before. Hua Yuntian observed the scene, muttering, I see. As the leader of the elephants burst into tears, exclaiming, Thank you, benefactor, for your help today in protecting my children. I, Manjin, am truly thankful. The mischievous entity responded, Just leave it. If I accept your thanks right now, how can I have the face to eat you guys in the future? I'll just hide and run away. Meanwhile, Hua Yuntian, observing the scene from a distance, internally mused, But this Manjin is really incredible. It killed that foundation establishment level beast catcher in just 30 minutes. A normal demon beast doesn't have enough intelligence to erase the storage bag's imprint, so they won't collect. Then doesn't it mean I can loot the corpse and pick up the leftovers? He continued his internal monologue, Hold on. What if he's just acting dead and has a trump card? Whatever. I'll just leave, I can't be too greedy. 3 days later, Hua Yuntian's body was found, and a small squirrel was seen moving near his hand. Hua Yuntian coughed, Cough. It took 3 days for my body to reform. That old beast. He continued, Thank God I deployed the reincarnation pendant ahead of time and barely managed to stay alive. Hua Yuntian, having awoken, questioned his master about the recently departed mischievous entity. Remarking that it had been 3 days since the entity's fake death, and that he was still calculating how the entity managed such a feat. Hua Yuntian, aiming for a breakthrough, declared, Heaven and earth as the grand chessboard. All souls as pieces in my accord. A brilliant light erupted from the ground. But despite the minor chi rebuilding pill's assistance, he lamented, Ugh, it's still not working. Although the pill helped me cultivate up to the 7th level of spiritual awareness. Hua Yuntian caught some fish, commenting, At least I caught some fish, but reaching the 8th level? I'm still far from it. He resolved, I want to reach the foundation establishment realm soon. That elephant, did he call himself Manjin? I'll ask Black Yellow about it later. I wonder what changes will occur after I reach foundation establishment. I would be able to soar through the skies once I do, that would be amazing. Suddenly, a powerful explosion rocked the area. Leaving Hua Yuntian concerned, It exploded again? Are the 3 of them all right? Hua Yuntian, frustrated by his failed attempt at a breakthrough, exclaimed, For God's sake, why the hell can't she learn pill refining? A wolf-like creature responded, Didn't you say that she has an innate, perfectly suited body for pill refinement? The wolf continued, explaining that they had never seen such talent, yet the process had resulted in a 100% chance of explosion during refinement. Another explosion rocked the cave, prompting the wolf to state that no matter how carefully the process was done, the pills always blew up. A snake-like creature chimed in, The snake really doesn't know anything. It explained that the previous pills were undercooked, and the wolf was lucky to have survived eating one. However, this time, the snake revealed that it had actually succeeded in refining a pill. Another creature, upon seeing the pill, asked to examine it. The mischievous entity beamed, declaring their chi-replenishing pill a success. Wow, my pill is really popular, they exclaimed, offering to make more for the eager onlookers. But the wolf-like creature interrupted, reminding them of their shared goal, Hold on. We still have an ally. The snake-like creature, though not particularly talented, felt confident in their contribution.
I may not be talented, but I'm not stupid, okay? They declared, suggesting a plan.
A plan to capture 2 demonic beasts, their only remaining option. 1 hour later, the group tested the pill's potency.
Feeding a small dose to a fish. The wolf-like creature, confident in their assessment, noted that a second or third level of spiritual awareness should be sufficient for the test. But the results were astonishing. The pill's effects far exceeded expectations, breaking through to the third, and then the fourth level of spiritual awareness.
It broke through to the third level? No, wait, it's fourth level and it's still breaking through? The wolf-like creature was stunned by the pill's unexpected power. The pill is effective. It really is a minor chi replenishing pill. Just a little chunk had this much power. If someone swallowed the entire pill. The mischievous entity, basking in the success, declared their genius. As expected of a single attribute, top-tier with spiritual root, a genius in pill refining. My judgment was right. I'm a genius.
A fish-like creature, seemingly affected by the potent chi replenishing pill, began to convulse violently.
Its body undergoing a dramatic transformation. Legs sprouted from its lower body as it evolved into a monstrous, bipedal form. The onlookers watched in stunned silence.
A wolf-like creature, still reeling from the earlier events, expressed relief that a monkey-like creature nearby was too shocked to flee. The snake-like creature instructed them to feed the remaining pill to the stunned monkey.
The monkey, seemingly against its will, swallowed the pill.
And immediately underwent a powerful transformation, its body glowing with an intense purple energy. The onlookers watched in disbelief as the monkey's transformation exceeded even the snake-like creature's expectations. The monkey's form shifted and multiplied, creating multiple identical images of itself. The wolf-like creature watched in disbelief as the monkey-like creature, after consuming the pill, underwent a drastic transformation. Its body contorted, its form shifting until it lay still and lifeless. The wolf-like creature questioned the unexpected outcome, voicing its confusion. Isn't the main point that it turned into a human? The snake-like creature explained that the energy from the pill had deviated, causing the monkey-like creature's death.
The wolf-like creature, still perplexed, repeated, went into chi deviation, and died? The snake-like creature expressed remorse, stating it hadn't intended for the monkey to die.
The wolf-like creature, however, dismissed the apology, reminding the snake that they had caught the monkey to use it in the first place. Hua Yuntian observed the scene, deeply troubled. He noted that while the process seemed correct, the results were unpredictable and unsettling. The death, he mused, felt oddly familiar. The wolf-like creature noticed a strange smell emanating from the transformed monkey, prompting it to question the snake-like creature about it. The snake-like creature, now named Snowy, confirmed the unusual scent, adding that something felt off. The wolf-like creature pressed Snowy, asking what cultivation technique she had learned. Snowy, startled, initially hesitated before revealing that she had learned a technique called Heavenly Devil Art. The revelation shocked the wolf-like creature, who realized the implications of Snowy's new power and its connection to the unexpected transformation and death of the monkey. The Heavenly Devil Art, it realized, was only suitable for a body like its own. Hua Yuntian, witnessing the unusual transformation of the monkey-like creature, exclaimed in astonishment, "I've never seen a beast react to a top-tier spiritual root cultivate like this before." The monkey-like creature underwent a violent transformation, its body contorting and erupting in dark energy. As the snake-like creature explained, the Heavenly Devil Art is involved with the wood spiritual root? I've never seen anything like this before. The wolf-like creature, observing the scene with growing concern, questioned the snake-like creature's actions. The cage is solved? This should be why her pills are so bizarre. The snake-like creature, remorseful and surprised by the outcome, responded to the wolf-like creature's question, then, can I still refine pills in the future? The snake-like creature, now visibly distressed, received a stern warning from the wolf-like creature, you're really talented, so don't do it anymore. Despite the warning, the snake-like creature remained defiant, urging the monkey-like creature to continue practicing. Don't listen to the old dog. If you like it, keep practicing. The snake-like creature, undeterred, proposed a solution: we just need to find some human cultivators to test them on.
It'll work out eventually. The wolf-like creature, ignoring the mischievous entity's earlier blunder, presented a plan to rob the Purple Mist sect's pill refining hall. It produced a map of the sect, indicating the pill refining room's location, and proposed their heist for that very night. The Purple Cloud sect, one of the 4 major sects, is renowned for its unique characteristic: they only accept female disciples. Unlike the other 3 sects, this sect's disciples exude an air of arrogance, a consequence of their unique cultivation technique. The Purple Cloud cultivation technique requires a dual cultivation; it cannot be forced. Only when both parties willingly participate will it yield optimal results. Even a disciple from the snake catcher sect often tries to please them, because if a female cultivator harbors even a hint of resentment, it can immediately cause a male cultivator to experience chi deviation. This is the domineering power of the Purple Cloud technique. Manhwa, risking his life, pleaded with a female cultivator for dual cultivation. He stated that he risked his life to search for her, but she scornfully rejected him, deeming his offering of a mere trash item insufficient. The wolf-like creature explained to Manhwa why people from outside rarely visited the Purple Cloud sect. Because the sect's treasures would automatically come to those who possessed the amazing technique created by its founder, a person of astonishing talent and brilliance. The wolf-like creature then revealed that the founder was male, but had later used a forbidden technique to become female, a fact it chose not to share with Manhwa, who was uninterested anyway. The wolf-like creature and its companion discussed their plan to infiltrate the Purple Cloud sect, focusing on the ease of dealing with the guards. Using a body-shrinking pill, the smaller creature transformed into a cute puppy, but its attempt to playfully bite the larger creature's leg was met with disgust. The larger creature, annoyed, instructed the smaller one to act together and wait for its news near the Purple Cloud sect's main gate. Meanwhile, 2 female cultivators from the Purple Cloud sect heard a noise and decided to investigate. A small, green lizard-like creature was biting a white dog, causing the dog to yelp in pain. A female cultivator witnessed the scene, exclaiming, "Sister Nguyen, look! That demonic beast lizard is bullying the white dog." The lizard, seemingly unfazed by the dog's cries, continued its attack, prompting the dog to whimper, "Snakey, damn you! You are really beating me up." The 2 female cultivators, witnessing the scene, reacted swiftly. One of them shouted, "Stinky lizard! You sure run fast." One of the cultivators cradled the injured white dog, its body covered in wounds. She stated with concern, "Such a pitiful doggy. Not only did it get bullied, it's also injured. We have to bring it back and treat it properly." Observing the scene from a distance, a third cultivator noted, Actually, those 2 cultivators don't look that weak either. This child must have been very afraid, it keeps moving around. They are at least in the chi refinement realm, right? Can they really be tricked this easily?" A cultivator, emboldened by the apparent ease with which the other cultivators handled the situation, declared, "Hold on. If it's that easy, then I can do it too." She then revealed a small, dark purple snake puppet, stating, "Let's use the snake puppet that Black Yellow made for me to try it out first." Meanwhile, 2 cultivators approached, alerted by a noise. One of them questioned, "HM? What noise is that? What is it?" A mischievous entity chuckled, "Hee, if they saw a huge lizard bullying a pitiful small snake, they would definitely come help again." The wolf-like creature, injured and whimpering, looked on in confusion as a cultivator's sword sliced through the air, severing the demon snake's body. One cultivator exclaimed, "It's a demon snake. So disgusting. Senior sister, quickly kill it." Another cultivator sighed, "So unlucky." The cultivators finished off the demon snake, but one questioned, "Why? You saved the dog but not the snake. How come?" A cultivator scolded the wolf-like creature, "Idiot, you don't even have fur on you. What in the King hell are you acting cute for? This won't do. We can't cause a big commotion here." The wolf-like creature whimpered, "Oh, woof woof woof." The wolf-like creature, having broken the purple cloud sex restraining array, announced, "Snaky, I've broken all of the purple cloud sex restraining array." He continued, emphasizing the time constraint, "The gap can only withstand for 1 hour." The mischievous entity, seemingly amused, commented on the wolf's dependability, "To think old dog is so dependable this time." The wolf-like creature, displaying a map, explained the location of the pills within the purple cloud sect. The purple cloud sect stores their pills in 3 places. One in the outer sect pill room, one in the inner sect pill room, and one at the place where the disciples exchange their treasures, the purple cloud pavilion. Further details on the pill distribution were given. The pills in the outer sect pill room are all middle to low grade pills. The inner sect pill room has upper grade pills. It's the main place where they refine minor chi replenishing pills. The plan of action was revealed. Later, we'll go to the inner pill room first, then purple cloud pavilion. The minor teleportation array will. The wolf-like creature, brimming with excitement, expressed his anticipation. "I bet this old dog is excited about the 12, not the pills. It's the purple cloud pavilion's treasures." Meanwhile, a female cultivator's cries for help were overheard. The mischievous entity commented, At above, is a female cultivator getting killed?" The wolf-like creature, reacting to the screams, stated, "You don't understand, she's just feeling happy, for old dog's sake. Her scream is making my fist hard." Chunhua and the man with dark hair lay in bed, recovering from their exertions. Chunhua breathes heavily. While the man reflects on the events, mentioning that he wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly if not for Chunhua's foundation establishing pill. He also notes that the pill was given to him by a simp. The man vows revenge on the thief who stole from him, promising to kill him to release his hatred. Meanwhile, the mischievous entity senses a familiar but dangerous aura. The wolf-like creature asks the entity what it means. And the entity explains that the guest room above them is where the pills are being made, and that the chi from the pills has seeped into the underground. It also warns of 2 elders guarding the pills. The wolf-like creature plans to deal with one elder first, then the other after stealing the pills, before meeting up at the teleportation array. The wolf-like creature creates a commotion to distract anyone who might notice its actions. Chunhua, still recovering from his injuries, muttered to himself, "Fine. I was thinking of going up and taking a look anyway." He continued his internal monologue, "I'm sure that same feeling I felt just now is definitely not the minor chi replenishing pill. It's a weakened cultivator who just reached the foundation establishment realm who's unstable." Suddenly, the man with dark hair felt a surge of energy, exclaiming, "Hold on. This feeling, don't tell me." Chunhua, still recovering, lay in bed. He mused that the foundation establishment pill he received must have been given because he was injured before his recovery. A nearby voice scoffed, that simp." The dark-haired man, harboring a grudge, considered killing Chunhua while he was vulnerable. He questioned why he shouldn't simply end Chunhua's life now, while he was weak. Meanwhile, a mischievous entity, observing from afar, noted the toughest layer of stone was above them. Even if an earth-piercing spike could penetrate it, it wouldn't be fast enough. The commotion would be too great and easily noticed. The entity, now able to clearly hear and sense the 2 men's location, estimated its distance to be less than 10 meters. It concluded that using the golden scale to assassinate Chunhua at this range was the most appropriate course of action. The entity then overheard a conversation. Someone called out, "Lady Yinling, are you here?" The entity internally commented on the unusual nature of another male cultivator attempting a 3-way cultivation. It expressed a lack of confidence in handling 3 opponents simultaneously. A knock echoed through the room, startling Yinling, who was resting in bed. She questioned if someone else was present. But Xiaoqiu quickly reassured her that it was young Master Hua, who was teaching him techniques. Xiaoqiu expressed relief that Chunhua's injuries were improving. While another woman, observing from afar, found Xiaoqiu's devotion amusing and noted that he had even given away his own foundation establishment pill for Yinling. She then decided to place something by the door. A mischievous entity, who was eavesdropping,
commented on the situation, expressing disapproval of Xiao Chao's actions and warning him to stay out of its plans. Meanwhile, another individual approached Xiao Chou, expressing displeasure at his unappreciative behavior and urging him to leave. They also mentioned that Manhwa had already left, providing the mischievous entity with an opportunity. Seizing the moment, it declared its intention to act, unleashing a swift attack called Golden Scale with the intent to kill. A searing light erupted from Chunhua's chest, accompanied by a gasp of what happened. The light intensified, revealing a sharp object piercing her flesh. She cried out in pain, killing intent? Chunhua's body convulsed as she screamed in agony. Erga, the attacker's weapon was clearly aimed to kill. The mischievous entity, its arm injured, exclaimed, "My arm!" Gravity technique. Thrust. It launched a powerful, icy attack, its energy visibly impacting Chunhua. The mischievous entity scoffed, "TSK." As expected, the powers weakened after turning around. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair appeared, concerned, muttering, "Huff. Lady Yinling, are you?" He noticed the commotion, wondering, what happened? Why is there such a big commotion? I think it's from Yinling's room. This. Xiao Chou arrived on the scene, witnessing the aftermath of an assassination attempt. He exclaimed, "Hua Yuntian, you!" His face a mask of shock and disbelief as he processed the chaos. He muttered, "Why now, of all times?" The man with dark hair, visibly distressed, explained, "Don't get the wrong idea. She was assassinated." He confronted the mischievous entity, shouting, "It's you. No matter what, it's you. You didn't protect her. That means you killed her. Why?" A fierce battle erupted, culminating in the collapse of the roof. The mischievous entity cried out, "Ga! Die!" Amidst the debris, Yinling's body was discovered. A witness exclaimed, "Ah! The roof has collapsed." Wang Lin, arriving at the scene, was horrified. She cried out, "Yinling? How dare you? Why did you kill Yinling?" The mischievous entity, weakened and retreating, mused, "This simp's actually pretty strong. He can fight evenly with Hua Yuntian. I could have him fight Hua Yuntian. That expert from the pill room is here too. My mission's done." Luo Fei, an elderly woman with gray hair, stood before a large cauldron, her expression one of intense concentration. The words "Purple Cloud Pavilion Pill Rose Foundation Establishment, Realm Old Crone Luo Fei" appeared above her head. Luo Fei muttered, "So noisy." She commented on the male cultivators' incessant fighting over their sex disciples. A shadowy figure, seemingly a small, dark creature, declared, "Snaky did it. It's my turn now." It considered using a large pill refining cauldron, deeming it too wasteful. Luo Fei, seemingly unaware of the creature's presence, continued her work, muttering, "It shouldn't have. I checked all the ingredients, and I'm keeping an eye on the fire." She was then interrupted by another voice, "Don't tell me senior sister added something again when I wasn't looking? I was trying to secretly research new pills behind my back?" A shadowy hand reached towards the cauldron, causing sparks to fly from the yin-yang symbol on its surface. The creature exclaimed, "No! I need to see what she added. That old woman hides everything from me." A small, round object fell to the floor, seemingly knocked off a table by the creature's actions. The creature, having seemingly caused a disturbance, fled, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Another person, seemingly surprised and injured, appeared, exclaiming, "Ugh! What happened?" A mischievous entity, its form resembling an anthropomorphic wolf, chuckled, "Humph! Thank God I observed everything in advance and know about the two of you. I can take the pills now." The entity, trapped within a cauldron-like device, continued to struggle, yelling, "Yuga! Let me out! Someone!" Meanwhile, another wolf-like entity watched from outside, commenting, "Yo, you've come. Not bad." It then addressed the trapped entity, Black Yellow. "You locked the other Foundation establishment in the cauldron?" The two entities worked together, retrieving a large quantity of pills from the cauldron.
One exclaimed, "Wah! So many pills." Another added, "We're rich. Let's keep the pills and bring the ingredients back for Snowy." One of the wolf-like entities laughed heartily. "It's rare to see you laugh so loud. This trip was worth it. Ha ha ha."
Suddenly, an unidentified cultivator appeared, confronting them. "So, you're pill-stealing thieves.
I dare you to let me out. Why don't we settle this with a fight? I'm going to kill you."
A cultivator unleashed a burst of energy, causing a nearby observer to exclaim, "Holy shit!
It's going to explode. Run." Meanwhile, a mischievous entity, seemingly unfazed, retorted, "What are you panicking for? Just look."
The entity gestured towards a damaged bell, instructing, "Mystic yellow bell.
Cover it up."
The entity explained, "This is the mystic yellow bell that I obtained from the Heavenly Puppet sect.
I fixed it." Not only that, but the entity boasted, "Not only did I fix it, I even strengthened it." The entity then proposed, "Let's go to the minor teleportation array outside the Purple Cloud Pavilion." As the entity and its companion prepared to leave, a bell tolled in the distance, prompting a worried comment, That bell sound, the old crone escaped from the cauldron?" The entity corrected, "No. That's not the sound of the mystic yellow bell.
That's the Purple Cloud sect's emergency bell."
The mischievous entity, its wolf-like form visible, impatiently stated, "What are you talking about? We've already arrived at the teleportation array."
It continued, explaining, "I spent a lot of spiritual stones and ingredients to set this up." The mischievous entity further elaborated on the array's capabilities. It can pass through the Purple Cloud Pavilion's restraints and teleport over vast distances.
The mischievous entity, Black Yellow, explained to his companion, Snake, that they had arrived at the teleportation array.
He had invested significant resources in its construction, using numerous spiritual stones and ingredients to activate it.
Capable of bypassing the Purple Cloud Pavilion's restrictions and traversing vast distances. Black Yellow further revealed their plan to infiltrate the Purple Cloud Pavilion while everyone was distracted by the pill room.
Snake, however, expressed concern, noting that an unexpected bell had sounded, disrupting their carefully laid plans and arriving earlier than anticipated.
Black Yellow, now apprehensive, admitted that if things went wrong, everything could fall apart, and he didn't want to take the risk anymore. Snake, feeling betrayed, accused Black Yellow of intending to abandon him after using him. The narration for this panel explains that due to a previous event, Black Yellow had his body destroyed. He transitioned from being the heavenly wandering demon to his current state, prompting him to consider learning from Snakey.
The companion questioned the mischievous entity's plan, noting that there was only enough material to make one mechanical beast.
The mischievous entity responded that if he was using the mechanical beast, he would use it too, activating a minor teleportation array.
The array successfully transported them to the Purple Cloud Pavilion. The companion expressed discomfort with the teleportation, while the mischievous entity explained the cost of chi replenishing pills and a restriction protecting them, revealing that cultivation with contribution points offers advantages to humans over mechanical beasts. The mischievous entity struggled to use the teleportation array. The mischievous entity, having arrived at their destination via a teleportation array, declared, "An item I left behind in the past.
Just as I thought, it's here." Addressing their companion, the entity instructed, "Snakey, I released some of the restrictions. Take a look if there's anything you want and quickly grab it."
The companion, however, was distracted, prompting the entity to sharply command, "Stop staring at the pills." A large display of items was visible, and the companion exclaimed, "There's a mountain connecting deep ravine that costs 300,000 contribution points, which is really suitable for you to cultivate."
The companion, eager to begin, announced, "I'm coming."
The mischievous entity, having quickly selected an item, commented, "I'll waste too much time if I get greedy." Observing the companion's actions, the entity suggested, "Why not take this time to learn some new techniques?
In case the puppet is unable to bring this jade scroll out?"
The mischievous entity, atop a ladder, triumphantly exclaimed, "Ha!
I got it. As the entity descended, a loud crash echoed through the room, the teleportation array shattered. The array is broken, the entity worried.
Suddenly, a wolf-like creature lunged, its fangs bared.
There's an ambush.
Quickly cut off the connection, the entity yelled, as the creature's attack connected.
The companion, now partially transformed, used an earth traversal technique to evade the attack. What happened?
I still haven't finished reading it, they exclaimed, noticing the incoming threat. A powerful figure appeared, Luohua, the purple cloud sect's ancestor.
She's in the Golden Core realm.
Run, the companion warned, as Luohua declared, I've been waiting for you guys for a long time.
Luohua scorned the minor teleportation array, stating, "You're just making a fool of yourself by showing me a mere minor teleportation array." The companion, still struggling, was questioned by Luohua, "Speak. What have you come to the Purple Cloud sect for?" The companion's transformation continued, and Luohua observed, They are not resisting at all?
A powerful energy surge erupted from the companion, signaling a significant escalation. Luohua, a powerful figure, confronted the mischievous entity and companion.
A puppet beast?
How dare you trick me, he exclaimed, his voice laced with anger.
He then declared, No one will be able to leave today.
He continued, ordering his disciples to assemble at the plaza, adding, not even a mosquito will get out. Meanwhile, the mischievous entity lamented their miscalculation, revealing they had only managed to read half of the teleportation array's instructions.
The companion, undergoing their transformation, pointed out that the mischievous entity had previously stated the Golden Core realm wouldn't interfere.
The mischievous entity explained that the Purple Cloud sect's ancestor had been stealing files, leading to the current crisis. The companion noted that the Golden Core realm's guardians only appear when the sects are in great danger.
The companion, close to completing their transformation, reflected on their actions, noting that directly using the demonic mirror would likely reveal their identity. They had taken a risky shortcut. Elsewhere, the mischievous entity sensed something was wrong.
They discovered that the teleportation array had been tampered with. It was not only tripled but also had its layout changed.
The mischievous entity questioned if they could still escape.
The companion explained that while they could forcefully break the array using their golden scales, it would take at least an hour and risk alerting Luohua. The array was a 3-layered foundation establishment realm, beyond the capabilities of the golden scales. The mischievous entity and their companion narrowly avoided a magical blast, the companion identifying it as the old hag's divine consciousness.
Confident that their strengthened invisibility would prevent detection. However, a suspicion lingered that their presence near the teleportation array might already be known. Recognizing the urgency, the mischievous entity proposed a distraction to buy time.
While the companion, undergoing a powerful transformation, prepared to hold off pursuers, ensuring no one approached within 10 meters. Luohua, having discovered intruders within his sect, ordered a lockdown, preventing anyone from leaving, even the sect master, who was still absent.
This drastic measure was taken due to the presence of demonic beasts. The sect's ancestor, overseeing the situation, revealed the deployment of lifeforce detecting talismans.
A measure intended to detect anyone with cultivation attempting to escape, though the effectiveness was limited by the range and the potential for concealment by high-level treasures. The sect ancestor addressed the assembled disciples, his voice echoing across the courtyard, "Those with the lifeforce detecting talismans, go! Locate the demonic beast and destroy the talisman it carries. As you find it." He offered a substantial reward. "I'll award you with 300,000 contribution points." A young female disciple, Huang Yu, hesitated, her internal monologue revealing her conflict. "Sigh, although the 300,000 contribution points is tempting, I don't really want to take the risk." Another disciple urged her on, warning, "Stop complaining, if you get heard by the elders, they are going to punish you." Undeterred, Huang Yu pleaded with her senior sister, "Senior sister, if you don't want it, you can give it to me, I don't mind enduring hardship." Her senior sister agreed, commenting, "Yo, it's our unorthodox genius, Huang Yu. I'll trouble you then." Huang Yu expressed her gratitude, "Thank you, senior sister."
The senior sister sighed, reflecting on Huang Yu's talent and determination. Sigh, even though she comes from a farmer's family, she's still one of the most talented of our generation. Huang Yu, having exchanged words with her senior sister, found herself in a precarious position, tumbling down a steep ravine. But this fortuitous fall led her to the very demonic beast she was tasked with hunting. She realized that the beast's presence was undetectable to even the sect ancestor's divine consciousness, and was likely hiding underground. Huang Yu resolved to use the earth traversal technique to locate it, searching the perimeter. Meanwhile, the demonic beast, sensing Huang Yu's approach, began to stir. Emerging from the earth with a furious roar, challenging Huang Yu directly, "Come out! Hua Yuntian, I dare you to come out!" Another cultivator, witnessing the scene, warned Huang Yu about the beast's power, mentioning the death of cultivator Lin Ling at its hands. But Huang Yu, driven by her determination to gain contribution points and overcome her injuries, remained defiant, stating that she would kill the beast first. Leaving the other cultivator to express his concern and plead with her not to go, fearing for her life and the consequences for the sect if she failed. The scene opens in the forest of the Purple Cloud sect. Huang Yu and her senior sister are shown searching for something. When the senior sister notices something unusual and utters a questioning, the senior sister finds a talisman and exclaims that it's inside the forest. She instructs someone to quickly break the talisman and inform the sect ancestor. As a demonic beast suddenly attacks, unleashing a torrent of fire. The senior sister uses a gravity technique to try and subdue the beast. But the beast's power is overwhelming, causing the sect ancestor to arrive on the scene, exclaiming in shock. The sect ancestor confronts the beast, enraged, as the beast unleashes a flurry of attacks. The scene opens with a frustrated voiceover, "Puppets. Puppets again." The narrator explains that this demonic beast is cunning and keeps reappearing, leaving no corner unchecked, including places that have already been searched. Meanwhile, Black Yellow reports to someone off-panel, "How much longer do you need? I can't hold them off anymore. They've already killed more than 100 lizards." He continues, explaining that he only has 10 units and one small investigation snake without any battle power left. Another voice, seemingly nearby, shouts, "Almost there. I'll be done in around 15 minutes. Keep it up." A young woman, presumably the senior sister, observes the scene from a distance, commenting, "So close. These puppets are quite strong. There's definitely someone off here. Anyone who gets used to the puppets." She deduces that the demonic beast is most likely hiding nearby. The panel shifts to show her in motion, a determined expression on her face. The senior sister is shown preparing for an attack, her internal monologue revealing her strategy, Earth type. 7th level of the Chi refinement realm, I can kill them with one strike using the earth-piercing spike and golden scale. Earth traversal technique. But if I attack, I'll be exposed, unless I have no choice. I can't act recklessly. She mentally calculates distances, 10 meters. I'll kill her if she reaches 10 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. The senior sister suddenly stops, her movement abruptly halted. Another character, seemingly observing her, questions, "She stopped?" Huang Yu felt a palpable sense of dread as she was surrounded by the demonic beast's puppets. A strong killing intent locking onto her, she knew that another step forward could be fatal. She considered using 300,000 control points, but hesitated, reminding herself to stay calm and cautious for survival. Huang Yu, while trying to stay alive, called out to an elder, asking if the area had been searched, explaining that she had emerged from underground and was exhausted. She worried about the sect ancestor taking all the credit if she revealed the truth about the demonic beast's escape. But the elder had already searched the area and found nothing. Thanks to Huang Yu's cautious actions, the earth-piercing spike dissipated, saving both herself and her companions. Observers noted her skill, commenting on the strength of her spiritual roots despite her relatively low Chi refinement level. Huang Yu and her companions celebrated their narrow escape, unaware that the sect ancestor had already detected their escape and was pursuing them. The sect ancestor, observing the broken array at the southwest, scoffed at their attempt to flee.
Confident that any being passing through the divine consciousness layer marked by her stigma would be detected. Huang Yu and her companions, however, were already making their escape, pursued relentlessly by the sect ancestor. The sect ancestor's pursuit was swift, catching up to them quickly. Huang Yu, surprised by the speed, wondered how she was found so easily. The sect ancestor, confident in her pursuit of Huang Yu, declared, "Rest assured, none of you will be able to escape." She unleashed the celestial golden alms bowl, a powerful energy wave that ravaged the landscape,
causing Huang Yu and Black Yellow to exclaim in shock, "What the heck?" Huang Yu, realizing the gravity of the situation, urged Black Yellow, "Black Yellow, didn't you say you had a trump card previously? Hurry up and use it. If you don't, we're done for." Black Yellow, distressed and overwhelmed, responded, "I don't have any trump card. I'm being absorbed." Black Yellow, facing imminent danger, lamented, "Shit. If I go out with you next time, then I'm worse than a dog."
Meanwhile, Huang Yu, despite his initial plan to wait, decided to use his trump card, thinking, "I was planning to wait until that old hag got closer, but she's catching on to us using the treasure.
I have no choice now." With a determined resolve, Huang Yu declared, "I'll have to do it. Come out."
The sect ancestor unleashed a wave of energy from the celestial golden alms bowl, the force shattering the ground around him. As Huang Yu and Black Yellow watched in shock, the text reveals that the powerful being is Wu Yao, the founder of the mountain-moving sect, a figure from the nascent soul realm. Huang Yu, undeterred, confronts the sect ancestor, warning them against pushing too far. The sect ancestor reveals that they not only kept Wu Yao alive but also made him into a puppet, capable of self-cultivation. Despite his weakened state, Wu Yao is still powerful enough to threaten the sect ancestor. Huang Yu instructs Black Yellow to escape while he holds off the sect ancestor. Black Yellow confirms the sect ancestor's claims are true. Black Yellow uses a stealth talisman to escape, leaving the sect ancestor behind. The talisman removes the stigma from Black Yellow. The sect ancestor, surprised by Black Yellow's escape, questions if the dog was trying to scare them. The narration reveals that the celestial golden alms bowl broke apart the moment Wu Yao appeared. Black Yellow, exhausted, rests after his escape. Wu Yao, in his current weakened state, reflected on his inability to fully control Black Yellow, lamenting that he could only exert limited influence over the creature's body. Despite his attempts to impose his will, the sect ancestor, observing from afar, questioned why she wasn't engaging in direct combat. The sect ancestor internally acknowledged the limitations of her power, revealing that the golden core within Wu Yao was minuscule, barely the size of a fingernail, and that she had already expended half of her energy in summoning the celestial golden alms bowl. She calculated that she only had enough energy remaining for 3 more techniques. Huang Yu, observing the situation, found it peculiar that Black Yellow hadn't yet appeared, considering the power of the sect ancestor. Huang Yu's concern grew as she realized Black Yellow had lied about his safety, he was in danger, and she couldn't abandon him. Torn between her own safety and Black Yellow's plight, Huang Yu grappled with the decision to either flee or risk her life to help him, weighing the potential consequences of both choices. Ultimately, Huang Yu resolved to prioritize both her and Black Yellow's survival, strategizing a path forward that balanced immediate escape with the need to protect her companion. Sect ancestor, accompanied by Huang Yu and Black Yellow, cautiously approached Wu Yao across a desolate stream. The air crackled with tension. Sect ancestor internally assessed the situation, recognizing the stalemate was unproductive. She concluded that a small attack was necessary to break the deadlock. Launching a swift attack, she unleashed her purple cloud silver needle technique. Wu Yao, enraged by the attack, countered with a furious blast of dark energy, shouting, "Old hag! You're seeking death yourself. Don't blame me for it." Huang Yu, seizing the opportunity, planned a quick escape while Wu Yao was distracted. She prepared a flashy spell. However, to their horror, sect ancestors' silver needles were corroded by Wu Yao's dark energy. Wu Yao revealed himself to be a demonic cultivator, stating there was no way for a righteous cultivator to win. Huang Yu, undeterred, launched her primordial golden light burst attack, determined to protect the righteous path, regardless of the cost. Wu Yao easily deflected the sect ancestor's purple cloud silver needle attack, sneering, "Humph, so weak." The sect ancestor, surprised by Wu Yao's power and speed, exclaimed, "Huh? Where did he go?" Wu Yao reappeared, enraged, "Ha! How dare you trick me? I'm going to kill you today." Black Yellow, fleeing through the forest, thought, to think she has such a vile, piercing technique. It's impossible to guard against that steady stream of needles now. He continued his desperate escape, muttering, with the old hag's speed, "She'll catch up to me soon." Black Yellow struggled, internally debating, the purple miasma plague is still too weak. I need to use a stronger attack to hold her own longer. Rash omen? No, too strong. I'm afraid I'll be exhausted before I even get around to casting it. Despite his exhaustion, he knew he had to fight on, but my power still hasn't recovered yet. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him as he was struck. He cried out, Shit! Black Yellow, cornered and injured, cursed his own speed. Damn it! If my earth traversal technique was as fast as Snake's, I would have escaped long ago, he thought, desperate. He resolved to take another desperate gamble. I'll have to gamble again, he muttered, bracing himself for the sect ancestor's next attack. The sect ancestor, his face contorted in fury, unleashed a powerful technique. Come out, he roared, his voice echoing through the forest. With a violent burst of energy, the sect ancestor launched his soul suppression requiem, a devastating attack aimed at crushing Black Yellow's spirit. The impact sent shockwaves through the forest as Black Yellow was thrown back, barely escaping the full force of the attack. He groaned in pain, "Ugra." Meanwhile, the sect ancestor, despite his victory, was clearly exhausted. This old dog is too demonic. He must be killed, he thought, his resolve hardening. He prepared for a final, desperate assault. Nine missed unparalleled sword, slash him, he commanded, unleashing a flurry of deadly strikes. Black Yellow, battered and bruised, barely managed to evade the relentless onslaught. Damn it! I'm also gravely injured. I can take 2 more hits, 2th finger, he thought, his body screaming in agony. The sect ancestor, exhausted but resolute, felt the strain of the cross-spiritual root technique. The drain on his golden core was immense. He knew he could only use this technique a few more times before being completely depleted. Unleashing a devastating attack, 3 pure evil killing. Die! The purple energy surged forth, striking Black Yellow, who could only curse, shit, as he attempted to flee using the earth traversal technique. But the sect ancestor's attack was relentless, shattering the earth around Black Yellow. The sect ancestor observed the strange weapon Black Yellow used, questioning, "Snaky? To be able to manifest on my treasured sword? What kind of hidden weapon is it?" Confident in his victory, the sect ancestor stated, "Since I placed a karma on him, he won't be able to escape anyway." Black Yellow, however, had managed to escape, leaving the sect ancestor to observe his escape, muttering, She flew away? Black Yellow's return was met with the sect ancestor's fury, "Bastard! Didn't I tell you to escape? Why did you return?" The sect ancestor, still seething with rage at Black Yellow's return, explained, "You've learned the puppet technique, of course you can control it. But with your level of divine consciousness, your body might collapse just from controlling it for a while." Black Yellow and the wolf-like creature, both possessing earth spiritual roots, strategized. Black Yellow stated, "That's definitely too much for you to handle it by yourself. I can assist you and try. But you have to cooperate with me, we're out of sync, we're both finished." Black Yellow, following the wolf's instructions, initiated the divine consciousness stigma technique. The resulting energy surge caused a significant impact, sending tremors through the ground as the creature was violently thrown back. The sect ancestor observed, "Snaky, don't fool yourself. If you really can't handle it, then dissolve the divine consciousness immediately and escape. The golden core inside the puppet can still cast 2 techniques that should be enough to cover your retreat." Black Yellow and the wolf-like creature, battered but resolute,
planned their escape. They decided, we will escape together. Hurry and think of something. The wolf explained the risks of using a divine exploding pill. Warning, it can boost your body in divine consciousness for a short time, but the side effects are brutal. If this doesn't work, I'm afraid you won't even have the strength to escape. Black Yellow, accepting the risk, commanded, feed me the divine exploding pill. The sect ancestor, speaking softly, instructed Black Yellow on the next steps. Later, you'll handle the casting technique. I'll catalyze the golden core. He mused, maybe it can be used to make a golden core treasure. Black Yellow thanked the sect ancestor for the materials, and the sect ancestor declared, both of you can die now. The sect ancestor unleashed a powerful attack, but Black Yellow countered with a fierce roar, snaky. The sect ancestor, surprised by Black Yellow's resilience, deployed the Great Earth Shield. But Black Yellow's attack proved too powerful, shattering the shield. The sect ancestor exclaimed, what? To be able to block my flying sword. The sect ancestor, undeterred, launched 3 pure evil killing piercing attacks. While Black Yellow, despite his injuries, held on, panting, huff huff huff. This old hag sure is persistent. Snaky, can you still hold on? I'll have to, even if I can't. Black Yellow, critically injured, consumed 3 divine exploding pills simultaneously. I can't faint, he resolved, his body glowing with dark energy. The sect ancestor watched in disbelief, shouting, you're eating 3 at the same time? Are you trying to kill yourself? Black Yellow, driven by instinct, felt a surge of power coursing through him. A powerful dragon-like energy emanated from his body, seemingly guiding his actions. The sect ancestor, realizing the danger, urged Black Yellow to catalyze the hidden energy to cast a technique, specifically the divine demonic cauldron, warning, otherwise, we'll all die here. With a final surge of power, Black Yellow unleashed a devastating attack. Meanwhile, Senior Sister, having sensed the commotion, arrived on the scene, exclaiming, what commotion is this? This is bad. The resulting shockwave from Black Yellow's attack sent Senior Sister flying. Black Yellow's earth-piercing spike technique successfully struck its target. Black Yellow unleashed the divine demonic cauldron technique, summoning a massive earth-piercing spike that pierced the ground. The force of the attack was so immense that it looked as if a mountain had been cleaved in two. The sect ancestor, witnessing the devastating power, breathed a sigh of relief. He had activated protective measures beforehand. Despite the immense power, the sect ancestor was still concerned, muttering to himself about the lingering threat. The technique, though powerful, seemed to have limits. Black Yellow unleashed a powerful technique, the earth-piercing spike, summoning multiple stone spears from the ground. The sect ancestor, caught off guard, exclaimed that the attack was endless. Observing the attack, Black Yellow noted that the earth-piercing spikes were being cast one after another, a testament to the sect ancestor's high-grade spiritual root. The sect ancestor, anticipating the relentless assault, activated their golden shield talisman. However, Black Yellow countered with the cloud-breaking sail, soaring high above the range of the earth-piercing spikes. Black Yellow's opponent, impressed by their skill, admitted to underestimating them, but declared it was time to end the fight. Black Yellow unleashed the Pear Flower Storm technique, a powerful offensive maneuver that sent a wave of energy crashing towards the sect ancestor, who countered with the Great Earth Shield, a defensive technique that created a protective barrier. But the force of the attack was immense, causing cracks to appear in the shield. Let's see how long you can hold on, Black Yellow taunted. The sect ancestor, internally assessing the situation, mused, I wonder how a golden core that has died a few centuries ago and has long become a dried corpse is going to compare to me? Meanwhile, observing the battle, Huang Yu commented, she's right. Even though your earth-type technique slows down consumption, a third of the golden core has already been used. We won't be able to hold on for long. Then we'll have to bet on a big one. Black Yellow, analyzing the situation, declared, that's right. Although I won't be able to control it entirely, with Mountain Ancestor's body and golden core's remaining energy, it can be done. A celestial display unfolds, showcasing the principles of Earth-type techniques, Great Earth Shield, Earth Armor, Earth-piercing spike. All share a common principle.
The sect ancestor observes, noting that the snake-like creature, once cowardly and fearful of death, has mastered all Earth-type techniques instantly.
The sect ancestor's brother, surprised, witnesses the snake's transformation.
As the creature unleashes a ferocious attack,
the sect ancestor urges his brother, "Come on, brother."
The sect ancestor counters with the mountain connecting deep ravine technique, a powerful move that cracks the earth, creating a chasm that swallows the creature. He declares, "Then today will be the day you die." Huang Yu, witnessing the devastating technique, exclaims, "Mountain connecting deep ravine? How is this possible?" The narration explains that mountain connecting deep ravine is a technique obtained by the sect ancestor's predecessor centuries ago, a technique of immense power and difficulty, requiring several million cultivation points to master. Even now, no one else has been able to learn it.
Huang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Don't tell me it's that snake puppet, he learned it at that moment?" He continued, "How is this possible?"
The sect ancestor, momentarily stunned, muttered to himself, "It's strange whether to chase after it or not. I should retreat first." The ground cracked and shifted as the sect ancestor was enveloped by a sudden, powerful force, trapping him within a newly formed ravine. He cursed, "Ugh! Shit! I got enclosed?"
The sect ancestor, trapped, heard a taunting voice, "Want to run?" Too late.
The sect ancestor, enraged, roared, "Old hag! Die!" He reflected, "I didn't expect two beasts to be able to force me into this situation. Whatever. Since the old hag is already here, I've got no choice but to take out the memento given to me by my Tao companion." The sect ancestor, trapped, activated a teleportation talisman, a technique usable only once by a nascent soul cultivator. "But whatever. No matter what, I want you dead today," she declared, before vanishing in a flash of light, leaving Huang Yu to observe the aftermath. A look of surprise crossed her face as she muttered, The sect ancestor's escape was far from smooth. A monstrous maw emerged from the ground, its size dwarfing the surrounding landscape. "This is," she gasped, witnessing the sheer scale of the creature. The creature roared, "Old hag! Die," as it lunged towards the sect ancestor's escape route. This is not the connecting deep mountain ravine. This is different from what was recorded in the Jade Slip. The monstrous creature's attack revealed a chasm far larger and more ominous than any previously known, the connecting deep mountain ravine. Huang Yu watched in shock. This oppression. How is it possible? Meanwhile, the sect ancestor, having escaped the initial danger, prepared for further conflict, readying her talismans: Heavenly Thunder Bead, Fire Cloud Talisman, Green Deadly Needle, and Explosion Talisman. The sect ancestor, pursued relentlessly, unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks. But despite expending all his treasures, he found himself still trapped. A monstrous chasm opening beneath him, threatening to swallow him whole. His pursuer, enraged, bellowed, "Where are you running to?" With a desperate cry of "Snakey! Kill her!" the pursuer unleashed a devastating attack. The sect ancestor, battered and bruised, barely managed to evade the blow, uttering a pained "ugh" as the earth trembled beneath his feet. In a final, desperate gamble, the sect ancestor channeled his remaining energy, invoking his Gale Talisman. Huang Yu scoffed, "Humph! She suffered such heavy injuries, she can just go into seclusion and wait for death." He continued, "The ancestor's golden core has been exhausted too. We don't have the energy to chase after her anymore." Observing the fleeing sect ancestor, Huang Yu exclaimed, "Snakey, the last technique is your own creation, right?" He added, "Awesome. Too awesome." The moon hung high in the inky sky above the forest as the sect ancestor made his escape. Snakey, despite his unconscious state, continued his pursuit, his earth armor automatically activating. Huang Yu observed from a distance, urging caution and suggesting a retreat as the situation remained precarious. He noted Snakey's surprising ability to defend himself even while unconscious, questioning the nature of his earth armor. The sect ancestor, despite his injuries, managed to retrieve a treasure, though many were broken in the process.
Huang Yu, seeing reinforcements arrive, expressed confidence that the battle would soon turn in their favor. Snakey, using stealth, prepared for the next phase of the conflict. The sect ancestor, grievously wounded, urged his disciples to search the mountain immediately, ordering them to find the demonic snake and dog, dead or alive, offering a reward of 300,000 contribution points. Huang Yu, a disciple, declared their intention to bring the injured ancestor back to the sect for healing. While the sect master reinforced the order, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the high reward for capturing the demonic beasts. Other disciples expressed their fear, noting the demonic beast's strength and the danger of pursuing it further. However, they resolved to follow the sect master's orders, deciding to at least put on a show of searching. 1 week passed. News of the Purple Cloud sect's encounter with the demonic beasts spread rapidly throughout the southern Shu city. Reports detailed the ancestors' grave injuries and retreat, and the theft of the mountain corpse by the snake and dog, who used it to create a puppet to attack the ancestor. Enraged, the sect ancestor of the mountain-moving sect roared, "How dare they steal our ancestor's corpse? We must kill those demonic beasts and rip their corpse apart." He then ordered, "Raise the bounty. Increase the previous bounty by tenfold. And retrieve the ancestor's corpse." Meanwhile, at the Carefree sect, a cultivator observed, "A dog and a snake, hee hee. This is so interesting. I'll give it 10 points." Another cultivator reflected, "I guess it's most likely them who destroyed my clone back then. Back when I was hunting the elephant, we lost a lot of disciples. The puppets and the earth-piercing spike were involved too." A sect leader instructed his subordinate, Yuntian, "Go contact the snake catcher sect's headquarters and ask them to issue a joint bounty." The subordinate responded, "Yes, Master." A bounty poster was displayed, detailing the rewards for capturing or killing the demonic beasts: 200 spiritual stones and 300,000 contribution points for capture, and 300 spiritual stones and 800,000 contribution points for killing. A group of cultivators discussed the unprecedented bounty, with one saying, "Bro, don't tell me you are interested? You should know that even a golden core got injured." Qin Xuanji, the heavenly puppet sect's great elder and thousand puppet king, observed a demonic beast's core with a thoughtful expression. He mused about the genius required to cultivate such puppetry techniques to such a high level. Meanwhile, near Myriad Snake Valley, Snake Catcher sect's branch hall construction was underway. Workers moved swiftly across the site. A supervisor relayed orders to expedite the construction, aiming for completion within half a year. Elsewhere, a figure reflected on the previous bounty for the snake and dog, deeming it insufficient. They noted recent gatherings at a specific location, coinciding with divinations predicting a great misfortune. Regardless of the reward, they resolved to leave that place, no matter how big the fortune. Snakey's cave was revealed, dark and ominous. Inside, a large wolf-like creature lay unconscious, seemingly experiencing a nightmare. A demonic core was visible nearby. A fierce battle ensued, with figures attempting to retrieve the core, while Snakey fought back, shouting "Scum!" as they clashed. The scene ended with Snakey escaping, but not before a significant struggle. The sect ancestor, still seething from his injuries, is shown in a flashback, surrounded by spectral skulls emanating from the palm of his hand. Meanwhile, Snakey, the injured demonic beast, curls into a ball, seemingly exhausted. A voice, presumably from a powerful being, asks, "Young one, have you ever felt that you're not strong enough?" Snakey looks up, questioning, "You're?" The scene shifts to reveal a majestic, glowing dragon coiled around a divine cauldron. A voice booms, "Divine demonic cauldron?" The dragon speaks again, "Who I am is not important. If you want to become strong, then reach the foundation establishment." Continuing, the dragon explains, "Once you reach the foundation establishment, I'll answer all your questions. However, if you want to reach the foundation establishment, there's still a part of your technique that is lacking." Snakey, eager to learn, asks, "Senior, can you teach me the complete technique?" The dragon responds, "The complete technique is within your heart. You need to comprehend it yourself, others won't be able to teach you." Instruction on a powerful technique continued. The instructor explained that once Snakey breaks through,
he will be 10, even 100 times stronger.
The key to comprehending it is to go against. Snakey, confused, questioned the cryptic instruction.
Snakey awoke, disoriented, to find a concerned husky by his side. The husky explained that the black and yellow pills from the divine explosion were the cause of Snakey's injuries, and that the snowy pill was nearby. Snakey examined his scales, noting their growth and increased number since his unconsciousness.
He reached the 8th level of the spirit awareness realm.
Snakey wondered if his skill increase was due to the fight or a dream, and pondered the whereabouts of the husky, hoping to ask about flaws in his technique. The husky recounted a harrowing encounter with a golden core, narrowly escaping death.
Snakey learned that the harvest of divine replenishing pills was abundant, enough to last until the establishment of a new foundation.
He also learned that the other pill-making materials could be given to Snowy.
Snakey, a small demonic snake, reflected on his current state.
He had reached the 8th level of the spirit awareness realm, but his lifespan was still limited. He feared he would soon turn to ashes. Hiding in a secluded corner where no one would notice his weakened state.
Husky, his companion, expressed concern, noting Snakey's awakening. Snakey, though still weak, insisted he could walk on his own.
And Husky offered to carry him to see the new pills he had refined. They arrived at a location, a cave reinforced by Black Yellow to prevent explosions.
Husky expressed his admiration for Black Yellow's help,
revealing that Snakey had been unconscious for about 10 days to half a month. Husky, eager to repay Snakey for his past help, offered him the refined pills. But Snakey refused, stating he already had enough and that Husky should keep them. Husky explained that the pills were not only for healing but also for enhancing combat effectiveness, even against powerful opponents. Husky, still concerned for Snakey's well-being, presented him with a refined pill, suggesting he take a sniff to assess its potency. Snakey, however, having already reached the 8th level of the spirit awareness realm through his recent ordeal, declined the offer, his internal monologue questioning the pill's nature and strength. His skepticism was further fueled by Husky's admission that the pills were initially tested on pigs, a detail that raised further questions in Snakey's mind regarding the pill's safety and efficacy. The scene shifted to reveal a barren landscape, devoid of the pigs Husky had mentioned. Snakey questioned Husky's methods, pointing out that the pills were tested on pigs. Husky, slightly embarrassed, admitted that the pills were indeed tested on pigs, but then corrected himself, revealing that they were actually tested on rats. A giant rat emerged from the shadows, confirming Husky's statement.
Snakey expressed his disbelief at the size of the rat.
Husky then demonstrated the pill's effect on a smaller rat, showing its immense strength increase. Explaining that demonic beasts prioritize size in battle, and a larger, stronger beast can defeat its opponent. Husky concluded by stating that even with the strength-increasing pill, the rat could defeat a cat, prompting Snakey to question the pill's effectiveness again. Husky excitedly urged Snakey to look at something, showcasing a rat seemingly empowered by one of his pills. Snakey, though initially hesitant, questioned the wisdom of testing the pills on cultivators. Husky explained that he had various pills, including chi replenishing, bone strengthening, and blood replenishing pills, all commonly used, and suggested Snakey try one. Revealing a secret insignia on his body, which Husky explained was a mark indicating valuable items inside, not to be shown to just anyone. Husky then instructed Snowy to avoid being pursued, as the Black-Yellow sect placed a detection talisman for miles around, while Snakey expressed relief at being able to cultivate without interruption. Snakey, still uneasy, reflected on the rat-based origins of Husky's pills. Husky warned against using stronger pills prematurely, as it could be dangerous for Snakey. Snakey resolved to focus on cultivation, while Husky pondered the need to find materials to fulfill a certain task, highlighting the ongoing challenges they face. Snakey, still recovering from his recent breakthrough to the 8th level of the spirit awareness realm, considered his options. He mused that while the cultivation pill from Husky was questionable in origin, its effects were undeniable. He decided to focus on his cultivation and began experimenting with a new technique. He found that he could create stone puppets, though their strength was limited to the mid-stage of the chi refinement realm. These puppets could perform simple tasks like scouting,
but lacked the ability to use any techniques. However, their combined strength was considerable. Snaky realized that while a single puppet was weak, a group could be quite effective. He considered the limitations of his current creations and resolved to improve them. He planned to create more, using a variety of stones, and to enhance their capabilities. He launched a stone puppet, demonstrating the earth-type technique, stone flying technique. Snaky continued to refine his technique, noting that even though a single puppet's strength was average, their combined power in a group attack was significant. He planned to create more, aiming for at least 500. And considered his resources. He had a storage jade stone with ample space, and he intended to gather enough stones to create his army of puppets. He planned to use granite as well, further increasing his numbers. Snaky checked his supplies, relieved to find his storage jade stone still held plenty of space. He was confident in his ability to create a large number of stone puppets. Suddenly, Snaky's detection talisman, positioned 30 miles ahead, went out. He wondered if it was a passerby or a cultivator. Snaky, ever resourceful, launched himself into action, propelled by a surge of determination. He couldn't afford to use his divine consciousness carelessly, alerting others was a risk he couldn't take. He slithered swiftly through the water, his keen eyes scanning the scene. A figure lay injured near the shore, their clothes bearing the insignia of the mountain-moving sect. Snaky recognized the injured man as a member of the Purple Cloud sect, a sect known for its questionable practices. This is the Purple Cloud sect's simp, he thought, a mixture of surprise and suspicion clouding his mind. Meanwhile, two stone puppets, recently crafted by Snaky, rolled into view, their movements precise and efficient. They were designed for a specific purpose. Snaky, observing the injured man's plight, decided to intervene. "Since you're in such agony, I'll help you unite with that lady," he mused, referring to a mysterious woman whose identity remained unknown. Snaky's initial plan shifted. "Wait a minute. Don't I happen to need a pill tester?" he realized, seizing a sudden opportunity. Snaky approached the injured man, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "You look like you've lost a lot of blood. I'll start you off with a blood-replenishing pill," he declared, his tone both playful and calculating. The injured man, surprised by Snaky's sudden act of kindness, opened his mouth. This is my first time saving a human. Let's count this as doing a good deed," he chuckled, a hint of amusement in his voice. Snaky, observing a wounded man, muttered, "He probably can't break free anymore." He administered a blood-replenishing pill, the man's eyes widening in pain, as a surge of golden energy coursed through his body. "Oh my God! Isn't this blood-replenishing pill's effect too potent?" 10 breaths later, the bleeding continued unabated. Snaky's expression turned grim. "This won't do. There are no signs of the blood stopping." He applied more of the pill, but the bleeding persisted. "Not enough." Snaky frantically tried to stem the flow, yelling, "Let's block it more." The man groaned in agony. "H. Snaky cursed, "Damn it! There's no end to this." Suddenly, the bleeding stopped. Snaky and his pet were both surprised. The bleeding finally stopped. Snaky, pleased with himself, observed the effects of his blood-replenishing pill. "My tale is quite effective. This blood-replenishing pill works too effectively. I had to use an attack to stop it." He noted the man's improved complexion. "His complexion looks better now. It seems the blood-replenishing pill does work." Snaky checked on the man's condition, expressing concern. "It's just, the wound looks okay. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Do tell me." Snaky tried to wake the still unconscious man. "Hey! Wake up! Say something." Snaky found the man's continued unconsciousness strange. "How strange? I think he's still unconscious, but what's with this expression?" Snaky noticed a bag near the man and questioned its contents. "You're not talking, huh? Then let me see what's in there in your storage bag." Snaky pulled out the bag, revealing its contents. Heh, what kind of treasure are you hiding in there to be so scared of showing it to others? The bag contained only bread and pickled vegetables. Snaky reacted with disgust. Bread and pickled vegetables, ugh, why are you so poor? Snaky, unsatisfied with the initial results of the pills, muttered to himself, I refuse to believe I can't stuff it in. He attempted to force another pill down the wounded man's throat. But the man violently rejected it, vomiting profusely. Snaky's small companion commented, why puke it out again? Is it really that disgusting? Snaky observed the situation, noting, the smell is getting stronger. He then realized, is it because the saliva got on the medicine and it's starting to vaporize? The vaporized medicine caused the wounded man to violently convulse, expelling a powerful burst of energy. Snaky exclaimed, The man continued to expel energy, groaning, ugh you Snaky's companion observed, he really woke up? A monstrous, serpentine creature, its scales shimmering with an unnatural light, lunged forward, its gaping maw revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Earth-traver UGRH, it roared, the sound echoing through the desolate landscape. As it grappled with a man, who cried out, Senior, can you just give me a quick death? UGRH. Snaky, however, remained resolute. Stop talking. I worked so hard to save you. She retorted, administering a pill. Explaining, this divine awakening pill truly refreshes people's brains. It makes me want to try it, but I'll keep my brain out. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a worried voice observed, 5 more detection talismans, 50 miles to the north, have broken. This is bad. I think cultivators are on their way. I need to hurry home and move. A group of cultivators, led by Hua Yuntian, Xian Yangzi's 5th disciple, strategized. Senior brothers and sisters. Around 100 miles to the south should be the location Zhao Wenju divined. Yuntian declared. As Wu Macho inquired, Junior brother Yuntian, your arm just got reattached, is it alright? Su Bei added, I hope his divination is accurate. Don't let us waste this trip. Their journey was interrupted by an unexpected event. Senior sister is right, one of them exclaimed, as a foul odor permeated the air, causing one of the cultivators to react with disgust. Ha! Ugh, what is this smell? It stinks. I can't endure it anymore. I have never smelled something this stinky before. Eyes squeezed shut, cried out in pain, ugh, this won't do, I can't keep my eyes open anymore. Snaky, witnessing Yu's distress, urgently commanded, You retreat for now. Take a detour. Despite the urgency, Yu gasped, Wait, I'm tied up, can't breathe. Snaky shouted to his companions, Snowy. Husky. Quick. Pack your stuff and get ready to move. Yu, near collapse, weakly stated, I almost died. Husky, the wolf companion, unleashed a burst of energy, creating a protective barrier around the group, while Snowy swiftly packed their belongings. Everything was packed, they were ready to go. The small, dragon-like creature, seemingly surprised by the speed, commented, So fast? Addressing Snaky, Snowy reported Yu's condition, Boss Snaky, Snowy's here. Yu needs medicine, let him rest and heal his wounds. Snaky responded, Pet. Are you talking about me? Yu, exhausted, immediately fell into a deep sleep after receiving the medicine. Snowy exclaimed, He fell asleep instantly? Snaky announced, I've finished placing the stealth talisman. Husky questioned, Where should we go? Snaky directed them, Head to Mount Yun on the border between Qin and Chu. I have a hideout there. Snowy complimented, A wise man always has a backup plan. Nice. However, Snowy expressed concern, Hold on. Black Yellow still hasn't returned. Snaky, employing the Mystic Sun Sword technique, unleashed a powerful attack, the force of the blow shattering the surrounding earth, leaving a deep chasm in its wake. Zhao Wenju's group, observing from a distance, questioned the demonic beast's escape. They debated whether to consult divination again, but ultimately decided against it, citing the time-consuming nature of the process and the urgency of the situation. Instead, they opted for a more direct approach. Zhao Wenjue instructed his troops to split up and search for the demonic beast, emphasizing the use of a special snake-catching technique and immediate notification upon discovery. Meanwhile, Hua Yuntian's troop investigated the area, noting the disappearance of the demonic aura. Hua Yuntian, still recovering from injuries, found his divination abilities impaired, unable to fully detect the beast's location. He advised his men to use explosives to investigate a suspicious area. They prepared to detonate an exploding talisman. From the shattered ice, a monstrous form emerged. A colossal demonic beast, its gaping maw a terrifying sight. One of the soldiers exclaimed in shock, "Huh?" Multiple demonic crocodile-like creatures burst forth, each one a fearsome predator. Zhao Wenjue's troops cried out, "What is this?" The creatures were identified as crocodile kings. The soldiers realized they'd been tricked. Meanwhile, Lu Fei's troop observed from afar, their leader, Martial Ant, noting the disappearance of the demonic aura and whispering, "Shoo." Martial Ant sensed danger, warning her troops, "I got a bad feeling. Don't make any commotion." Suddenly, swarms of poisonous killer bees attacked, stinging the soldiers. One soldier cried out in pain, "Damn it! It hurts!" The bees' assault intensified, causing chaos and panic. A soldier roared in agony, "Ugra!" Overwhelmed by the sheer number of bees, the soldiers desperately tried to fight back. One soldier shouted, "Poisonous killer bees! Throw the exploding talisman! Retreat!" A soldier, caught in a demonic swarm, cried out for help as the insects devoured him. Simultaneously, a fiery demonic bird descended from the sky, revealing Snaky's mystic sun sword technique as a cunning diversion. Zhao Wenjue, observing the scene from a distance, realized the demonic beast's strategy and the extent of the trap. He immediately ordered a full retreat, recognizing that the demonic snake had intentionally left its aura behind to lure them into an ambush. Simultaneously, a fiery, winged creature emerged from the forest, its appearance causing immediate alarm among the cultivators. Zhao Wenjue, realizing the deception, immediately ordered a halt to the advance, shouting that they had been tricked by the demonic beast's aura. He explained that the creature was a burning sun eagle, a guardian of the demonic beast's territory, and that engaging it would be perilous. He stressed the need for immediate retreat. Meanwhile, another group of cultivators encountered a different threat, a massive, fiery mammoth-like creature, causing further chaos and confusion. The cultivators, caught off guard, cried out for help as the mammoth charged. One cultivator, caught in the mammoth's attack, suffered a grievous injury, screaming in agony as the beast's power overwhelmed him. The surviving cultivators, realizing the extent of the demonic beast's cunning plan to lure them into a trap, retreated in disarray, their initial confidence shattered by the unexpected ambush. A powerful blow shattered the group's defensive shield, leaving them vulnerable. One of them, calmly assessing the situation, instructed his companions to take defensive pills to replenish their energy before joining the fight. He vowed to hold off the enemy until they were ready. Meanwhile, the enemy, identified as the head of the snake catchers, launched a surprise attack. The defender countered with the mystic sunsword chi array, a powerful technique. But the massive beast easily deflected the attack, revealing its immense strength and agility. The sword chi was blown away. Undeterred, the defender unleashed another technique, the mystic sunshocking thunder. A powerful blast of energy that struck the beast with full force. The elephant-like creature proved to be both huge and agile. As a final resort, the defender summoned the water dragon to aid in the battle. A massive, fiery mammoth roared, its immense form shaking the very ground. A cultivator, seemingly trapped in a swirling vortex of water, muttered, "It can't be pushed back?" The cultivator commanded the water, shaping it into a formless trap. "The water is formless. Trap it." With a swift, precise movement, he lunged forward, his blade flashing as he attempted to sever the beast's connection to the flames. Two other cultivators watched from a distance, one exclaiming, as expected of Uncle Master, So strong. The other added, "You guys, hide properly. If you show yourselves, you'll just get in the way." The mammoth, now trapped within the water, began to glow with an ethereal light. One of the observers recognized it. There's an ambush here too? This is the great demon that killed last time. The cultivator, facing a renewed threat, declared, "Yes. This one's no ordinary demon. I think it has treasure on it. Just like that little snake player, you're still alive? Then I'll kill you again today." The mammoth broke free from the water prison with surprising speed. Damn it! It broke free so fast. The two cultivators, realizing the danger, fled in terror, one shouting, "No! Its target is..." A monstrous figure loomed overhead, its shadow engulfing the terrified onlookers below.
"I'll use your kids as a sacrifice for my clan members first," the monstrous figure declared. The earth trembled as the colossal beast unleashed its devastating mountain-suppressing stomp. A fiery explosion erupting from the impact, sending shockwaves through the forest. "Ugh! Everyone needs to attack together," one of the fighters shouted, desperately trying to coordinate a counterattack. Another warrior, his energy depleted, made a desperate attempt to summon reinforcements. "Senior brother, we just managed to escape just now, we don't have much energy left," he explained, tossing a glowing device into the air. But the monstrous beast was relentless, its fiery breath incinerating any hope of escape. "Not a chance," it roared, its voice echoing through the trees. The beast's attack was too powerful. Despicable. "Now! Everyone, retreat immediately," the leader commanded, as the group made a hasty retreat. "Yes! Eldest senior brother," they responded in unison, fleeing the scene. Snaky, meanwhile, was making his way through the forest, carefully navigating a series of traps. With all those traps and the terrain, it's almost impossible to get close to him. Snaky, the cunning demonic snake, was complemented by a small, white dragon for his almost human-like intelligence. Snaky simply chuckled, flattered by the remark. Meanwhile, Husky, carrying a person on his back, struggled to keep pace with the group, prompting a frustrated comment from Zhaowenjua. Husky explained his difficulty, burdened by the weight of his passenger. Zhao Wenjua's group, exhausted from their pursuit, expressed their frustration with Snaky's cunning and the difficulty of capturing him. They lamented their losses and the escape of some of the jade. Zhao Wenjua, assessing the situation, noted the significant losses suffered and the exhaustion of his men. He concluded that continuing the pursuit was too dangerous. The group decided to retreat, planning to return with reinforcements to hunt Snaky another time. They agreed to head back to the sect. Despite their efforts, some of the jade still escaped. The leader expressed concern over the safety of the mountain and the need to relocate his clan members. They decided to move to Mount Wu. Zhao Wenjua and his companions, Husky and Snaky, finally reached Mount Wu, a place rumored to house powerful demonic beasts and rare ancient cultivators' cores. Zhao Wenjua cautioned them to maintain a low profile and avoid venturing too deep into the mountain. They arrived at Snaky's cave abode, only to find that it was already occupied. Snaky confirmed the cave's location, but noted the presence of other inhabitants. The group discussed their options, weighing the risks of a direct confrontation against the potential for attracting stronger demonic beasts. They decided to use Snaky's Divine Awakening pills to distract the occupants, throwing one of the pills to draw the attention of the monkeys guarding the cave, successfully distracting them and allowing the group to proceed. Snaky's Divine Awakening pill took effect, causing the monkeys guarding his cave to shriek in confusion and pain, as a pungent smell wafted through the air. The monkeys, overwhelmed by the unexpected aroma, scrambled to hide underground. Yu, despite his initial discomfort, noted that the smell, while unpleasant, had a strangely refreshing quality. Husky, Zhaowenjua, and the others expressed their relief as the monkeys fled, leaving the cave unguarded. Snaky, noticing the lingering smell, offered to seal it away, prompting Zhaowenjua's impatience. Yu cautioned against careless use of such potent methods, reflecting on the turmoil of his own life. The remaining monkeys, bewildered by the sudden events, expressed their confusion and retreated. Zhao Wenjue declared the situation resolved and dismissed the group, planning to investigate further the next day. At the same time, Snakey and the others ran off, leaving you alone. You felt a pang of unfairness at being left behind, wondering why the scent was so strong. It was unlike anything she'd encountered before, a scent that defied all the tricks in her book except for the proper ones. Undeterred, you declared that nothing in this world could stop her, and she would follow every trail, one by one. One day later, Snakey, now in a more serpentine form, surveyed his surroundings from atop a rocky outcrop. He appeared relieved and successful. He had finally completed the creation of 100 stone puppets. Snakey muttered to himself, expressing relief at this accomplishment. He declared it was time to train his newly created army, and proceeded to unleash a barrage of attacks on the stone puppets, testing their durability and combat capabilities. The puppets were surprisingly resilient, withstanding the initial onslaught. Despite the damage, Snakey noted that sheer quantity would still make an impact. He observed the destruction with a thoughtful expression. Snakey mused that the stone puppets, while not as sophisticated as humans, could be used effectively in large numbers to cause significant destruction, even potentially destroying a city. He then considered a way to further enhance their power. Snakey had a brilliant idea, attaching explosive talismans to the puppets to increase their destructive power, likening the effect to that of a cannon. He chuckled, pleased with his ingenuity. A man, Xiaoqiu, desperately fled, urged on by the pursuing voice of a large snake. Jump! Jump! What if I release you after you run? He explained his predicament. Wanted by the snake-catcher sect, returning meant certain death. He continued, stating that even if offered a life of enlightenment, he would refuse, his resolve unshaken by matters of love. Therefore, he, Xiaoqiu, must repay his senior's kindness. He pleaded for a single chance to escape, but the snake was skeptical. The snake noted Xiaoqiu's suspicious behavior, sensing a hidden plan. Xiaoqiu then activated a beast-taming ring, initiating a transformation. The snake questioned the sincerity of Xiaoqiu's offer of service. Xiaoqiu, despite the snake's doubts, affirmed his willingness to serve. The snake, aware of human cunning, remained cautious. Xiaoqiu, anticipating this, reiterated his commitment, emphasizing his willingness to serve. The snake proposed a test. Xiaoqiu would command 10 stone puppets to defend him, but not attack. If he survived, the number of puppets would increase to 20. The snake watched intently as Xiaoqiu contemplated the challenge. With a resounding boom, the stone puppets attacked Xiaoqiu, sending him sprawling. The force of the impact sending him crashing through the undergrowth, leaving him battered and bruised amidst the debris. Snakey observed, questioning Xiaoqiu's effort, "You only withstood 33 stone puppets' attack? You didn't do your best, right?" Xiaoqiu, winded but defiant, retorted, "That's enough, stop blabbering." Snakey ordered his companion, Snowy, treat his injuries. Snowy, a large wolf-like creature, readily agreed, "Okay. Leave it to me." Meanwhile, Xiaoqiu, assessing the situation, muttered to himself, "These guys are not ordinary. If I want to take back my territory, I can't face them head-on. I need to find helpers. It's best if I can make someone kill them in my stead." Half a month later, Snakey had reached the 8th level of the Spirit Awareness realm, a significant advancement in his cultivation. He reflected on his progress. After cultivating for half a month, I've finally reached the 8th level of the Spirit Awareness realm. Winter is coming soon. I need to quickly go into seclusion to strive for the 9th level of the Spirit Awareness. Let's try to reach Foundation establishment by next year's spring. A hunter, seemingly unconcerned, spoke to his companion, a large boar. He mused that during his hunt, the boar showed no signs of fleeing, despite the hunter's presence, but worried that if he ventured into deeper regions, the boar might escape after 3 to 5 days. He considered keeping the boar incapacitated for a few days. Elsewhere, a triumphant Snakey, carrying a large snake, declared to an unseen companion, "Ah, senior, I caught something good today." Snakey, upon closer inspection, found the snake to be quite aged and considered it a great source of nourishment.
The hunter, preparing to cook the boar, expressed surprise at Snaky's unusual lack of reaction to the large snake. He noted that Snaky usually reacted with great enthusiasm to such finds, prompting Snaky's companion to question if Snaky had acquired a human pet. The companion was startled to see the boar suddenly lunge at Snaky. The boar, unexpectedly, revealing its ability to both talk and bite. Snaky was taken aback by the attack. In a separate scene, a small, light blue dragon-like creature was seen happily chewing on herbs. Snaky and his companions contemplate the fate of a captured human, with one suggesting they cook him in a hot pot. The human, coughing, pleads for his life as he is lowered into the bubbling pot. But Snaky's companions debate whether it's a waste to eat him without fattening him up first. Snaky suggests cutting off one of his limbs to taste first, an idea his companion enthusiastically approves of. However, Snaky changes his mind, stating that they've scared the human enough and decides to release him. Meanwhile, Black Yellow returns after an absence, explaining that he was digging graves and managed to rob the Purple Cloud sect. Snaky discovers his old scales, realizing that an old hag must have taken them. Black Yellow reveals that he killed the old hag. Black Yellow, boastful and menacing, recounted his recent exploits to his companions. He explained how he had drained the old hag's lifespan during their fight, boasting that even if he hadn't intervened, she would have died within half a year. And that the time had come for the Purple Cloud sect to fall. He scoffed at the idea that anyone had noticed their ancestor's death, finding it utterly hilarious. A nearby man, startled by the news, exclaimed in disbelief at the magnitude of the events that had transpired. Black Yellow continued his taunts, referring to the man's past devotion to the deceased old hag as simping. The man, however, defended his past actions, stating that she was already dead and that he was now on the right path. And that as a human, he needed a backbone and would not bow to just anyone. His resolve was tested when a shadowy figure appeared before him, unleashing a blast of energy. The man reacted swiftly. Recognizing the attack as coming from his ancestor's ice coffin, a fact previously revealed to him by a senior member, he braced himself for the impact, only to be surprised by a sinister laugh and the revelation that the attacker was not his ancestor, but something else entirely. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, unleashed a torrent of fiery energy, the intense heat causing the surrounding environment to crack and crumble. A man, his face etched with determination, watched in shock as a large shard of ice, seemingly from an ancient coffin, was shattered by the blast. He recognized it as his ancestor's ice coffin, a fact previously revealed to him by a senior figure. A sinister laugh echoed as a voice declared that this was not his ancestor. A woman with long brown hair, bearing scars and a tattered red garment, emerged from the wreckage, groaning in pain. The scene was punctuated by sharp, piercing cries. A woman commanded the shadowy figure to linger, her voice filled with urgency. The figure, however, let out a guttural cry. As shadowy figure lunged forward, claws extended, aiming to reclaim something. The man, fueled by desperation, shouted, demanding its return. Observing the chaos from a distance, Snaky, another man, questioned the commotion, only to be told by a companion to simply watch. Snaky, observing the commotion, commanded, retrieve. A man, seemingly enthralled, was being attacked by a spectral force. The man, weakened and vulnerable, pleaded, Senior, can you give me that corpse? Snaky, unimpressed, rejected the request, stating, No, even a piece of her clothes is fine. The spectral attack intensified, and Snaky barked, Scram, at the man, driving him away. A nearby observer commented on the scene, I thought he said no more simping? Where's his backbone now? He's completely lost it. Snaky addressed Xiao, you have such a good natural talent. If you put your mind into cultivation, you would have reached the esteemed foundation stage years ago. It's such a waste of a good talent. Xiao, dejected, asked, Senior, what should I do? Snaky explained, Actually, you can't be entirely blamed for this. The Purple Cloud technique is pretty sinister, it can plant a love goo unnoticed. And coincidentally, you're the kind of person who's easy to bewitch.
A text box explained that the so-called foundation establishment is the process of condensing the spiritual energy inside the body into a solid state. It will become a spiritual foundation, and the spiritual energy will flow continuously. Xiao Chou, observing this process, stated that everyone already knows this. Snakey, noticing the unnamed man's weakened state, advised him to use his talents to cook some meat. He was hungry. The man, seemingly love-struck, was attacked by a spectral force. Snakey offered to help, stating he would relay information later. Xiao Chou simply agreed. The unnamed man, reflecting on his talent, felt that reaching the foundation establishment would be incredible, even perfecting his life. He cooked the meat, and the resulting aroma pleased Snakey and Xiao Chou. Xiao Chou confirmed that everything would be alright. Snakey, noticing Xiao Chou's pensive expression, demanded an explanation. Snakey explained that foundation establishment cultivators vary, some being stronger and some weaker, with the main difference lying in their true energy. He then asked Xiao Chou if he saw the true qi, noting its white color. Snakey explained that the majority of cultivators' foundation establishment true energy is merely like this. However, some cultivators also have foundation establishments with light blue-colored true energy. These cultivators are normally peerless geniuses. They have strong spiritual roots, techniques, and willpower. All three elements are essential. A foundation establishment with blue-colored true energy is the perfect foundation establishment. In the same realm, one person can rival 10 people. This is not an exaggeration. Xiao Chou exclaimed, 10 people? Damn! Snakey continued, explaining that of course, the color of the true energy, the more refined it will be. After light blue will be dark blue and purple. Snakey, the insightful cultivator, commented on the heavenly devil technique, stating that while it was special, humility was important. Xiao Chou, filled with amazement, wondered aloud if the creator of such a powerful technique could be considered a good person. An unnamed man, seemingly weak and love-struck, nervously questioned if he had said anything wrong. Before being suddenly attacked by a monstrous, shadowy beast. The beast's attack was swift and brutal, leaving the man's fate uncertain. Snakey, observing from a distance, noted that Black Yellow never releases those he bites. Later, Snakey relayed information about 2 demonic snakes residing in a valley, carrying pills and exhaling smoke daily, confirming the information's accuracy and suggesting its potential usefulness. Finally, the golden-winged great eagle confirmed the existence of the demonic snakes, providing further validation to the information shared earlier. A large, white ape-like creature glared down at a wounded man, its golden eyes burning with intensity. "You're welcome," it growled, the words dripping with menace. The man, his body wrapped in bandages, sobbed in pain. "Sob, HNGHH. It hurts," he cried, clutching his side. A small, winged creature perched on his shoulder, its expression one of concern. "Stop moving around," it urged, its voice sharp with worry. The winged creature continued, its tone hardening. "You're a man, endure it." Elsewhere, Snakey, the black wolf-like creature, examined a glowing blue hexagonal array etched into the ground. "Humph, with this stealth array, we won't get noticed even if establishment cultivator passes by." Snakey held up a small, white orb. This item can automatically detect strong cultivators within a 50-kilometer radius. When there's danger, the orb's surface will turn red. The deeper the color, the stronger the danger. However, it only works on humans. Xiao Chou, seemingly unconcerned, observed the orb. "This item does make me feel safe, but why does it sound like you're saying your final words?" Snakey nodded. "You're correct. I return this time to bid you farewell." Snakey, preparing to depart for seclusion, presented Xiao Chou with a protective item, instructing him to only use it in life or death situations. Explaining that once used, the item would grant Xiao Chou the ability to fight on equal footing against any opponent, but emphasizing that it could only be used once and should not be used randomly. Snakey then bid farewell, stating his hope that they would meet again in the future, stronger and more established. As Snakey began to leave, Xiao Chou called out to him.
revealing that he also had something to give Snakey. He presented Snakey with a collection of spiritual stones. Snakey, scolding Xiaoqiu playfully for hoarding so many treasures, accepted the gift and promised to give them to Xiaoqiu at a later time. A close-up on Snakey's face showed a satisfied grin. Snakey, departing, addressed Xiaoqiu with a final, pointed remark, "You brat, you're really messing with me." Xiaoqiu, though seemingly apprehensive, responded with gratitude, "Thanks, brother, let's meet again." A sweeping vista of a sun-drenched landscape unfolds, birds in flight against a vibrant sky. As Xiaoqiu approaches a figure carrying a large log, Xiaoqiu inquires about the senior's absence, noting his long day outside. The senior explains that Wolf King, or rather, Husky, has also left, and reveals that Husky intends to train alone, hoping to gain the strength to fight alongside them again. Xiaoqiu then asks about Snowy, learning that Snowy has gone after Wolf King alone. Concern clouds Xiaoqiu's face as he wonders if she will be alright. Suddenly, a large, shadowy creature descends from the sky, causing Xiaoqiu to exclaim in surprise. But the senior reassures him, stating that Snowy is strong. The panel shows a dynamic action sequence. Snowy is seen falling from the sky, narrowly avoiding a collision with the large creature. A large, blue snake lunged at an unnamed man, its jaws snapping shut. The man, already injured, barely managed to dodge the attack. As rocks and debris flew through the air, disturbed by the force of the snake's movement, the man muttered to himself, realizing he'd been tricked into a fight. Despite his disappointment, he resolved to make the most of the situation. He called out to someone, urging them not to panic. The man prepared for another attack, activating a golden shield talisman. He then used an earth traversal technique. But the snake countered with surprising speed and power, its attack leaving the man stunned. The man questioned the effectiveness of the talisman. The snake's attack unleashed a powerful claw's energy, causing significant damage. The man realized the true power of his opponent. The snake unleashed another devastating attack, known as Golden Scale, striking with immense force. The man's initial defense proved insufficient. His attack failed, and he decided to retreat, acknowledging the overwhelming power of his adversary. Snakey, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, reflected on his near-death experience. Huff, so close. If I didn't have golden scales to defend myself, my tail would have been cut off, he thought, examining his body. There was no scar, his golden scales had saved him. He continued his internal monologue, still shaken by the encounter. I got targeted by my natural enemy. It's even a great demonic beast in the Foundation establishment. Why me? That scared the hell out of me. Why am I so unlucky to encounter another great demonic beast in the Foundation establishment? An unnamed man, observing Snakey's struggle, approached cautiously. He asked, Xiaoqiu, can you handle this eagle? Xiaoqiu, however, responded with doubt. Senior, that's a demon in the Foundation establishment. What makes you think I can handle that? The unnamed man, undeterred, pressed on, suggesting collaboration. Senior, if we work together, we might actually have a chance. Snakey considered the proposal, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. I think that could work too. Since we're teaming up, how about I hang you from a tree as bait? Snakey, brimming with confidence, lamented his failed attack. I have the confidence to cut it into pieces with that attack just now. I can't believe it failed. He pondered the enemy's resilience, realizing the implications of the situation. Don't tell me, it's just like that monkey said? That snake consumed pills and his entire body is hard as steel? They're hiding for now. Let's wait first. I'll use that technique if there's no other way. Snakey, having consumed snake meat, noted that while it provided great nourishment, he would need a few days to rest after using his recent technique. He observed that while he saw a frog, they couldn't go out yet, suspecting that their pursuers were trying to lure them out with a trap. The unnamed man, showing his willingness to cooperate, agreed to follow Snakey's plan, stating that a short wait was nothing compared to the patience required to catch a frog.
Snakey decided to use the time to consume pills to solidify his cultivation, digging a hole to hide while he meditated. The unnamed man, following Snakey's instructions, also began to cultivate, warning that he would eat anyone who disturbed him.
1 hour passed, and a massive thundercloud appeared on the horizon.
The unnamed man, noticing the unusual sky, questioned whether they should return, but Snakey sensed that this was no ordinary thundercloud. A powerful, ominous bird emerged from the storm clouds.
Snakey, sensing imminent danger, urged the unnamed man, "Let's change location. Avoid those clouds."
He then used his abilities to propel them both away from the approaching storm clouds.
But the ominous clouds followed them relentlessly.
The unnamed man exclaimed, "Hold on, Senior.
This is strange. The cloud is moving together with us?"
A swirling vortex of dark energy enveloped them, causing the unnamed man to cry out in alarm, "Damn it!
What the heck is this? Why do I have this kind of skill?" The vortex intensified, and a large blackbird appeared within it. The unnamed man, panicked, asked, "What should we do, Senior? From the looks of it, it's trying to strike us dead." Snakey, recognizing the technique, explained, "That demonic beast disappeared just now to cast this technique.
I'm sure it won't be able to use this skill again in a short amount of time." The unnamed man agreed.
The unnamed man, following Snakey's instructions, activated his earth armor. As a powerful energy blast struck them,
the unnamed man countered with his earth shield. But the attack was too powerful.
Snakey then used his golden shield talisman to protect them both from the devastating blow.
A powerful bolt of lightning illuminated the stormy sky above a dark forest.
As a monstrous eagle swooped down, its shadow engulfing the land below, confidently declaring, "Hey! It should work this time." The eagle unleashed a devastating attack. As two monkey-like creatures watched from a distance, one questioning, "Where's your boss? I thought it said to deal with them together. How dare you trick me?" While the other responded, "Boss Eagle, how are we going to deal with them if you use that technique?" The eagle's attack struck the ground, creating a massive earth-piercing spike, causing one of the monkey-like creatures to exclaim, "What?" As another monkey-like creature observed the commotion from afar, wondering, "What's that commotion?" Boss Eagle, enraged, declared to the idiot monkeys that since they wanted him dead, he would slaughter them all. He scoffed, "Bullshit. There's no way I'm holding back." One of the monkey-like creatures called out to Boss Eagle, urging him to leave the unnamed man to them. Boss Eagle, seemingly unfazed, prepared for another attack, a question mark appearing above his head as he focused on his target. He lunged forward, but the unnamed man, utilizing his earth armor and earth shield, deflected the attack. The monkey-like creatures watched in surprise as the attack was deflected, exclaiming, "A golem! Where did it come from?" Snakey, having anticipated this, used a gravity technique, Golden Scale Ambush, to counter Boss Eagle's attack. Boss Eagle swooped down, talons extended, aiming for the unnamed man. But the unnamed man reacted swiftly, raising his earth shield just in time to deflect the attack. A golem, seemingly summoned by Snakey, appeared unexpectedly, surprising the onlookers. Snakey, using the gravity technique and a golden scale ambush, countered Boss Eagle's attack. The resulting impact sent a shockwave through the forest. Snakey noted that using his tail to shift position beforehand was crucial for the success of his counterattack. Snakey considered his gravity technique too powerful for repeated use, and the monkey-like creatures observed the scene, strategizing their next move. The unnamed man, having successfully defended himself, ordered a monkey-like creature to draw the remaining creatures away, creating a diversion. Snakey, having defeated Boss Eagle, declared his intention to deal with the remaining threat personally. Boss Eagle, having dispatched the stone golems, confidently declared them too weak to pose a threat to his foundation establishment. Was immediately surprised by a sudden, unexpected attack. As numerous golems reappeared, prompting Boss Eagle to question their origin and express frustration at the renewed assault, while simultaneously being struck by a projectile launched by an unseen assailant. The unseen attacker continued their assault, causing further damage to Boss Eagle. who confidently boasted of his ability to crush the golems with a single grab. Only to find himself facing a new threat, as Snaky emerged from below, questioning Boss Eagle's whereabouts. Snaky, uninterested in mere humiliation, revealed his plan to lure Boss Eagle into a trap, and launched a final, devastating attack. Boss Eagle, caught in a precarious situation, questioned if the numerous traps surrounding him were set up beforehand. Finding himself under immense pressure as he struggled to dodge the relentless attacks, he realized the hidden weapons were targeting him from below, forcing him to block the incoming strikes with his tough feathers. But one attack pierced through his wing, causing him to lose his balance and exclaim in surprise. Snaky seized this opportunity, launching a swift counterattack. While Boss Eagle was weakened, Snaky finished him off with a decisive blow. The impact sent Boss Eagle crashing to the ground, defeated. As Boss Eagle fell, Snaky used Earth Traversal, further emphasizing his victory and leaving Boss Eagle to curse his defeat. Boss Eagle, battered but still defiant, attempted to escape the chasm. Uttering a desperate declaration, "What's important right now is to leave this chasm." Snaky, however, anticipated this maneuver. Trying to leave, he thought, already activating his counterattack. Unleashing a barrage of golem puppets from the chasm walls. "Golem attack," he announced, as the stone constructs swarmed Boss Eagle. The aerial assault overwhelming the wounded eagle. Boss Eagle attempted to fight back, but Snaky countered with his flying stone technique, launching a volley of projectiles. The rocks striking Boss Eagle with devastating force. TSK. There's no end to this. Boss Eagle cried out in frustration. Snaky, seeing his opportunity, prepared a final blow. "Exploding talisman," he declared, deploying a series of explosive charms. Boss Eagle unleashed a furious attack, shouting, "Demonic snake! Don't you force me! You think I'm scared of you?" Snaky responded, "I've got no other choice." The battle raged on, with Snaky skillfully dodging Boss Eagle's attacks and countering with a swift strike, activating his feather-transforming sword chi. Boss Eagle, anticipating the attack, raised his golden scale shield. But Snaky's attack was too powerful. Boss Eagle muttered, "TSK. I've used my trump card. Is this demonic snake really dealing with me like I'm an ordinary cultivator?" Seeing an opening, Snaky declared, "Let's run," and Boss Eagle, having expended his ultimate attack and unable to fly, attempted to escape. Snaky countered with an earth-piercing spike, preventing Boss Eagle's escape. Boss Eagle lamented, "TSK. I missed it. I can't create any more footholds for it." Snaky unleashed the fire snake technique, a fiery torrent engulfing Boss Eagle, the intense heat scorching the earth around them. Boss Eagle, desperate, attempted to escape the Inferno's grasp, but Snaky declared, "You won't be able to escape." Snaky, seizing the opportunity, prepared a counterattack, summoning an earth-piercing spike from the ground. The colossal spike impaling Boss Eagle with devastating force. Boss Eagle, severely wounded, crashed into a tree, barely alive. Snaky, observing the scene, questioned, "Not dead yet?" Boss Eagle, in a final defiant act, hissed, "A demonic snake used by a human, huh? Traitor! You won't die a peaceful death. Neither the human world nor the demonic world will ever accept you, you freak." Snaky, defiant despite his wounds, declared, "I don't understand what you're talking about, but I have my own family. I don't need anyone's acceptance." He continued, addressing his defeated foe, "And the one who won't die a peaceful death is you. Die." Snaky unleashed a final, devastating attack, the earth-piercing spike, impaling Boss Eagle to the ground. Boss Eagle's body fell lifelessly, ending the battle. Snaky, exhausted but victorious, breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it finally died. Despite his victory, a new urgency filled him. He muttered, "I need to quickly go find Simp." Snaky, exhausted but relieved, collapsed onto a log. "Phew, it finally died," he breathed, before adding with renewed urgency, "I need to quickly go find Simp." A sudden, sharp sound pierced the air. as Snakey reacted instinctively, narrowly avoiding a powerful blow. PSS? A celestial blue energy surged, revealing a spectral, glowing blade. Divine Consciousness investigates. The source of the attack was revealed, a powerful, white-haired monkey high in the trees. White-haired old monkey? The monkey, seemingly the leader of a troop, aimed a charged arrow at Snakey. Don't tell me it's the boss of those monkeys? Snakey braced himself, shouting, "Hold on!" That arrow, as the projectile hurtled towards him. Snakey, victorious but wounded, crashed to the ground after the white-haired monkey's attack, the impact sending tremors through the forest. He examined the wound, muttering, this is not a normal arrow? Is it some kind of treasure? It can even break through my golden scales?" Snakey reflected on the battle. That old monkey is gone, even its aura has been hidden away. It ambushed me when I was killing the eagle and ran away after failing? How cunning! That eagle must be the accomplice it called to help. He decided on his next course of action. Let's deal with the eagle's corpse first, in case it comes back to take it. Snakey, prioritizing self-preservation, began healing his injuries. He muttered to himself, "I need to heal my injuries first. Heaven and earth as chess pieces, it sucks to be played like that. Pust. It's making me mad." His anger fueled his resolve, "I'm going to find that old monkey and devour it." Meanwhile, the white-haired monkey observed Snakey from afar. "If I can't kill the snake, then I'll kill the cultivator first. I didn't get in one attack. If I continue to fight him head-on, I'll just be like that eagle." The monkey launched a surprise attack, the sound of impact echoing through the trees. Snakey, wounded and groaning, "Ugh." A group of monkeys shrieked as Snakey, despite his injuries, fought back. "Although I'm helping Senior to distract them, there are too many monkeys." Snakey, wielding a gong-like object, muttered, "What's important is this gong. What treasure is this? It's making me dizzy. Otherwise, I would have killed those monkeys already." He was overwhelmed by the sheer number of monkeys, crying out, "Monkey bro, stop beating me. Spare me." Snakey, desperate, threw bananas to distract the monkeys. Distract them. There shouldn't be any monkey in this world that can refuse bananas, right? The monkeys, distracted by the bananas, shrieked as they scrambled for the fruit. Snakey, seizing the opportunity, cursed, F***CKU. Snakey, having momentarily escaped, breathed a sigh of relief, finally managed to get rid of a bunch of them. He looked up to see the white-haired monkey approaching, a sinister shadow looming behind him. The monkey asked, "Do you guys want bananas too?" A group of monkeys surrounded Snakey, demanding, "Give it to me." "What is this?" Snakey, startled, exclaimed, "What are you guys trying to do? Stop it." The monkeys had scattered several items on the ground, including a red garment. Snakey cried out, "No! My storage bag! Give it back to me!" One monkey, amused, taunted Snakey, "He's panicking? Don't tell me it's because of these clothes? Ha ha ha." Another monkey laughed, "Pft, ha ha ha. How funny." Snakey, desperate, continued to plead, "Return it to me." Meanwhile, Yinling's aura pulsed, causing Snakey intense pain. He cried out in agony, "Return it to me." Ah! Snakey, clutching his head, groaned, "It's the gong again. My head hurts. I can't open my eyes." Despite his impaired vision, Snakey recognized Yinling's aura, muttering, "Even if I can't see, I'm familiar with Yinling's aura." A monkey, having retrieved the storage bag, triumphantly declared, "It's here. I caught it." He then addressed Snakey, "HM? You brat sure is amazing. Good." A monkey, seemingly the leader of the pack, tossed Snakey's storage bag into the air, exclaiming, "I'll return it to you then." Snakey, still reeling from the effects of Yinling's aura, weakly protested, Why don't you go pick it up?" The other monkeys laughed, "Hey. Second bro, look at his face. Isn't that just a piece of cloth?" He almost cried.
They continued to taunt him, their laughter echoing through the forest. As one monkey carelessly examined the bag's contents, Snaky, his eyes blazing with fury, growled, King monkey. You guys think I'm playing with you? Suddenly, a monkey warned, something's weird. Be careful. This person's aura has changed. Snaky's body convulsed as a powerful energy erupted from him, sending the monkeys scattering. He screamed in pain as the Yinling's residual effects manifested violently. A colossal, demonic figure emerged from the fiery landscape, its presence radiating immense power. The monkeys, emboldened by their numbers, lunged at the creature. But the creature effortlessly swatted them aside, its voice booming with a chilling threat, You guys are seeking death. One monkey, seemingly the leader, urged his brethren to retreat, shouting, Eldest bro. Step back. I'll handle it. He then taunted the beast, Gong. I dare you to hit it. Die. The creature unleashed a devastating attack, sending the monkey flying. Meanwhile, Simp, observing from a distance, noticed the commotion and wondered, what's that commotion at Simp's direction? The demonic being continued its assault, its power overwhelming the monkeys. All of you shall die today, it roared. As the terrified monkeys scattered, their panicked cries echoing across the battlefield. Shriek! The creature's fiery breath engulfed the fleeing monkeys, causing widespread destruction. Shriek! One monkey, desperate for survival, consumed a crimson fruit. Damn it! If we can't hide, then I'll just fight with you, he declared, his eyes blazing with newfound ferocity. The text below identified the fruit as a berserking fruit. A powerful monkey lunged at the creature, roaring, The one that's going to die is you. The creature retaliated, its fiery breath scorching the monkey. Pay with your life for killing the kids, it shrieked, the heat intense. With a mighty roar, the creature unleashed its sky-piercing giant arm, a devastating attack of fire and destruction. The attack obliterated the monkey, leaving only charred remains. Another monkey cried out, Where's the other monkeys? Ah!